Welcome to Simplilearn's comprehensive Power BI full course. This course is tailored to equip you with the tools and techniques essential for mastering business analytics. So whether you're a beginner or have some prior knowledge, this course will walk you through the critical concepts and the skills required to excel in the field of business analytics. In today's data-driven era, business analytics play a very crucial role in making informed decisions and achieving organizational success. Gaining expertise in this domain not only unlocks exciting career opportunities, but also empowers you to solve real-world business challenges using data. This course covers key topics like data visualization, statistical analysis, and predictive modeling. You'll also gain hands-on experience with industry-standard tools such as Excel, Tableau, and Python, enabling you to analyze data effectively and generate actionable insights. And by the end of this course, you will be confident in applying business analytics technique and accelerate your career growth. So let's embark on this rewarding journey into the world of business analytics. Also, if you're interested in becoming a business analyst, Simplilearn offers the perfect certification program to help you achieve your goals. With this course, you'll learn how to solve complex business problems and gain essential skills all aligned with IIBA Babcock V3 standards, including CBAP and CCBA certifications. You'll also earn valuable certifications from IBM, attend masterclasses with IBM experts, and get hands-on experience with real-world projects and Harvard business case studies. Plus, you'll master tools like Tableau, Excel, SQL, and even cutting-edge generative AI tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, Gemini, and Midjourney. You'll even receive support for certification like CBAP and CCBA to further advance your career. Don't wait, enroll now and become a certified business analyst. The course link is mentioned in the description box and in the pinned comments.
This is Ben. Ben started a store that sells automobile parts like brakes, exhausts, tires, lubricants, and car interiors. He made a good start with his business and achieved profits. However, as days passed by, along with his growing business, he faced some business challenges. He received orders from a variety of customers with different needs and requirements. For example, the northern states had higher demand for performance parts than others, and the eastern states demanded farm truck parts and lubricants more. And apart from this, a few products weren't performing well in the market and remained unsold. With the unbalanced requirements and economy variations, Ben had a tough time helping his customers with products on demand. He slowly realized he needed something new that can help him tackle the store's problems. What if Ben had a tool that could keep track of his store's inventory and sales? A geographical map that can recognize the demand for various types of products from different regions. A forecast feature that could predict the economic fluctuations in the market and help Ben visualize every single detail visually on one single dashboard. This software could practically solve many business problems and also could identify new opportunities to improvise and grow the business. Such types of software tools are called business intelligence tools, and one such tool, PowerBI, capable of learning the store's business patterns and running queries against the data to help visualize the flaws and resolve them quickly. Now, let us understand how Ben used PowerBI and solved the issues related to his business. Ben collected his store's entire sales data from the previous quarter and ingested it into PowerBI. Now Ben was able to categorize the data based on monthly sales. It took the daily sales and considered it as the x-axis. And then Power BI computed the sales in the store. Now, Ben clearly understood the products that outperformed the sales charts and the products that did not have much demand. Let us elaborate a little. Ben found that the performance parts like sports exhausts, turbochargers, and engine management systems were selling well. With the Power BI PowerView forecast feature, Ben identified the demand for performance products in the next quarter. So he raised the prices on a few products that had the peak demand and earned higher profits. In the second forecast report, Ben found no significant elevation, nor a drop in the demand for the tractor parts and lubricants. Apart from this, Ben saw the sales graphs of electronics encountered a drop in the current quarter. Compared to the previous quarter, the sales of electronics, like the music and infotainment systems, were low. To improvise and stabilize the fluctuating sales of electronics, Ben came up with some exciting clearance sell offers on electronic products. Using Power BI's map visual feature, Ben understood the product demand at a regional level. He found the northern regions were interested in performance kits for their imported sports cars. The eastern regions had good demand for truck parts and lubricants. Using Power BI, Ben could generate various visualizations based on his data and come up with business-oriented decisions. Last but not least, Ben could also monitor his decisions and was able to make some necessary modifications to his business model on the go. Ben is now delighted as working with Power BI is a smooth and efficient process. Today, Power BI is being recognized as one of the best-in-class business intelligence tools because of its powerful and dependable features. Power BI can support and connect to a wide variety of data sources like the cloud, DBMS, Excel sheets, and even get connected to real-time data from websites. And Ben keeps his customers happy using Power BI to solve his business problems. On that note, here's a quiz for you. How did Ben realize that the performance parts will find huge demand in the next quarter? 1. Power View Forecast feature. 2. Map View feature of Power BI. 3. Customer reviews. 4. Sales reports. Let us know your answer in the comments below, and 3 lucky winners will get a chance to win an Amazon voucher. Today, more and more leading business organizations are leaning towards business intelligence tools, intending to improve their business. Upon quite a success in his business, Ben decided to get a detailed understanding of Power BI by enrolling in Simplilearn's Power BI Certification Training Program, which is led by industry experts who can train him according to the current business and IT standards to make his business even more successful.
Now let's see what Power BI is. Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft that lets you visualize your data and share insights. It converts data from different sources to build interactive dashboards and BI reports. As you can see, we have an Excel data about sales. Using this data, Power BI helps you build different charts and graphs to visualize the data. Now that we have understood what Power BI is, let us look at the important features of Power BI. First is Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a free software that you can download, and it allows you to build reports by accessing data easily. For using Power BI Desktop, you do not need advanced report designing or query skills to build a report. Second, as already discussed, Power BI supports stream analytics. From factory sensors to social media sources, Power BI assists in real-time analytics to make timely decisions. Third, support for multiple data sources is one of the major features of Power BI. You can access various sources of data such as Excel, CSV, SQL Server, web files, etc. to create interactive visualizations. And finally, custom visualization. Custom visualization is another vital feature of Power BI. While dealing with complex data, Power BI's default standard might not be enough in some cases. In that case, you can access the custom library of visualization that meets your needs. Let us jump into discussing the various components of Power BI. As you can see, there are 6 major components of Power BI. Now let's discuss them one by one. First is Power Query. Power Query is the data transformation and mashup engine. It enables you to discover, connect, combine and refine data sources to meet your analysis need. It can be downloaded as an add-in for Excel or can be used as part of Power BI Desktop. Second, we have Power Pivot. Power Pivot is a data modeling technology that lets you create data models. It also allows you to establish relationships and create calculations. It uses data analysis expression language or DAX to model simple and complex data. Third, we have Power View. Power View is a technology that is available in Excel, SharePoint, SQL Server and Power BI. It lets you create interactive charts, graphs, maps and other visuals that brings your data to life. Next, we have Power Map. Microsoft's Power Map for Excel and Power BI is a 3D data visualization tool that lets you map your data and plot more than 1 million rows of data visually on Bing Maps in 3D format from an Excel table or data model in Excel. Then we have Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a development tool for Power Query, Power Pivot and Power View. With Power BI Desktop, you have everything under the same solution, and it is easier to develop BI and data analysis experience. Finally, we have Power Q&A. The Q&A feature in Power BI lets you explore your data in your own words. It is the fastest way to get an answer from your data using natural language. An example could be, what was the total sales last year? Once you have built your data model and deployed that into Power BI website, then you can ask questions and get answers easily. Now, let's see what Power BI Service is. Power BI Service is the software as a service part of Power BI. It is also referred as Power BI Online. To access Power BI Service, you need to log into app.powerbi.com. Now let me show you that. I'll go to Google, I'll open a new tab. and search for app.powerbi.com. It's loading. But this is how the homepage of Power BI service looks like. I've created some dashboards on it. First, you need to log into app.powerbi service. You can see I'm logged in. Now under my workspace, if I go to dashboard, here I've created a finance dashboard. You can see the different charts and graphs I've prepared and pinned it to the dashboard. So Power BI service allows you to connect to your data, create reports and dashboards, and you can also ask questions to your data. Now, as you can see in this dashboard, we have created some charts and graphs. So this is a tree map. There's a pie chart, there's a bar graph. Below you can see there are line charts and donut charts. It tells you the total sales that were made, the total number of units sold, the sales by product, sales by country, sales by segment, and lots more. One of the key features of Power BI is creating dashboards from multiple reports and datasets. Power BI dashboard is a single page visualization to tell a story. The visualizations on a dashboard are generated from multiple reports, and each report is based on one dataset. A single page dashboard is known as a canvas. The visualizations you see on the dashboard are called tiles. These tiles are pinned to the dashboard by report designers. Now let me go back to my dashboard. So this is called a canvas, and each of these are called tiles. So on the top, you can see we have 3 tiles. Now let's understand how to create and publish reports in Power BI dashboards. Power BI allows you to create different reports on Power BI desktop. These reports can be published on the Power BI dashboard using Power BI service. Here, you can see there is a Power BI report created on Power BI desktop. If you click on Publish, it will take you to the Power BI service where you can build a dashboard. Here is the button for Power BI Publish. Once you click on Power BI Publish, it will take you to the dashboard. So this is a single page Power BI dashboard on Power BI service. Now, let's understand the Power BI architecture. Power BI architecture is a service built on top of Azure. There are multiple data sources that Power BI can connect to. Power BI Desktop allows you to create reports and data visualizations on the dataset. Power BI Gateway is connected to on-premise data sources to get continuous data for reporting and analytics. Power BI services are basically the cloud services that are used to publish Power BI reports and data visualizations. Using Power BI mobile apps, you can stay connected to their data from anywhere. Power BI apps are available for Windows, iOS, and Android platforms.
Ever wondered what those people with fancy charts on their computers are doing? They are probably business analysts. So what's a business analyst? Think of them as the Sherlock Holmes of the business world. They look at lots of information and figure out how to make companies run better. And guess what? It's a pretty cool job right now. Lots of companies are trying to hire these folks. Want to know how much they make? On average, about $85,000 per year. Some of them even make over $120,000. Not bad, right? But here's the thing. To be really good at this job, you need to know some special words. It's like learning the secret code of business. And in today's video, we are going to look at the 10 important words every business analyst should know. And by the time we are done, you will be talking like a pro. So let's start with a little story. Meet John. John works at a company and is always overwhelmed by all the data terms his colleagues use during meetings. So words like KPIs, data warehouse, and analytics were thrown around, and John often felt lost. He knew understanding these terms was crucial for his career growth, so he decided to dive into learning about business intelligence. John started by learning what business intelligence actually means. He discovered that BI involves strategies and technologies that help companies analyze and manage their data. For example, if he worked at Spotify, BI could tell him which songs are getting the most plays, when people listen the most, and even predict the next big hit. This realization made John see how powerful BI could be for making informed business decisions. Alright, so let's dive in and let's understand what business intelligence actually is. Imagine you're running a popular ice cream shop, and business intelligence is like having a super smart helper that tells you everything about your business. Cool, right? So what exactly is business intelligence? It's all the tricks and tools companies use to understand their data better. It helps them make smart choices based on facts, not just guesses. For example, let's say you use a tool like Power BI in your ice cream shop. It might show you which flavors sell the most on hot days, what time your shop is busiest, and which toppings are most popular with kids. This info helps you make smart decisions like stocking up on popular flavors or hiring extra staff for busy times. Business intelligence is super important because it turns boring numbers into useful information that helps businesses grow and succeed. It's like having X-ray vision for your company. Next, let's talk about data visualization. So data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. By using visual elements like charts, graphs, and maps, data visualization tools provide an accessible way to see and understand trends, outliers, and patterns in data. For example, a bar chart showing the most popular pizza toppings in a delivery app. This is crucial for presenting data in an easy to understand format. Moving on, we have analytics. So analytics involves the systematic computational analysis of data. For example, using analytics to understand which times of day are busiest for a pizza delivery app. This term is important because it helps in making sense of large amounts of data and aids in decision making. Next up is KPI, that is key performance indicator. So a KPI is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectively a company is achieving key business objectives. For example, tracking the number of pizzas sold each month as a KPI to measure business performance. KPIs are essential for measuring performance and progress towards strategic goals. Now let's discuss data warehouse. So a data warehouse is a centralized repository for storing large volumes of structured data from multiple sources. For example, storing customer data from different gym branches in one place for analysis. It is used for reporting and data analysis and is a core component of business intelligence. Data warehouses are important for consolidating data from different sources and making it available for analysis. Next, we have database. So database is an organized collection of data generally stored and accessed electronically from a computer system. For example, a database storing member records for a gym. Databases are foundational for storing and managing data efficiently and are critical for any business intelligence processes. Moving forward, let's introduce data mining. So data mining is the process of discovering patterns and knowledge from large amounts of data. For example, a gym analyzing member attendance to identify the most popular class times. Data mining is important for extracting useful information from large data sets. Next, let's talk about dashboard. So dashboard is a business intelligence tool that allows users to track key metrics and KPIs. For example, a dashboard for a gym showing daily attendance, most used equipment, and membership growth. It provides a visual representation of data and helps in monitoring performance at a glance. Dashboards are crucial for real-time data monitoring and decision making. Next up is reporting. Reporting refers to the process of organizing data into informational summaries to monitor how different areas of a business are performing. For example, a monthly financial report summarizing income and expenses for a gym. Reports are essential for tracking progress, identifying trends, and making informed decisions. Finally, let's discuss SQL, that is Structured Query Language. So SQL is a standard programming language for managing and manipulating databases. For example, writing an SQL query to retrieve all gym members who joined last month. It is used to query, insert, update, and modify data. SQL is fundamental for anyone working with databases and business intelligence tools. Remember, whether you are running a multi-million-dollar corporation or a neighborhood lemonade stand, these BI tools and concepts can help you make smarter decisions and grow your business. They turn raw data into valuable insights, helping you understand your customer better, optimize your operations, and stay ahead of the competition. So with that, guys, we have come to the end of this session. I hope this video has helped demystify some key business intelligence terms for you. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more business and tech insights. If you have questions about BI or want to share your opinion, you can comment down in the comment section below.
Have you ever wondered how companies use data to make important decisions and improve their operations? Well, that's where business intelligence comes in. Business intelligence, also known as BI, is a set of tools and processes that help organizations analyze data and make informed decisions. It's like a crystal ball that helps businesses see into the future and make strategic decisions based on the data analysis. But how exactly does BI work? Well, it starts with collecting data from multiple sources like transaction data, customer data, and social media data. This data is then processed and analyzed using BI tools like dashboards, reports, and analytical models. The insights provided by BI helps organizations identify trends, patterns, and opportunities that they can use to make better decisions and drive growth. So in this video, we are going to take you through the core concept of what business intelligence is and why is it so important. But before that, if you enjoy watching such videos and find them interesting, then please subscribe to our channel because we bring the best videos for you daily. Also hit the bell icon to get notified whenever we drop a new video. Data present in this world is never ending. So are the jobs for people working on this data to make proper insights. So without any further delay, let's get started with what exactly is business intelligence.
Well, at its core, business intelligence, often referred to as BI, is the process of collecting, analyzing, and transforming raw data into actionable insights for business purposes. It helps organizations make informed decisions, enhance performance, and gain a competitive edge in today's dynamic market. So let's understand the steps involved in the processing of data. The first step in the business intelligence process is data collection. Businesses begin by identifying the relevant data sources for their operations, such as internal databases, customer interactions, website analytics, and social media platforms. Once identified, the necessary data is extracted from each source, which can be in various formats like spreadsheets or databases. Before proceeding, it's important to cleanse the data by removing duplicates, errors, or inconsistencies, ensuring its accuracy and reliability. The second step is data integration. With the collected data in hand, the next step is data integration. Businesses transform the data into a unified format that is compatible and consistent across different data sources. This transformation involves standardizing data formats, organizing fields, and creating a unified data structure. The transformed data from various sources is then merged into a central repository or data warehouse, serving as a single source of truth for further analysis and reporting. The third step is data analysis. Businesses select appropriate analysis techniques based on their objectives, which can include exploratory data analysis, statistical modeling, data visualization, or machine learning algorithms. Using these techniques, businesses uncover patterns, trends, and correlation within the data. These insights provide valuable information about customer behavior, market trends, operational efficiency, product insights, and more. To communicate the findings effectively, businesses create reports and visualizations that present the insights in a clear and understandable format. The fourth step is decision making and action. The final step in the business intelligence journey is turning insights into actions. Armed with the insights from data analysis, businesses make informed decisions. These decisions can range from optimizing operational processes and refining market strategies to improving customer experience and identifying new business opportunities. Businesses continuously monitor the impact of their decisions and actions using feedback loops and iterative processes to refine strategies, adapt to changing market conditions, and improve overall performance. Have you ever wondered how successful people can be after opting a postgraduate program in business analytics? Next question is, why is business intelligence so valuable to businesses? So let's explore its benefits. The first is enhanced decision making. By providing accurate and timely insights, BI enables organizations to make informed decisions based on facts rather than assumptions or intuition. This leads to improved efficiency, reduced risks, and better outcomes. Increased operational efficiency. Business intelligence streamlines operations by identifying bottlenecks, optimizing processes, and highlighting areas of improvement. This leads to enhanced productivity, cost savings, and overall efficiency gains. Competitive advantage. In today's competitive landscape, gaining a competitive edge is crucial. BI equips businesses with actionable insights about market trends, customer preferences, and competitors, enabling them to make strategic moves and stay ahead of the curve. Applications of business intelligence. Retail. BI helps retailers analyze customer buying patterns, optimize inventory levels, and personalize marketing campaigns, ultimately improving sales and customer satisfaction. Healthcare. By leveraging BI, healthcare providers can analyze patient data, optimize resource allocation, and identify patterns to enhance medical treatments and patient outcomes. Finance. BI enables financial institutions to assess risk, detect fraudulent activities, and identify investment opportunities, resulting in improved decision making and financial performance. Let's understand the tools for business intelligence. A number of BI tools are already present in the market, but let's go through the top business intelligence tools. Power BI. Microsoft's Power BI offers robust data visualization capabilities, interactive dashboards, and integration with various data sources. It's user-friendly and allows for collaboration and sharing within the organization. Tableau. Tableau is renowned for its interactive and intuitive data visualization features. It supports advanced analytics, custom calculations, and offers seamless integration with multiple data sources. ClickView. ClickView provides a comprehensive business intelligence platform with powerful data discovery, visualization, and reporting features. It allows users to explore data from various angles and uncover hidden insights. Looker. Looker offers a cloud-based platform for data exploration and visualization. It focuses on providing real-time insights and collaborative analytics, enabling teams to work together seamlessly. So there you have it, folks. Business intelligence is an essential tool that can help businesses succeed in today's marketplace.
With today's topic, which is about how to create Power BI dashboard in a few minutes. Yes, you heard me right. You can create a complete Power BI dashboard, or also known as a report, in just a few clicks and a few minutes. Now, in this particular video, we are minimizing the time in creating dashboard, because sometimes data cleaning process, you already know, if you're an expert or if you're a beginner in data analytics, you already know there are steps in data report or a dashboard, right? First, you load the data from a source. It can be cloud, PDF, Excel workbook, CSV, or anything. And after that, you do some data cleaning, right? You split the columns, or you eliminate some blank rows, blank columns, and some irrelevant data which does not fit, or some for more reference on data cleaning, you can also refer to the video, which is linked in the description box below. And so, right, that's the process. So basically, you import the data from the source, clean it, transform it, and then load it, and then create a dashboard, right? So in this particular video, we have the completely cleaned data set, which is really available for creating report, which will be also linked in the description box below if you want to follow us along. So with that, let's get started, right? So that's how it goes. Now let's have a look at our data. So our data has some row ID, order date, ship date. So basically, you can totally understand this particular data set is about sales report, right? Let's say I'm working with XYZ company, which is based on data analytics, and I get an email from my client that he or she wants to know how exactly the sales are performing, in what exact states or countries, and what exact regions, and what category of products or subcategory of products, and what's the sales quantity, order, profit, right? So let's say you have a one category or subcategory or a product which is giving you a high number of sales and profit, right? You want to improve more, you can increase the price. Or let's say you have some product which is not performing so well, right? So you can offer some discounts, let's say like 50% off, so that you can move out the product from your store, right? So some basically, if you analyze the data and you come up to a decision where which product is performing in which region or state or country, and which product is performing in not performing in which region, state or country, right? You can come up with a strategy for sales and improve your revenue. So that's the entire process, right? So with that said, so this is the data we have, and let's quickly jump onto Power BI and get going with creating a report or dashboard within a few minutes, right? So here we are on the Power BI desktop. So here, absolutely, you can see you can import data from Excel, you can import data from SQL Server, you can import data from a blank table, or use some sample data. Apart from that, you can also get data from different sources as well, right? See, we will be trying to do some automation, right? So regarding the automation, we can also go through another video from Simplilearn, which will help you understand how to automate the process of data transformation, cleaning, and uploading. So you can just give the file location here, the folder. So I'm going with the folder here. So it will give me a new window. You can go to browse, and I think I have my folder in downloads and Excel datasets. Excel. I think I'll be having that named as sales report. Yes, just click OK, and you have the sales report here. You can have a quick preview of the data. So here you have the options: combine, load, transform data, right? You can just directly load, because I've said you that this particular data set is completely clean and is ready for reports, right? So you can just select the data you want and just load, right? I'm doing it this way because let's say, let's not let's say, we have the data here in a form, in such a form that the data is from last 3 to 4 years, right? So let me select it this way. So in this case as well, it will take the Excel file, and even if you add some more data to it, it will apply the changes to it, right? So let's say we have the data for the last 4 years: 2020, 2019, 2021, 2, and 3. And since 2024 is not completed yet, we are not taking that data. Let's say we enter into 2025, then the new data for 2024 gets updated and loaded onto the same data table. And you don't have to process the data once again, clean it, transform it, load it. No, that's not gonna happen. You can just load the data, you can just drop the data on the Excel spreadsheet, and your dashboard or report will reflect the new changes automatically just by refreshing your dashboard, right? That's the automation you can do. So what exactly automation is? The process where human effort is not involved, and the computer or your any tool does the job for you, is called as automation, which reduces a lot of time of yours, and you can use that valuable time to plan on the strategies to improve your revenue, right? That's the overall motto of data analytics. Now that's the preview of the data. I'm just going to directly load it. I'm not going to transform it, because it's completely clean and transformed data and ready for reports. So here you go, and you can close. If there are minute errors, you can just close it. And if you want to check your data, you can go to your data here, and you can have the sample data right here, right? If you check the R date, not ship date, sorry, ship date can enter into 2023 as well, right? So here you have 2020 and the other dates, right? So you will have, okay, let's go to the data filter. So you basically have 4 years, not 2024, right? So that's the way. If you just add the 2024 data, it will automatically reflect in the visualization. Now, all that we need is create a dashboard or report which will help us analyze some data, right? So let's get started. Just double click on the report section, and here you'll have icon or wizard which will ask you what exactly you're looking for. Preparing Q&A. So I want region-wise sales, and I want it in a bar graph. There you go. You have the region-wise sales in bar graph. Press on OK, and you have it. And you can place it somewhere in the corner. Then if you want another one, double click, and you want category-wise category sales, and let's take that in pie chart. Category sales pie, and here you have it. Press on agree and accept, and you have it over here. And year-on-year sales in a line graph, sales by date, or sales by date line graph. Here you have it, accept that, so that you can identify which is the peak performance year or peak performance date for us, which gave us the highest number of sales in a certain region, right? So here we have it. You can place it, you can customize it, right? And now let's go for subcategory. Double click and subcategory. I think we have a hyphen or space there. Sales. The type of chart you want, you can go with the donut one. Select that and agree. So you have a subcategory wise sale, and now let's go with region wise. I mean the country wise, right? So let's go to the data again here. So here we have segment city, state, country. Okay, let's go with country now, right? Country sales map chart. So whenever you have a region or state or a country involved, go with map charts. It's the best way to represent, right? So we have considered European nations over here. So for that reason, we have the European states here. And now we can let's go with the data once again and have a look what else we can do. And shipment mode, right? So you have the shipment mode as well. So you can identify what type of shipment mode customers are majorly preferring. Shipment mode, bar graph, agree. So basically, I think we have three types of shipment mode. Let's check the column name of shipment mode properly. Ship mode. It's not shipment mode, it's ship mode, right? So let's type again. Ship mode, bar graph. Okay, shipment mode sales, bar graph. There you go. So agree, accepted. So you have standard shipment is the most preferred one. Now we have this, so let's add some KPIs here. So KPI of sales, you will adjust that, agree, there you go. And let's add a KPI for profit, and you have it, agree. KPI for revenue, double click. Let's check if we have a column called revenue. Quantity, discount, profit, right? So let's go with quantity and discount. So revenue is not added, so it's okay. So you can identify which product or subcategory is highly selling in number of quantities. So you'll have the sum of profit, sum of sales, sum of quantity, and what else we left? The last one, discount and rate. Sales, discount, profit. So let's identify if we have offered any. Okay, so let's add a KPI of rate as well. If we are completely focusing on a single product, a single category, we must be having a KPI for rate as well. Double click somewhere, KPI on rate. There you go, accept it, and you have the completely formatted dashboard or sales report ready for a meeting. Let's close all these so that we have a better visualization, and you can just go to the slideshare mode or fit to the page mode where you can have it. That's good. So this is how you create a completely fully functional sales report or sales dashboard just within a few clicks and just within a few minutes. Let's say I want the sales report only for central region. Click that and it's completely interactive. And let's say we don't want that, click outside and you will have everything back to the normal, right? And let's say I wanted to focus on a particular category, technology category alone. I have the sales happening and the subcategory of sales and what are the products over here, right? You'll have that, and which is the country happening to ship the most of them, and what's the shipment more preferred by them, and highest performing date or year. So here you can see 2022 June was the highest performance for sales, and the lowest one is somewhere here in March 2020 or something, right? So that's how you can create a fully interactive dashboard or report based on sales data in a few minutes and in a few clicks. And that brings us to the end of this tutorial on the topic how to create a completely functional sales report or sales dashboard in a few clicks and in a few minutes.
Let's do some practical hands-on demo with Power BI. So this is how the Power BI desktop interface looks like. On the left, you have the report view, the data view, and the model view. The report view is where you visualize your data with different charts and graphs to build reports. The data view allows you to view the whole data, while the model view is where you check if there are any relationships between the tables. On the right, you can see the different visualizations that you can build. We'll quickly run through all of these in our demo. So here you can see there's a finance sample data that will help you draw insights about the sale of products in different countries. We will create a report to visualize different charts and graphs and analyze those sales. So let me go to my Power BI desktop. First, we'll import our data. So let me go to our Get Data tab and choose Excel as my data source. I click on Excel. So here is our finance sample data. We'll select sheet 1. You can see the data here. Click on it and then select Load. This might take some time to load the data. Now if I go to my Data tab, you can see the entire data set. It has fields such as segment, country in which the sales was made, the name of the product, the units sold, and the sales price, and many more. Let's start building our report now. I'll go to my report view. So first let me create a text box. Let me resize it. Let me name it as Finance Dashboard. We'll increase the size of the text. We'll use font Consolas, center it. We'll also add a background to this. We use blue color, change it to white, and increase the size. Now, let me first show you how you can create a matrix. I'll go to Visualizations and click on Matrix. Let me resize it. From the Datasheet tab, I'll select Sales and drag onto Values. So you can see the total number of sales that were made. Now, let me do some formatting. So I'll go to the Format tab, click on Column Headers. Let's add a background color and let me increase the text size to 20. Similarly, under Values, we'll increase the size of the text to 20 as well. We can also click on Border and choose the color of the border. May take as, let it be black. So this is a simple matrix that we created which shows the total number of sales that were made. Similarly, let me choose matrix once again. Now we'll drag on the units sold onto values. We'll continue with the same drill. Under column headers, we'll add a background. This time let's choose some other color, and under values, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Even for the column headers, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Again, we'll switch on border. We'll resize a bit. So here we have two matrices created for our report. The first matrix shows us the total sales that were made. The second matrix shows you the total units that were sold. Now let's move ahead and create a simple bar chart. So under Visualization, I click on Clustered Column Chart. Under this, we'll drag the date column onto axis and the sales onto value. Let me expand it. So it shows you the sales by year. This is the sales that were made in 2013 and this shows you the sales that were made in 2014. Now there's a drill down option which gives you more granularity. This depicts the sales by quarter. If I drill down further, you can see this shows you the sales by month. Also, you have some options like sort by and sort by sales. So you can see October month made the highest number of sales. Moving ahead, let me now create a pie chart where we will see the sales by different segments. Under Visualization, I'll click on Pie Chart. Let me first resize it. Here, I'll drag the segment column onto the legend and the sales column onto the values. As you can see, we have the sales made by different segments. Government segment made the highest number of sales with 44.22%. Now let me add a border to both the visualization. I'll click on the pie chart and go to the Format tab. I'll switch on the border. Similarly, for the clustered column chart, I'll go to the Format tab and click on Border. Now let me resize a bit. Alright. Next, we'll create a very simple table that will depict the total sales made by each product. So under Visualizations, I click on Table. Let me bring this below. So from the data sheet, I'll first drag product onto values. You can see the different products, and then sales just below it. So this depicts the total sales that were made by each product. And finally, it displays the total value of the sales that were made. This is same as the one shown here. Now let's do some formatting. Under Format tab, I'll go to Values and increase the text size to 15. Let me expand it. Also, under column headers, I'll increase the text size to 15. Then let me go and add a border. Now let me create a map that will show you the sales that were made by each country. So first, let me create a new page, and under Visualization, I'll click on Map. Now I'll drag the country column onto Location. So you can see we have our map ready, and we'll drag sales onto Size. You can see the different countries and the sales that they made. If I move the map, you can see the sales made in the Europe region. Let me resize it. I'll add a border to this. Now let me go ahead and create a donut chart that will show you the profit by each segment. Under Visualizations, I'll click on Donut Chart. I'll move this to the top. Now from the data sheet, I'll add profit onto the values and segment onto the legend. If I expand this, you can see government segment made the highest amount of profit with 65.04%. Let me resize this and we'll add a border. Okay, in the final visualization, I'll show you how to create a tree map. This tree map will tell you the total amount of sales made by each product. So under Visualizations, I'll click on the tree map. Let me expand it. I'll drag sales onto values and product onto group. So here you can see our tree map and the sales made by each product. You can see now we have our report ready. We have created two separate canvases to visualize our data. Now, if you want to change the color of these bars, you can simply go to the Format tab, and under Data Colors, you can choose whichever color you want. In Power BI Desktop, you have an option to switch your theme. This will make your dashboard or the report look more attractive. So now we are under the default mode. Let's try out different themes. That's Frontier, it's Temperature, Solar, which is a little yellowish. The one which I like is Tidal. I hope this was helpful in making you understand the basics of Power BI and how it works. You learned the various features and the components of Power BI and looked at the architecture of Power BI. Finally, you saw a demo to create a report using Finance Dataset.
Now, let's get started by how to install Power BI in Windows operating system. To install Power BI, go to Google and search for Power BI Desktop Download. Now, click on the first link and then you will be redirected to the official web page of Microsoft Power BI. Here, you have to scroll a little towards bottom and select your language, which is English, and then click on Download. This will give you two options. So based on your processor, select one. My system is 64-bit, so I'll be selecting this one. Now download. The file will be 558 MB, so it might take a little time. Now you can see your Microsoft Power BI is getting downloaded. So if we go into the download section, you can clearly see it. So here it is getting downloaded. It might take a little time. Now the file has been downloaded. Just run the file and you can directly go to next, since the default language is English. And in case if you want to select a particular language, you can go to the select language option and select your particular language you're searching for. It might take a while. There you go. So the installation process has been started. Now you can click on next. And now you can read all the terms and agreements and click on accept. You can change the location if you want, but I'll be keeping it as default. Again, if you want to create a shortcut, you can on desktop. I'll keep it as it is. Now install. It might take a while. So Power BI has got successfully installed. You can see the desktop icon there. Double click on it and you can start Power BI. So firstly, it is open source. If you want to have a licensed version of it, just get the license or buy now option. And for now, let's use the open source version. So this is the Power BI window and those are the charts. And these are the data connections if you want to get connected to your data sources. You can also have shortcuts to that.
Now, what are the steps to connect to data? So now we will go directly into Power BI and try to import one by one few most commonly and popularly used data sets which are most commonly used in a day-to-day activity. Rest, of course, there are Power BI supports n number of data sources, but we will do something practical on the most popular ones. So let's open our Power BI. Now this is my Power BI, and first I want to show you that how can I import data directly from a web page and import the data. Now it is asking for a URL in order to import data. So what I have done is I have created a Google Excel sheet with simple data with rows and columns, and what I have done is I have shared this sheet as published to web. Okay, so you just need to say publish to the web, the link as web page, and say done. It's automatically published, and say link. So copy the link which you have published on the web, copy this link and then go back to your Tableau, paste that link over here and click OK. Now Power BI will try to establish a connection with this Google Doc sheet because it's published on the web. You need to wait for a while it is reading. Okay, now it has read one of the HTML tables, so I'll select this one. Now you can see it is showing me a preview of the table which is there on my Google sheet, right? It has 11 rows, so it has all showed all the 11 rows. So now I can go and transform this data because I can see my headers are there starting from the second row. So there is an opportunity for me to transform the data. So I'll go and transform it so that it looks clean. Okay, so first is I need to remove the first row, which is the null row. Remove the top rows. Okay, and then I need to use the first row now as a header. So you just click this option, use first row as headers. That's it. So now if you see my row ID, order date, ship date, all my data is now ready. So I can say close and apply. Click apply changes. Now this is an example of web data import. You can go and preview your data. Right now, the biggest advantage of this data connection is that it's a live data. So for example, I insert another row. Let me change the order ID. I've changed some basic stuff, and it's auto saved. Control S. Now I'll go to my Tableau and I'll refresh. Now you can see as I refreshed my Power Query Editor, I clicked refresh all and I got my new row which is there in the live data. I got that fetched from my okay, I got that row, the row ID number 12. So I have to say close and apply. Now you can see the new row, the row number 12 is now available in my new data set, in the data set, because it's a live connection. It's a live connection with the web-based Google Sheet. Okay, so this is one important way in which you can import data. Now let's try to import data from a text file. Now I have already prepared a text file called subcategories.txt. Now let me just open it in a notepad. Now it's a very plain simple file, tab separated file in which you have product subcategory ID, subcategory name and product category key. So basically to which product category this particular subproduct belongs to, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my get data option and I'm going to select text/CSV option and I'm going to select option mod product subcategories.txt. Okay, so now Power BI has identified that it's a tab delimited file, it has recognized the headers, etc. right, and I can now directly load this file. Okay, so now once the data is imported in Power BI, it is like irrelevant to me, it's a composite data import I am doing, right? So in my presentation, when I am talking about importing data, there are different importing modes, right? Data import can happen through different ways. Okay, one is direct query mode, in which I create a live connection to the database, which I'll also show you using MySQL and MS SQL Server. And also you can do a composite mode in which you can have data imported from Excel, plus you can have direct query modes. So you can have multiple modes to connect and create a composite data model, and that's what we are doing right now in our practical. So what we are doing over here is, one, we have imported data from the web. Second, we have imported data from a text table. Now after doing text, now our next task is to import from CSV. Let's try another one. So now I have imported product subcategory. Now I'll import a CSV file. So again I'll choose the option text/CSV, and now in this CSV file, let me open this CSV file and show you what is it. So this is a list of all my products, product key, product subcategory key, products stock keeping unit, etc. A simple CSV file, and I'm going to import that. Okay, so now it has identified the delimiter is comma rather than a tab, and it has already recognized the headers correctly, so I'll load it. Okay, so now my products are there, product subcategories are there. For product categories, now what I have done is I have created a Excel mode now. So now Excel I'm using to import my product category. So now I have to click on the option of import data from Excel, and I'll say product categories. Select the sheet, load, and now so my products, product categories, product subcategories, though with different data storage types, but still now the data is imported into Power BI. It is a composite data model. Now another very important data type which you can import is the PDF also, right? So what I have done is I have created a PDF called customers. My customers data is lying in a PDF. So what I have done is I have created a PDF which has data for some columns are there, like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status, gender, email address, annual income, total children, etc., etc. So this is the data set which I have created in PDF. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select PDF now and import customers.pdf, and see it has recognized my table on page 1 which I'm going to load. Okay, you can rename this as PDF table. So this basically, these are the different type of data types. We have imported PDF, Excel, text, CSV and web page. Now let's take a look at another interesting data set which we want to import is the MySQL Server data set. So what I have done is I've already installed MySQL Server on my local instance, and there's already a schema of SQLite tutorial over there, and I have certain tables already prepared over there like department, employee, etc. So my goal is now to import this data or create a live connection with this data set. Now in order to import my SQL database connection in Power BI, you need to first download a connector, MySQL Power BI connector. So you need to go to this link and then click on download and install the MySQL connector. Based on the operating system you have, you click on download and install it. After you have done this, go back to Power BI and then give the IP address of the database. In my case, it's there in this local machine, and the schema which I want to import is SQLite tutorial. So I'll give the name, click connect. Okay, now it's connected. So now it is asking me which particular tables you want to create a connection with. I'm choosing department and employee, and I'm just loading them. Okay, so now this is the exact data which is there in the employee and department in MySQL. Okay, so this is one example of how to create connectivity between Power BI and MySQL. Now I want to do the same thing using SQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server. So I have also installed Microsoft SQL Server on my machine, and I have used the SQL Express. So this is the name of my server, so which I'll copy the server name and go to get data, select SQL Server, and for now database is optional. I can say direct query, click OK. Okay, now it is showing me what all tables I can import. So in my SQL Server tutorial, in my SQL Server, I have these three tables: customers, employee attrition, Olympic events. So I can use probably the customers one, which is now you can see this is the data, the customers data, which is lying in my SQL Server. Okay, so I can preview it and load it. So now you can preview the data in Power BI. That this is the data. So I can rename as customers from MS SQL, and this is from MySQL, and okay, so now this is not the only data sets you can import. Now if you take a look at the options which Power BI gave of what different type and variations of data it can it has compatibility to import from. Okay, so we can just take a look at the categorization on the left hand side first. There are file based like Excel, text, XML, JSON is also possible. You can evenly directly import an entire folder, and within the folder whatever data types of files are there, it will detect it. PDF, Parquet, or even SharePoint folder, which is itself a Microsoft technology. Then different kind of databases, SQL Server and MySQL we just saw, but it's not only limited to this. You can connect to Microsoft Access, SSAS, Oracle database, IBM DB2, Postgres, Sybase, Teradata, and then SAP databases, Amazon, Redshift, Impala, Vertica, Snowflake, and n number of databases which are there in the market today, Amazon, etc. Then it also allows you to connect with its own Power platforms, Power BI platforms, data marts, Power BI data flows, Dataverse, etc. Azure, there are different kind of storage mechanisms in Azure, and Azure itself is a Microsoft technology, so it has a compatibility with a lot of Azure based data storages like Azure SQL database, blob storage, Azure Databricks, right, Azure HD Insight Spark. So if you have those kind of services running on your Azure cloud services, you can even import them over here. Now online services, like you have ERPs running or some data which is shared on the internet. If you want to import it, that is also possible through certain products. Dynamics 365, Microsoft Exchange Online, Salesforce, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, GitHub, LinkedIn Sales. If you want to do some analysis of some social networking, feeds, that also you can import. Then other miscellaneous are also there, web-based, Hive, R script, Python script, if there's something to import, get data from. Google Sheets, like we saw one example in our video right now. So there are multiple options available. Now, once you have imported the data which is relevant to you, in our subsequent sessions we will see how to create relationships, but just giving you a glimpse that whatever data you are importing, Power BI auto detects certain relationships and it will create for you, but then you can go and manually also change. So this is the composite data model which is getting created in the backend while you are importing the data. You can easily go and manage these relationships, either keep them as is, you can delete and create new ones manually. So there is no limitation in that. So this is what we have witnessed. We have imported data from different files types, data types, and then we have tried to, once it is imported into Power BI, then there is no limitation of how you use it. You can create visualizations across different data sets and then create your standard reports. So this is the example of importing data from web, importing data from a database, from a PDF, and then once you have data, you can shape and combine data. You can basically do whatever transformation you want to do. You want to make joins, merge the data. So for example, if we go back to our Power BI, and if I go back to my transform data section, now as I have now different data sets available with me, I can do any kind of operation, transformation on the data, right? So like I showed you, I upgraded the header row because one of the imported data was not showing the header correctly, or this column, like this exact one column is extra, I can remove the column, right? All those transformations, whatever I do in the backend gets captured in the applied steps section, right? This is the customer data. You can create, you can merge it, you can append it, with other data sets, right? Let's, for example, I want to create a merge data set of my categories and subcategories. So I can say merge, select those two data sets and say merge queries as new, and I can select product categories and product subcategories, select product category key on both the sides, and then they do a left auto join. So whatever product categories are there, I'll get the subcategories associated with it, and I'll create a new table which will have, now I have the table which has the category and the subcategory in one table itself. So I can rename it now to as category subcategory table. It's a merge. Basically, it's a join between category and subcategory, and now I have a common table, right? And I can close and apply. So imagine I have created a new table which is created from one data set which is Excel based, and another data set which is text based. See this category subcategory table. So now I can use it the way I want in my visualization reports. So that's what the presentation says, right? That once you have the imported data, you can shape, you can combine, you can adjust, you can do whatever transformation you want to do and create your visualization.
What is Power BI? It is a business intelligence tool to visualize your data and share insights across your organization. So when we talk about BI, it came into existence as a self-service BI tool, and it does have different components which can be used. Now, before we get into details of Power BI, let's understand what are the different components, or what are the different ways in which you can work on your Power BI. Now, one of the main challenges when it comes to organizations or users is that data is scattered in different places. It might be in different formats, and everyone would want to use that data to basically perform some calculations, create visualizations or dashboards which could be interactive, and that's where they would want to bring all the data in one place, might be transform it so that you can filter out and not load huge amount of data in your system, and you can work on selective data. So when it comes to Power BI, it helps us in ETL, it helps us in data modeling, it helps in data storage and reporting. So what are the benefits of Power BI? Here are some of the benefits. So extract intelligence rapidly and accurately. So that's basically transforming your enterprise data into rich visuals and accurate reports for enhanced decision making. Now, one thing we already know, that when we talk about data in raw format might have a lot of hidden information. If we look at different data sets, which I'll show you in the process, it might have a lot of meaning, but then the real meaning comes out of the data if we can create visualizations, if we can create relationships between different data sets, and thus that can help us in enhanced decision making. Now, Power BI supports advanced data services. It integrates seamlessly with advanced cloud services like Cortana to provide results for the verbal data queries as well. When you talk about seamlessly integrating with existing applications, that's one more benefit of Power BI. So it adopts analytics and reporting capabilities easily to embed interactive visuals quickly in your applications. You can build rich personalized dashboards. So it basically provides a unified user experience with customized dashboard and reports that meet your exact needs. It also has a way where you can have secure way of publishing your reports. So you can set up automatic data refresh and rapidly publish reports, allowing multiple users to avail the latest information across your organization or across your working community. So Power BI can connect to different sources. We'll see that in a while. So basically you have an option which says get data, and that basically opens up a window where you can find different type of data sources such as Excel, your CSV or text, JSON, PDF, getting data from databases, or directly accessing data from databases. Now, before we get further into understanding how Power BI looks like, it would be a good idea to share information in how you can set that up on your machine. So when it comes to your Power BI, and let me open up a notepad here. So for example, I bring up a notepad. Let's say when you talk about your Power BI components, so you basically have Power BI desktop, and that's mainly your playground, or that's mainly used for any kind of development activities. You have your Power BI server, or you can say service. Now this one is where you would make reports online and share or make them available to different BUs. Now that's one more component of Power BI. And then you also have your Power BI mobile, which is mainly for viewing the information, or I would say viewing reports. So these are the three main components. We can also look at the licensing information of these. So these are the main. So Power BI desktop is something which you can set up on your laptop or on your machine. Power BI server is where you can log in with your user ID and password, and Power BI mobile is mainly to view your reports. Now, how do you set this up before you can explore or start working on Power BI? So here is a link which you can basically use. So if you look into this, so this one basically says service, self-service sign up for Power BI. It says sign up of Power BI service as an individual. Normally when you would want to use Power BI, you can use a website called HTTP, and then you have basically app, and let's say I think it's called app.powerbi.com. Now this is the place where you can basically log in. Now if you see here, I have created an account, and if you look at my account, it says auatl.onmicrosoft.com. Now how do you get this kind of email? Because when you talk about Power BI, it will expect you to have a official ID, and it does not take IDs which are from common domains such as Google or Yahoo and so on. So this particular link gives you an idea how you can do that. So basically you have what is Power BI, basic explanation on that. It says signing up for Power BI service. So Power BI desktop, it's a totally free download. And then you have mobile apps, also a totally free download. And here it says that what kind of email addresses it supports. And if we look into this, you have to either sign up, because that does not accept your private email IDs, or you can go for this one which says enroll US government organization, and this is where you can basically sign up for Power BI. So it basically says try free. If you go to the website, say powerbi.microsoft.com, or you could go into this one which I was saying, http://app.yourpowerbi.com, and this is what you can use. Or as mentioned, you can go to powerbi.microsoft.com. For example, if I open this in a different tab, it takes me to Power BI Microsoft. I can say start free. I can click on this. It says try free. But then when it asks you to sign in, this is where some of us face problem, because it does not take your private email ID. Now, how do you tackle that? What you can do here is on this page, which says learn about alternate ways to sign up, you can basically open up this link. And in this link, it says sign up for Power BI with a new Microsoft 365 trial account. And what you can do is you can basically click on this link, which takes you to the Office 365. And what you can do here is you can search for something which says, say, 365E3, and here you have try it for free. So in my case, it is translating. Okay. So here you have an option which says try it for free. Click on this one and then basically go ahead with your sign up process. Now, once you do that, you can basically create an account or give a email ID. So it asks you to give an email ID to check if you already have an account. And once you do that, it will guide you through the process where you can create an account like I have done. Now, once you have done that, so for example, we can go into this page, which I said http://app.powerbi.com. Now, once you have created an account, you would be asked to log in. Now I can click and log in here and then basically give in my password. And once I do that, it takes me to the Power BI server or service. Now, on the top right, it might say that go for a trial version. I have already selected that, and this is a pro trial which is giving me validity for 60 days. So this is the service which I can use. Now what it means is I can be using my Power BI desktop, which would be also installed. So once you log into this page, you can basically click on apps. You can basically search for something like Power BI, and that will show up an app and you can install and download on your machine. Now, once that is there, you can basically bring it up. So for example, in my case, I can just say Power BI desktop, and that's the app which I have installed on my machine, and basically that comes up. So that's your Power BI desktop which is coming up, and it will still ask you to sign in so that you can share your information through Power BI. So you see here on the top, I'm already signed in, and here it also shows you some tutorials and videos which basically helps you in getting to know something more or what's new. So you can always browse that. So you would have your Power BI desktop which would be set up. You would also have your Power BI service which would be running, and then basically whatever you have developed on your Power BI desktop, you can share that through the Power BI service. Now, usually when you talk about licensing, I can give you brief insights here. So you basically have your Power BI service, as I said, licensing. So you have the pro version, which is basically your $9.9 per user per month, and basically it has some kind of limitation. So it has, say, max 10 gigabyte. You can work on some features like incremental refresh is not allowed. You can always look onto the Microsoft website for more details, and in those kind of cases you usually go for the premium account if you are a extensive user. And premium account basically is conditional based, so it depends on your requirements, and then basically you pay for the service what you use. So that's mainly about your servicing. Now when you talk about your server and service, as I said, it is basically making your reports online and sharing and making them available to different BUs. So that is the highlight. So when you talk about sharing reports, that's one of the things. You have anomaly detection, that's also possible here. You can talk about automation of reports. You have security, that is, you can go for role based or role level based kind of security implementation. All those are some of the features of your Power BI server and service. So it is good to know and basically have your desktop and Power BI service set up. Now once you have that, then you basically have your Power BI. Now when you talk about your Power BI, it basically helps you with various things. So this is how easily you can have it set up, and then basically you can explore this. So for example, as I was saying, Power BI can connect to different data sources. Now I do have an option here which says get data, I can click on this and that shows me all the different data sources. I can even click on more if I am interested in looking what more Power BI desktop tool helps me to do. So it shows me all the different ways in which you can get the data. You see here the servers, so the database services, your folders, your different formats. You can click on file formats or databases. You can look at Power Platform. So if basically you are connecting to a platform and getting some services, you can connect to the cloud, that is Azure. You have online services, and then you have other options. So these are all the ways in which you can get your data. When you talk about visualizations, you see a lot of visualization options here which can be used once your data is loaded, and I will explore and explain more about this. So you have something called as insert, wherein you can go in for different visuals or different types. You can also get into, say, transform the data. Now that basically is going to pop up and bring a Power Query editor. Now that's where a lot of your ETL works happen. So when you do a transform data, it opens up Power Query editor, which we can use to transform the data or change the data or modify the data as per our requirement before loading all of it into our Power BI. So you also have option here which says modeling, wherein we can create new tables or we can work on our data where we can manage relationships. So as of now, we don't have any data, so it does not show this one as activated, but that can be activated. This is where you can view your reports. So this is, in short, exploring your Power BI. We'll see what are the different options which we can use here. So it basically supports different kind of data. So when we look at the visualization pane, that basically allows us to create different kind of visualizations here, and we will understand that. So you can basically visualize on your different data and create different kind of charts, graphs, maps, and basically derive insights from your data. Now, when you talk about data models, that's where you can basically establish relationships. So when you talk about data models, it is basically used to connect multiple data sources to build a relationship. Now, we might have different data sets, or we might have data coming in from different tables where we may want to basically get insights or get data from multiple data sources for our purpose. Now, in that case, data models do help us. So for example, if you have two tables, let's look at the standard tables. So you have products lookup table and you also have the sales table. Now, usually what you have in any kind of scenario is, if we basically say you have your data tables, so that's basically where your data resides, and then you have series of your lookup tables. So usually you might have, say, your data tables here, and this is what I'm talking about, which might have some data. For example, let's say sales is one of them. You might have some other data table which might be, for example, let's say budget table, or might be something else. And these are your data tables. Now at the other end, you might have your lookup tables. So basically you have various lookup tables, and these lookup tables, for example, let's say this one is customer, this one is territory, let's say this is product, and let's say this one is a calendar. So these are basically my lookup tables. So we can basically, as I said, your data might be coming in from different sources, let's say database, or let's say some kind of files, or let's say some kind of systems what you have. So your data might be coming in from different places. Now you might want to transform the data. So this is where I could say there is your query editor. which I was explaining. So you have your query editor, which basically allows you to edit the data table, or basically allows you to edit the data before it is loaded, right? You can hide a column, you can add a new column, you can modify your column. So your query editors would be basically used to work on the data which goes into your data tables. Now, you might have a lot of lookup tables, as I said. So let's say these are my lookup tables and these are my data tables. So what we need is, sometimes we need information based on our lookup tables and data tables. Now that's where data modeling comes into picture. So basically, if I would want to extract information from here, so I can notice that there is a product key here and there is a product key here. Now this is where we are already talking about, say, foreign keys, or we are talking about your relationships. Right now, when you talk about relational databases, you have something called as foreign key constraints, which is in Power BI terms, I would say it's not exactly a constraint, but it is more of a filter propagation instead, which is used to basically connect your different data sources. And you could have basically cross filter directions. You can go for single or one to one or one to many or many to many kind of relationships, which basically allows you to work on the data. So we will learn more about data models when we are doing a quick demo there, where we can talk a little bit about normalization and denormalization, the way the data exists, right? And then you basically would want to gather insights from your data. So when you talk about your two data sources, as I said, so you have a products lookup table, you have a sales table. Now if you would want to calculate the total order quantity of each product name, which is, we are talking about the order quantity as a information here, and you have product name here. Now how do you get that information? What we see here is, we would want something like this, or we would want more information. So how do we do that? So what we can do is, the order quantity for each product is basically showing us the same value. Now this is because the product and sales tables are not connected and there is no relationship between them. Even if you would want to take two sources and just get information out of them, Power BI would complain that there is no relationship established between them. So what we do is, we create a data model. So what we do is, we build a relationship between both the tables using a common key column, which exists in both cases. As I said, there is a product key here, there is a product key here. So that basically allows us to have a relationship between these two. Now that could be one to one. This could also be related to other tables. So it could be one to many. You could have many to one. So all those relationships are possible. So product key is basically used to create a relationship. You see the arrow mark, and then there is also this star, which can basically mean one to many. Now when the product key is used to join these two tables or form a relationship, then we can look at the product names and the order quantities, which basically gives me a total. Now that's the basic use of your data models. Now what about this DAX? So basically, data analysis expressions. Now that's a library of functions and operators that can be combined to build formulas and expressions in Power BI desktop. Usually when we work on our data sources, when we would want to connect them, it automatically shows us these data analysis expressions. However, this gives us extension. It basically gives us more power to work on our data. Now, sometimes instead of working on DAX or DAX expressions, it would be good to go for better data modeling and have the relationships established better. And sometimes when the relationships are established, you could use your DAX, which basically gives you more power on working on your data. So your values are calculated based on information from each row of a table. It appends values to each row in a table and stores them in the model. It increases the file size. So that's what happens. Now you can right click on any column to add a new column. And for example, in this one, it shows that there was a quantity type calculated column, which was based on the calculation what we see here on the top in the expression bar, which says what kind of calculation was performed, and that basically gives us the value for quantity type, and that is basically added here to our existing data. So that's the power of DAX and Power BI. So you also have something called as measures. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So basically here, if you see, we are working on AW underscore sales, and then we have selected quantity sold. And what we are looking at in the report is we can basically right click on any table name to add a new measure here. So we have added what we call as quantity sold as the measure. So values are calculated based on information from any filters in the report. We will see this, how this can be done. And that basically here, the measure does not increase the file size. It does not create new data in the table themselves in comparison to what we were seeing earlier, that is your calculated columns. So these are your type of DAX functions. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So you have date and time, which basically allows you to work on date and time data or fields. You have logical functions which allow us to create new filters or add more filters to our data. You have text functions which basically allows us to say transform the data into a lowercase or an uppercase, or basically get the length of a string, or concatenate two fields, or basically do a filtering based on some criteria, or replacing some content. You also have statistical functions which can be used. You have information functions which can be used. So these are different types of DAX functions which we can use in Power BI. So we will learn more on Power BI through a quick demo where we can use some data sets, and those data sets could be found on internet, although I can also upload that on a GitHub link and you will have access to those data sets. So let's learn about Power BI through a quick demo by uploading some data sets and playing with those data sets. Let's look at a sample data set and let's upload it. And as I explained, while uploading, let's also transform the data so that we can have selective fields or selected data loaded here instead of loading the complete data set. And then let's see how we can visualize this, or how we can use the information in this data set. Now what we can do here is we can click on get data, and then we can choose one of the data formats which we would be looking for. So for example, I can go for Excel and basically click on this. Now here are some of my data sets. So let's look into the folder here, and these data sets are also available on my GitHub link, which I'll share with you later. So here we have something called a superstore. Let's click on this, and here I already have a data set which is global superstore, or I also have selective data. So let's select this one, click on open. Now that's basically connecting to my data source, and that will show me what does that Excel sheet have. So it has different tabs, which is orders, people, and returns. So let's select orders, and that basically gives me a preview of the data which I have. And if you scroll all the way to right, it shows me city, state, and then country. And if you see here, we do see information of all the countries. Now this can be huge amount of data which we would want to look into. But say for example, my use case is that I'm interested in looking for the data for United States and as a country and all its states. So we will do that when we do a transform. Now we can also select the returns tab, and that shows me these three fields. However, the first row should have been the heading of this a particular data set, and we will transform that. Now I can go ahead and click on load, but that will load all the data. So instead of that, let's go for transforming. So let's click on transform data. Now once you do that, it brings you your toolkit, that brings you your Power Query Editor, which allows you to transform your data. So for example, we have data from returns tab or returns data source, as you see here. So we see column 1, column 2, and column 3, and that also shows the type of the data here. It also gives me a quick small option here. Let's select this, and then I can say use first row as header. Now there are various other options which you can do. You can add a custom column, you can add column with examples, you can keep the top rows, you can remove the top rows, you can keep errors, keep duplicates. So there are different ways, and you can also do a merge query or append query. So as of now, let's just say use first row as headers. And that basically shows that now my first row has become the header. You also see in the applied steps, it basically tells me if I have changed the type of the data. If I have made any other changes, those steps will get added here. So it basically shows me the name as it returns. It shows me applied steps where I've changed the type, and now I basically have this information. Now this is something where you can change the type, or you can basically set it to a particular format. However, we are not doing anything of that sort right now, so we can do that for any of these columns. So this looks good. When it comes to orders, let's click on this, and as I said, I would be interested in selecting for country as United States only, and let me just work on that data. However, we can work on all the data. So let me scroll all the way to right, and here I have the country. Now there are these filters which we can use. So basically I can click on this, and that shows me all the countries are selected. Now there is also something called as text filters, which we will see how we can use to select particular data. I basically have other ways of filtering the data. So for example, now I will just uncheck the select all, and what I would be interested is in United States. So let's type it here. That shows me as an option here. Select this, and then basically say okay. So that should basically now filter out, and it shows me the data is United States only, and then you have different states and rest of the data remains. So if you look at the applied steps, it tells me that there are filtered rows. Now we have done the basic transformation for this data set on these two data sources, that is orders and returns. So here you have an option which says close and apply. So close the query editor window and apply any pending changes. You can click on this and it says apply. So for example, I can just say apply for now, and that should basically apply the changes which I have performed using my query editor. That is, I have transformed the data so that I can have selective data uploaded in my Power BI. Now it's doing that. It shows me it is working on both of these data sources, that is orders and returns. So that's done. And now basically, if there are any other pending changes, we can just do a close and apply. So that basically has closed, and now you would see the data appearing here. So I have uploaded the data as per my preferences. Now if you click on the data tab here, so it basically shows you your data fields. It might take some time to populate, but if you see in the country field now, even if I click on the filter, it just shows me United States. Now that's what we wanted. So we have already uploaded this data in orders. You can always expand the option here, which shows me all the fields which are there in this. Might be this is an aggregation, might be that's an order date, So this is again some kind of aggregation. We can change the data types. So we are looking at all the fields in my orders table, or basically coming from the orders data source. I also have returns, which shows me 3 fields, and that shows me the data which is returned, order ID and region. So the column names are applied correctly as we want, and that basically looks fine. Now we can also look at your model. So when you click on model, it shows me these two. However, there is no, as of now, relationship established between them. So it says under properties, select one or more model objects to set their properties. So right now, these are not related. There is no relationship established between them. So if I would want some data which relates to orders and returns, then that would fail because it would say there is no relationship. Now I can go to the first option which says report, and we have not created any report here. Although we can create a simple report, we can look at the data. So we have our orders field. Now we can basically pull out some information from here. We can choose what kind of report we may want to create. So for example, let's go for the table option from visualizations. You have various options here which we can use. This is where you can do a formatting. This is where you can select the fields. This is where you can search and filter out the data. You can also add data fields here. So first let's click on table, and that basically gives me a table. Now this table as of now does not have anything. So you can use the filter and slices option here, which will affect the visualization. Or basically what you can do is, now since we have orders here, so this is my orders and I would like to work on this. So let's say, for example, country is, I can select country as a field, and if you say, it shows me country is all as of now, and it says the value is United States. What I can also do is, I'm interested in the states. So I have state. Now I can basically drag and drop it here, and then the state gets added here. So I can basically say select all, and that should basically take care of my state field being added here. So state is all, country is all. Now we can basically look at something else. So might be let's choose sales, and I can just drag and drop sales here. So that basically says if you would want to have any kind of advanced filtering, which says filter type, so go for advanced filtering is less than or equal, or you can also go for advanced filters. So that's fine as of now. So we have added some fields here, and that's basically my data here. So let's go for filters here, which basically should select all my fields. Now if you see, the visualization shows my country, sales and state, which we had either by selecting the fields and dropping them here, or you can in this section where it says fields. So you can, for example, let me show it again. So I can just delete this. I can click on the table option. I can just drag it here. I can basically make it bigger, and I need to add data to this one. So it says add data fields here. So now let's say country is what we are interested in. We are also interested in states. So let's drop that here, and let's say sales. So this is also what I'm interested. So I'm looking at one specific country. I'm looking at sales per state. And when we look at sales, it basically tells me that this is a summation. So you will basically get the total sales which have happened. Now we are looking at this data here. We can always go to formatting. We can click on grid. We can basically increase the font here. We can change the grid color. So for example, let's make it, for example, blue. So I can just select this, and it should basically allow me to have the grid color as blue. Now I can go in for the grid thickness. I can go for row padding, outline color. So we can basically make it a little bit more readable, and then we can basically increase the font size here to look at the information. And you have other options here. So what would you want to do with column headers? So I can basically have the font color, background color is fine. Do you want to have an outline? Do you want to have a change in font? What is the text size? Might be we can make the heading a little bigger. And then basically you also have the field formatting, so all those could be done. You could go for background, and all these things can be done in formatting. So now we already have our data here, and this basically looks good. And this is basically one of my visuals which I have here, and this has given me some information for sales. And basically I can scroll this, I can also make it bigger. So I could select a particular field if I'm more interested in looking at the information for a particular state. Now I can add more fields to this. So this is my one of the reports which I have created. Now what I can do with this report is I can basically have more data fields. I can add filters to this. I can basically look into all the data here by just clicking somewhere in the grid, but somewhere outside. If you select a particular row, then that data shows up. Here you have an option of focus mode, which you can go for. You can look at the other options which says export data. Now, if this is the data which you are interested in, you can export it. You can always do show as a table if you are interested in. You can do a sort by country, sales, or state. So for example, let's do a sorting by state. And that basically gives me the data which has been sorted by state information. Now we could obviously have the information here, so I can then change the order so it shows me alphabetically. This is the information which I have. So I've created a simple visualization using the data which I have. And what I can do is I can click on save. So that basically asks me to save this as a Power BI file which has an extension of PBIX, and I can basically call it my report. So let's say first report, and here I can say country, or I can say state wise sales in USA. Let's say USA, and that basically is my first report. Now once you have saved this report, you can always look on your machine. For example, if I go in here and if I go into this folder, might be I should look on desktop, and this is where I should have saved it. So it shows me first report state-wise. That will open up in Power BI. And we have created a simple report which we have basically used by taking our data. Now I can also do is I can publish this if I would want to share this information. So publish this report online in Power BI service. You can basically select your report, what we have here, and I clicked on publish. So it says what's the destination. So you can have different workspaces. I will choose the default, that's my workspace. I can click on select. Now it says publishing first report statewide sales in USA to Power BI. You can create a portrait view of your report and you can do all that stuff. So let it publish, and then we can basically look into our Power BI server. That's our service where the information is already shared or published, I would say, which can then be shared with different sources. So we can come here and basically I can look into the Power BI, and this is where I will be able to look into my workspaces. And let's look in my workspace. So it says this is the place where I had initially downloaded Power BI dataset. It says your dataset is ready. Let Power BI help you explore your data. right? So you can always do this. You can click on view data set, which basically allows you to bring out your workspace and first report state wise sales. Now that's the report which we have published. So let's first check in our desktop if that's done. So it says success, open first report in Power BI. Now I can click on this one straight away, and that takes me to my service. Now once it takes me to the service, it shows me the report which we created, which we published, and it basically has the option where I can save it as a different copy or give a different name. I can embed this in a website or a portal. I can publish to web, embed this report for public access by anyone on the internet. We can do that. We can export it to PowerPoint. So we can do all these options. You also have an option of view where you can change the view. You can basically also edit report here. So you can do that if you are interested in something specific. You can do a sharing to teams. So if you have your teams or groups set up, you can share it with them. You have an option of common panes. You can basically view usage metrics report. Now that can be sometimes helpful. You can basically go ahead and go and subscribe a particular report. So if there are new changes made, you will be the one who will be informed. You can click on share. Now if I click on share here from my service, it says only users with Power BI Pro will have access to this report. Recipients will have the same access as you unless row level security on the data set further restricts them. So I can grant access, and this is where I will have to give the email IDs of the people with a message that I would want to have them look at this report, right? You can also allow recipients to build new content using the underlying data sets, and you can send an email notification to the users. As of now, I don't have any other groups, so I'll not be sharing it, but I have created a simple report. Now let's also look at edit report. Let's just to see what it helps us. And when you click on edit report, it basically brings up this one which says your file, view. It gives you the filters. It basically allows you to add data fields to this. So it is basically giving access to these data sets which were in my desktop. It is basically allowing you to give or create different visualizations. Now here we have the data which we are looking at, and if say for example somebody is interested in filtering the data, so you could do that. So you could click on filter here, and that basically applies. This is the filter we have. Now country is fine, sales might be, I can click on sales and I would say okay, let's look at sales which is more than a particular amount. So we can say is greater than, and might be I can give a number here. So I can say 30,000, and basically I can say apply filter. So right now I'm applying filter, and I would look at the values, which also shows me the total value is changed. So you have not only created a report, you have published it, and now from the service you can edit it. So I'm looking at particular data here, and then basically I can click on file and I can save it, or I can say save a copy of the report, and let's say I will call it the same name. So I'll say first report underscore state wise sales, and I will say modified. So let's do a save, and the report has been saved. So now you're looking at the data here. So that is basically giving you information. So when I click on my workspace here, I can click on reports, and that does show me my previous report. It shows me the modified report. It gives me an option of looking at the usage metrics report. So say for example you want to click on this one, and it will basically give you the usage metrics. So let's click on this one, and that basically shows me the report usage metrics, which is generated. So views per day, unique viewers per day. You would want to look at the different platforms, who was using it, views by user, and this can be sometimes useful if we would want to look into this one. Now I can go back to my workspace, I can click on reports, and that basically took me to usage metrics. I could be sharing it, I can analyze in Excel, I can look for quick insights based on this data what we have. You can basically look at the related information. You can also look at the settings of this one. And basically this is how you have your data report here. Now that also shows me the data sets option. So which basically gives me the data sets which can be used to create further reports. And we have our data here. So for example, if I click on create report, it basically gives me these data sets and we can continue working on this. So this is how I have a simple report created without basically working on two different data sources, but I have selected some data here and then I can basically add details to this. So for example, now if we look at orders and say for example, this is the data I have, and say you would want to add some fields. So let's go to returns and say for example, I would be interested in looking at the products. So might be what I should do is I should replace the report here. Instead of country, it would be interesting to look at the product which we have, or basically customer ID. So we can look at customer ID, we can look at the order ID, which would be interesting to see if there is a particular order, what was the sales which was generated, and if there were any returns which were happening on that. So for example, here when I have these, let me cut out country as a field and I will basically take order ID and place it here. So now if you see, my data has been easily modified. So I have my order ID, I have sales, and I have state-wise information. So you have basically all the information, but this is now order ID, state, and so on. Now, what if I would want to also see based on the order ID, if I say I would want the returned field. So for example, I would want to take this one and let's drag and drop it here. Now that says cannot display the visual. Now why is that? So if you click on see details, that says cannot determine relationships between the fields. So it cannot display the data because Power BI cannot determine the relationship between two or more fields. And how do we fix that? So for example, if I click on fix this, now it says there is a missing relationship between these fields. Use auto detect to search for relationships or create them manually. Now I can click on auto detect, which will try to search for fields which exist in both the data sets, or basically I can create relationships. So let's click on create relationships. And that basically takes me to this page which says there are no relationships defined from table to table and so on. So I can click on new. Now here it says select the tables and the columns that are related. Now I can say orders. Now those are my fields where you have order IDs, and it automatically shows that returns also has an order ID field, although all the values might not be same, but this is how you can create a relationship. And it says the cardinality says many to one, so you can have basically many to one relationship. You are saying cross filter direction is single, so make this relationship active, and it has already helped us basically identifying the field. So I can say okay. So it says now these two tables should be related or should be connected based on order ID. So here we have this, and let's basically say close. Now once that is done, if you see, I have order ID, I have returned, I have sales column, and I have state. And if you see in returned, I do have a value of yes, which shows this particular order ID had generated some sales, and it was for state Alabama, and it was returned, and the value is yes. So if you scroll down, you basically see all the values. Now we can add different filters where we can say I would want only yes and no. Now this is again an interesting report. So let's go in also into the formatting, and what we can do is we can look at, say, the grid option. If we would want to basically say vertical grid, and let's say on, and it says vertical grid color. So let's select this. Might be I can try doing a black here. It puts it in the right nice table format, and that basically looks good. So you have sales, returned, and so on. And this is basically the order which I'm seeing here. So for example, if I would want to change the order, and if I'm saying, okay, I would like to look at sales and returned and so on. So we can be doing that. We can come here and say, for example, I have sales and returned. Let's try moving the sales column over here. Might be state is an information which we would want in the beginning. So let me also move the states all the way here. So it gives me state, it gives me the order ID, sales, and if there was a return which was happening on that particular product. So easily I've modified my report. Now what I can do is I can just save it, and I can do the same thing. So I can publish it, I can basically continue using it, or I can work on a new report. So let's continue learning, and now here we will also see how you can load some data and perform some transformations and basically get multiple results or multiple tables or multiple data sets which can be then further used for reporting. So Power BI does give you a lot of options. Now here you have an option, as we saw earlier, that is get data, or what you can do is you have an option where you can create new data also, which says enter data. Now this is something which can be easily used if you have relatively less number of fields. So you can basically add more columns here, and you can basically add values. So for example, if I would just call it something like scientist ID, okay, and then I can say scientist name, and then basically I can say domain, and then I can say, for example, let's say year of joining, and I can keep adding the number of columns here. I can delete the columns, right? And I can give this, and I can say country. So that's it. And now we have created these five columns, which we have given some names, and we can start entering some values. So I can basically say, let this scientist ID be 2234. I can give some name. So let's give Peter, let's say domain, and I can say biotechnology. I can give year of joining 2011, and I can say Germany as the country. And I really don't want this particular column, so I can go ahead and delete this. Now I can come here, and then I can give something else. So I can say this is scientist ID. I can give John. Let's say the scientist is mainly working in physics, and then I can say 2018, and let's say France, and go back here, and let's say 4567, and let's say Marie, and let's say she does her research in molecules, and let's call it 2001, and let's say Italy. Okay, and you can continue adding data in this way. Now you can say if the data is already here, So I can say, for example, no, I do not want this particular row. I do not want this particular row. So you can basically keep adding values here. Now you can say edit. So here we have to give some names. So let's say scientists. Okay. And then if you choose edit, it basically brings up your Power BI editor, which allows you to work on these fields if you would want to make some changes. Now we can make some changes here. We can see what are the number of rows. We can basically perform any kind of transactions here. So this one basically tells me what is the data type. So here we see scientist ID, and this clearly tells me this is an integer. However, we will not want to do any kind of computations here. So we can as well change this. So I can just do a right click and I can work on this particular column. What I can also do is I can just click on this, and this tells me that you would want to change it to date time, or you want to change it to some number. So I can just say string because we are not going to perform any computation here. So on the ID column, so let's say text, and I'm changing it. So it says replace current, add a new step. So selected column has an existing type conversion. Would you like to replace the existing conversion or preserve the existing? So I will say replace current. And now the data type has been changed. It is of a string. And if you see, this step has got added here. So it says that the change type is the kind of transformation we did here. So that's fine. Now what we can also do is we have the scientist name, but we don't like the column name here. So it would be good to change this. So there is something called as remove or remove columns and so on. So when you do a right click, it gives you a lot of options in applying filters or doing some transformation. If I just click on this one, so what I can do is I can look at the date time, and let's go here. So we have an option which says, do you want to change the type? Now we could have done that here, or like I said, you could choose the time and do it. You can just say transform, and how do you want to change it? So do you want to change it to uppercase? Well, you can do that and changes all the values of this one. What I can do is I can again do a right click, and I can choose basically if you would want to clean up the data, or if you would want to convert to lowercase, you want to capitalize each word. So let's choose that. And if you see here, the steps are getting added. Now to undo any particular step, if I just cancel this, then I'm back to this. If I cancel this, I'm back to my original form. So you can anytime undo your changes, and you can basically work on this. So we are working on this particular column. Now there are various other options that you can look at. So for example, this is some of my data, but it does not have much information. It would be good to load some bigger data set and then use these transformations, or basically working on changing the data types, as I mentioned. Or if you would want to do a filtering and remove certain fields and only select particular fields, if that's what you're interested, doing a right click where I want to create a copy of this, and then basically I can use that particular copy. Now what I can also do is I can add column from examples, I can duplicate column, and then I can make some changes to that. So this is my duplicate column, and say for example you would want this one to be changed. So we can say remove duplicates. We can basically, if you're doing some kind of change, you want to change the format here, you can do that. You can use for other things like filling up and all that. Now I can just call it rename, and let's say alias scientist name, right? And I can continue adding columns, or I can do some transformations. And once you have done with these transactions, now this one, if you see, it shows as integer, but is it an integer? No, this is an date format. So I can go for modeling and change the formats What I can also do is I can select this and it says it's not a decimal, it's not a fixed decimal, it is date time, it is date, it is date time and time zone, right? And you can select any one of these. So for example, let's make it date, which makes it more meaningful. But then what happens is when you do this, it is going for the default dates or the older dates. So I don't like that. So what we will have to do is we will have to basically transform this, and here we have transform, you have change type. So you have date and time, you have date, you have time. So let's choose date and time, and if you see here, it gives me some default timing based on these values, which we do not like. So again, filter it out. But what we can do is we can just make sure that this is changed, or you want to make it a string, because we are not going to do any computation here. So I can keep it as date, but then if I have more fields like month and days and so on, then you can do that. So here it also has the option. So when you have selected this, you have an option called transform, and transform also has various options which allow you to work on these. Do you want to do some scientific calculations? Do you want to work on the date field? So as of now, it is just integer. So we can use one of these. We can do a group by, but obviously we don't have much data here. So as of now, let us retain this. I can just change this to text, and that's okay, because we are going to look at this later. We can add more data and work on it. So as of now, once we have done all these changes, you can go back to say home, and here you have close and apply, and I can basically say close and apply. So the changes will be applied, and then my new table, which we just created by entering some random data, performing some basic transformations, will be available. So if you look into this one, so that's where my data is. It shows me the columns, but there is no aggregated column as such here. You don't see any summation mark. You just see the field names or the column names. You see the values. Now obviously if you go into modeling, there is no existence of a different table which you can join these tables, or you can perform some transactions. Come back to the data set. So this looks good, and we have it here. Now obviously we have not created any visualization based on this, which we can, and we can continue working on it. So here, this is my data set, which is a small table where we have created some data, and we can use it anytime. Now let's work on a bigger data set and see what kind of transformations we can do. We can then also see on modeling, or basically using some smarter ways of working with the data. So what we would want to do is we would want to load some data here. So let's go into home, let's go to get data, let's use our old store data, and I'm going to take the global superstore, which is huge data set with all the countries and the products and the sales which have happened. And we can take this data, but before loading it, as I suggested earlier, we should basically transform the data. So that you don't end up loading everything and you don't work on all the data. I mean, unless you really want to. So here this Excel sheet which I'm talking about has two different tabs. We have used it before. So let's use orders, let's use returns, and that basically shows me the data what we have. So I can do a load, but that's not what we would want to do. So you can do a load and you can get all the data, but let's go to transform, make some basic transformations before we load the data. So our Power BI editor allows us to work on this. Now here we have, it says this preview may be up to 9 days old. So I can do a refresh. I can select this and I say, first thing is use first row as header, because that's what I want. So it is basically setting the first row as header, which looks good. And we have some order IDs. We have the returned if the product was returned. So let's look at the filter here. So it just has yes values which we are looking at. So it says list may be incomplete. Let's say load more. And let's see what are the filters here. So either there might be a product which is returned, or it might be blank field. So that is chosen. So that's fine. We have order ID, we have region, which is basically showing me different regions here. Let's look at orders, and orders is again having your row ID, order date, ship mode. So you have quite large amount of data here for your different countries. Now in earlier example I chose United States, and then I was only focusing on the states and city in United States. So we can do that. Now I can basically work on refresh. So whatever preview was stored in the memory, we are just refreshing it. Now here we have this row ID, and if you see, the row ID is an integer. Obviously we will not be performing any kind of computation here. So here you don't have any row ID, but here we have row ID. So let's make it from integer, let's make it string, and I'll say replace current. So that looks fine. It's a row ID which we will use to search, but we are not going to perform any computations unless you want to find on an average on row ID or anything else. Now you have order IDs. So what we can do is we can filter some values. We can rename the field as we desired, right? So for example, let's go in here, and what we can do is let's go into customer ID, ship, okay, and here you have say state, you have region, okay. Now at any point of time, if I would want to filter out the values, the easier option is that you can select on this one, and here you can do some text filtering, okay, or you can basically select the values from here. So for example, if I say let's get rid of select all, what we will be interested in, say United States and UK, that's the data we want, and then I can basically say okay. So it is basically going to filter out the data which is for United States and UK as of now. Now what we can also do is, how about doing some more filtering before we basically work on this. So let's go in here, and we are looking at United States and UK related data, and let's look at, it is sometimes good that you can basically work on the data here. So for example, I go into orders. Now what I would want to do is I would want to look at the fields, okay, and we have not yet loaded the data. So if you look in the background, I just have my scientists because we have not applied these changes, we have not loaded, we are still in the transformation stage, right? Now what we can do is let's go for, so we can do segment, and all these kind of fields can be used for grouping the data. So we will see that whenever you have a data set, you would already know there are certain fields which have repeated values which can be used to group the data. And we can do that. We can change any kind of values which are not going to be computed on. So for example, I have postal code. I can use this, but again, we are not going to find a postal code which is greater than something, right? So integer is not the valid type. Let's change it to text, okay. And if for example I would want to look at this, so I have done some changes here, okay, and this shows me null. So for example, let me just revert this back, and let's make it a whole number, okay. So there are certain columns or rows which do not have some values, and we can basically get rid of those values. So as of now, we can do a filtering here. So let's keep the postal code as integer, or let's change it to text, do a replace content. And now what we will do is we'll scroll all the way right. Might be I'm interested in technology category, so that's what I'm interested in. So what I can do is here I can do some filtering. So I can basically choose technology. Now the easier way would be, since these are categories and there are only 3 categories, we really don't want to go and apply text filters here. But if you had something like an office supply and office inventory, then you could have done some text filter. So let's not do some text filtering here. What we can do is I would be interested in technology, so that's the field I'm interested in. So now you are only having data which is related to technology. Okay, and you have some product names. So this is where we want to do some kind of filtering. So we can rename the field, we can select some fields. So let's, for example, let's go for any of the field which I think might have more entries here. So for example, let's go for Canon wireless or Canon image, right? So let's go for product names, and I will say let's go here. Now I could have done a transformation, but that's not what we want. We want to do some filtering. So let's go to text filter, and here I can say begins with, I can say ends with, I can say contains. So let's go for contains, and it says enter a value here. So you would want to keep the rows where the product name contains something, and it gives you some suggestion, right? So where you are seeing in some values here. So for example, if I would have selected this, then it applies the complete thing, but that's not what I want. So I will get rid of all this, and I will say it contains Canon. Now I can go for advanced filtering also, okay, wherein you can select advanced and then you can give different columns and what do they contain, what kind of values you're looking for. So you can do that, but we will not go for advanced in one step. Let's go for basic, and let's say okay. And now I should get all the products which are Canon, and you have different products. So this is one kind of filtering I've done. It tells me what is the category of this. It is machines, it is copiers, it is obviously belonging to the technology category. We are looking at the market which is for this particular data. When you look at the country, we are still focusing on United States and United Kingdom, that kind of data, right? So we have filtered the data, we have done some selection based on the data here, and what I can do is I can then basically rename a particular field. So I can do that. I can say I'm interested in sales, which is the data here. We can basically look into the quantity. So sales is something which we are interested in, but might be we are interested in sales which are more than a particular value. I'm not interested in lower amount of sales. I would want to look into United States and UK data, but I'm interested in sales, or I'm looking at if the discount percentage was something, or if the profit was more, right? So we can apply different kind of values here, but what we can do is with these changes, because you don't want to transform and make changes all here, you want to make the changes once the data set is uploaded. So we have selected some data, we have done some transformations. We can basically break a particular column into multiple columns if that's what we want. If we see that, we will do an aggregation based on year, or we will do a aggregation based on the country or year and order ID, right? So we can break this data into multiple columns, so we can do that. But for now, let's do a close and apply, and let's apply this. So that's going to apply all these changes. It's going to load my data. But remember, now we are having selective or selected data which gets loaded. So that should be available here. So it takes time sometimes, so you have to wait, and then you can go ahead and check here. So for example, now I'm looking in tables. Let's basically minimize this. Let's go for orders, and this is the data I have, which obviously row ID, if you see. So you have all the row IDs, and again you can do filtering here, but this is where you have already loaded the data. The data is available, and then you can start working on the columns here. So we have this. If you closely see, we see this summation mark, and this basically means that these are my aggregated columns, or these values are measures which can be used for calculations. So we can see that we can create our own aggregations. So we can do that. We can rename the field as we have seen. We can filter out the data. So we have all the fields showing up from orders. And let's also look at the returns, which basically has the columns, the order ID, and your region. So it basically shows the region here, where was the product returned from, and we have this information. So what we are doing is, when we were doing a text filter in the previous example, remember it was case sensitive, okay? And you have to take care of, when you're doing a text filter, you have to give a field which exactly matches as it exists in the content. Now, okay, this is the data we have, and let's look at the order column, right? Now what we can do is we can do some quick transformations here, and we can basically look for more data here. So let's say we have some filtering to be done. Now I can do a filtering based on my products. So we had all these products, but now let's do a filtering on product. And then products, you have copiers, you have machines. So you have mainly two categories, right? And when you look at machines, it basically talks about your PC, something. So let's look for machines, and here we have basically the copier fields, which are more. So I can basically go for filtering here, and that's the data we have. So we don't want to really unselect any of these here, but what I'm doing is I'm saying text filter, and let's go into this one now, and let's say contains. Okay, so I'm saying contains, and then I can basically say let's say copier. Now that's what I'm interested in, and show rows where product name contains copier. Okay, now you can give a AND condition here. So if you would want a specific copier, if you are interested in, okay, let's also say contains, and let's go for laser also, laser, and let's say okay. So you see the data gets filtered out here, and we have the sales which we are seeing here. So let's go to sales, and we will be interested in anything above 500. So let's go to sales. Let's go for number filters. Let's say greater than, and I will say, for example, 500. Oh, sorry, 500. Okay, and let's say okay. So that basically filters out the data, and then I am also interested in quantity, where I would want the quantity to be more than 1 or more than 2. So for example, so let's go in here, and you can basically choose what is the filter you want. So you can apply any number of filters. Now you have the filtering here. You can always click on the filter, and if you want, you can just do a clear filter, and the filtering will be gone. So you have all the data, right? And this is the particular data we have. And here I have, say for example, product name. Now I can keep the filter because I'm interested only in these values, or I can filter out. So this tells me that when we did a AND, it is basically going for laser and copier, right? So let's say, for example, clear all filters. The thing is gone. What we can do is, let's go here, go for text filters, say contains, and here I will say it can be a copier, okay, or, so last time we did a and I'll do a contains laser. So let's choose this. That gives me more entries. So either the product name has copier or it has laser. It has the quantity, it has the product name, and we have all this detail here. Now what we can also do is we can do some transformation on the product ID. So for example, you have product ID or order ID. So order ID shows up as looks like the country name, the year, and then the order ID. So we can basically split it up. So I can select this, and here I have option of, let's go to home. So when you have selected this column, so you have an option of transform data here. So use the Power Query editor to connect, prepare, and transform the data. So if you really want to transform the data here, if I basically select this, if I just do a right click here, now here it just tells me, do you want a new column? Do you want to create a copy of this column? Okay, you want to create copy table. So this is your transformed data what you have. And for example, let's create a copy table, and let's come in here. So you should be able to see your copy table now. So let's go in and select this one. And what you need to do here is creating a copy of this or copy table would not be the right option. What we can do is we can work on transforming this rather than doing it from here. So you have this option of adding a new column, going for a new measure, renaming it, right? So that's okay. But what we can do is select this particular column. Let's do a home. And first thing is, let's go to transform. So I want to transform the data. Now let's select this one, and it brings up your Power Editor again. Here we were interested in orders. So we are looking at our data here. Now if you see, my countries, United States and UK, so you can confirm that. If you look at category, it is technology. Product name has copier and laser as we selected. So those things are retained. So you have not lost any changes as of now. So this order ID column, what we have now, as I said, you can be doing a filtering. Okay, you can select this particular column, and then you have other things which can be used to transform here, like you want to change the data type, you want to use first row as header, you want to replace some values, okay, you want to run some merge queries, you want to do some analytics. So all these options are here. Now what we can do is, while this column is selected, I can do a right click. Now there is an option called transform, which is basically going to help me in changing the data here. Okay, now I can basically duplicate the column. So I really don't want to work on this column itself, but it would be good to have a duplicate column on which we can work on. So I can do a split column here if I would want to, but let's create a duplicate column. So let's say duplicate column. Now that gives me a duplicate column, so we can rename it later. So now I will not work on my original column, but I'll work on a duplicate column. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically transform or split this. So again, do a right click. Now you have a split by. So we can say split by delimiter, or by number, or by characters, or by position, so by lowercase and uppercase. So you can do all of this. So let's go for by delimiter. Now if you see, it basically identifies the delimiter, which is hyphen or dash. Now you can go for split at leftmost, identifier leftmost delimiter, rightmost, each occurrence of delimiter, and that's what we want to do. You can look into advanced options where it says split into columns. So do you want to split that into columns? Do you want to split that into rows? Because that's more or less like doing a group by, and you can say number of columns to split into. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4 values. So that looks good to me. And let's do, say for example, if I choose 3. So I can choose 3 and then split using special characters. So you could do that. So let's, for example, let's say okay, and let's look at the data, how it looks like. We can anytime delete the data, we can keep it the way we want, right? So what we did was we created a copy of the column, then we did a split, and what we have seen is we just have 3 columns. Now if you see, the 4th bit is gone, 4th bit doesn't show up, right? Because I just did a 3 as the resulting column. So I have the order ID, okay, and we can check if there is already an order ID column. So we have order ID, but that has the complete order ID, year, and the relatively product ID. So you can see the customer ID, you can look at this one. So it basically has your order ID, and then let's look at the fields here. So we have the product ID, which says TECMA. I'm looking at the first one, 3700, and that has in no relation to the order ID, right? So we can make sure that there is nothing which is conflicting with our entries. Now once that is done, so we have order ID, which can be used to categorize the data. You have order ID, which is basically the year, okay, and you have order ID, which is basically having some more value. Now I can keep this data as I want, so I can basically click on this, I can go for renaming, and I can say let's call it order ID, and let's say IDs. So let us, in case there is a particular column and you would want to look at, so just give the name correctly. Now order IDs is fine. So here we will also rename this one. So let's call it order year, and that's going to be order year. So we can again change this to string, okay, and here you have the order ID. So let's rename this one, and I have my, let's call order number, right? So we are seeing all the steps which we have added here. We just split the data based on the delimiter, and we have now 3 new columns which have got added to our existing data, which was already filtered. And we have done some splitting up of data by creating a duplicate and then renaming it, right? So if you go and look at your transformations, now if I would have done a split here straight away, then my original column would be gone. But probably we want the original column, because sometimes you may want to search order ID with a consolidated information. Sometimes you may want to segregate it based on year, right? Now we have the year field or order date field here, you have the ship date, right? But then might be you want to just aggregate based on year. You don't want to really spend time in aggregating or extracting the month and day and so on. So these 3 columns can be useful. Now what I can also do is I can merge the columns if I want. So we have split the columns, but what I can do is I can say select, select, select. So using your control, and now do a right click. So you should have an option called merge columns, right? Now this is something which is we would want to merge. So let's say merge columns, and let's say, do you want to keep a separator? So yes, I want to keep a separator, but might be this time I will give my separator is a colon, and then what is the merge column name you want to create. So let's call it something like order, okay, year, and then let's call it num, right? So sometimes renaming the fields to a name which makes more sense or based on your naming convention is good. So let's do a merge. And now what I have done is I have done merging of those columns. So I split the data, I merged the columns, and now if you see the columns which I had created, those columns are gone because you did a merge. You did a merge, and now you have the fields which are either earlier you had something which is separated by a hyphen, and here you have something which is separated by colon, right? Now anytime if you want, you can unmerge this by removing this step, right? And you can get rid of this merge column. So if for example I would do that, so I have my data back, right? I have my data back. So what we could have done is we can select this, okay, and then what we can do is like what we did earlier. So you can basically go for removing the columns, okay, you can do a merge column, okay, you can select one by one and create duplicate of those, and then you can merge them, right? So all the possible options are there. So you can, the best option would be to create a duplicate of these columns and then basically merge them as per your convenience. So might be you can say order IDs and order number is the pairing what you want, year is something which you don't want, right? Because we already have the date field. So I can basically say remove, and this one is gone. Now I will select this and this, and let's go for merge columns, and I want to give a separator which is might be without the year, and you have space, or you can go for custom like earlier we had, give a symbol, and then what do you want to call it? So let's say order specs, okay, right? So this makes more meaning because we already have the date field. So why do I want the year into my order ID? So I can always be doing a segregation now based on order specs, right? Now this is some simple transformations what we are doing here. We are seeing the data which we have, okay. Now what I can do is I can basically first apply these changes so that all my changes what I have done are applied, right? Now once these changes are done, we can basically go ahead and save this file. So I can just say save, I can go for save as, I have different other options. So if you would want to keep performing your transformation, then you can just do this. You can add a column, you can view the data. So for now, our transformations are good enough. And what we can do is we can basically go back to home. We can do a close and apply, and we will be back to our data set, which has been modified. So we can see if the data what we have has been transformed. So we have order specs here. That's good. We did not do any filtering, or we have the filter left here, which basically tells me that there are these different fields. We have not removed them, but what we are doing is we are just applying a filter to choose copiers and laser printers. So that's what we have here, and this is good enough. Now what I can do is once this is done, I can basically save it. So I would want to call it some kind of report if you would want to create, okay. So let's call it as let's say second report, and here I will say country and technology specific info. Let's save it. And now basically I have saved my data. So what you can do is you can go for creating other report, or basically having this information published if that's what you want to do, if you want to go for visualization. Because right now what we are seeing is we have a lot of data here. It shows me there are these tables or data sets which we have worked on, that shows me here in the models, but there is no relationship in them. If you go into visualization, then you don't have any option, or you have not created any visualizations based on this data. But if you go here now, based on the data what we transformed, if you see, we have order specs, right? Now that's what we chose. We basically have other fields, so you have ship date, you have aggregated columns which can be used for visualizing, and we can work on this. So I can come back here, and what I would be interested in is this data set is fine, but I want to do some grouping. I want to basically have some selective data in this, and for that what I can do is let's go for ship mode. Now this is something what we have. So we are in this data field. Now we have this transform. So let's go back to transform again, and let's choose our orders. So that's the data we have. And now if you see here, this is, huge amount of data. What we want is we want to group them based on the shipping mode. So here you have an option called group by. So I can select this. I can go in here. I can basically work on, okay, get rid of duplicate values, but that's not what we want to do. You want to do a group by. So as I said, you can do a group by from here, or you can choose from the transform option above and you can do a group by. So let's do a group by. Now, how do you want to group the data? So I'm saying I want to group the data here based on shipping mode, or which is the other column you want to use to do a group by. So let's go for shipping mode. And what is the new column name, right? So we want to basically find out that you want to go for ship mode, but that's not enough. I mean, I can do a ship mode and I can do a grouping by, but you want to just count the rows. No, that's not what we want to do. So let's go to advanced. So ship mode is fine. So that's your grouping, right? But then what we also want to do is we want to do a grouping based on, say, sales. So here, for example, let's go for sales. Okay. And what should we call this? So might be we can say shipment wise sales, whatever you would want to call. So you can basically get the operation. Do you want to really count the rows? No, we want to basically do a summing, or we want to might be find out an average price, right? So let's do a sum. Okay, and here I would want to do a summing based on, say, for example, sales. So this is what I'm going to use for getting a count of the sales. Now grouping by might be we will change this. Instead of sales, we are using a ship mode. What we can also do is let's go for a segment, and that would be valid grouping. So it will take a combination of ship mode, segmenting, group the data based on that, and then get me the sales, which is basically, let's call it shipment wise sales. So it gets a sum. So let's do a okay, and that's my more relevant data which I'm looking at. So I'm looking at the ship mode, I'm looking at what is the segment, And then I'm looking at what is the total sales there. I'm looking at, again, the ship mode, standard, and home office. So always remember, when you are choosing multiple fields or multiple columns for grouping by, you are basically having a combination of two fields. So that has to be unique, and your grouping is done based on that. So now you're looking at the sales wise, and this is something as an important information what we have. So we have done some transformation, and what you can do is you can use other ways, like you can use pivot to get individual values from it. You can run on merge queries, which is basically running some merge queries and merge the query with another query in this workbook if you have. So you can go for this. Now I can basically go for apply and close. So just to add to the group by step, what we did was, if you see here, I have removed the group by filter, which we just did couple of minutes back. And what I have done is, instead of transforming your complete data set, you can basically create a copy of it. So for example, I can just do a copy, and then I can come here and do a paste, and I have done that, and I'm calling it order summarized, but this is my complete data. Now what we will do here is we will basically go ahead and do a grouping by, again, like what we did earlier, based on your shipment, based on your segment, and based on the sales. So that's what we are looking for. So let's go for the ship mode, and we go for group by, and here you would want to go for advanced, to ship mode, and this one I will go for segment. So that's fine. Now we want the new column name, so let's say shipment wise sales. So I want to do a summing, not the counting of rows, and I want to do a summation based on sales, like what we did earlier. And then you say okay, and that basically gives you the data here. Now what we have is, we have the resultant data based on the data which is coming in from here. We did the same thing just 1 minute back, but we worked on the original data set. So what I did was I created a copy, and now I'm working on this one. So I'll say close and apply, and now we are back to our desktop. So it is applying these changes where we have done some transformations, we have done some grouping by, and what we can do is, once we have the data here, we can anytime look at our data sets or tables. So this is my original one. If you see, now I have order summarized. I can just pull out this information. I basically have my returns, which we have not really touched, and we have the scientists. So we have all the 4 data sets here. Now what we can also do is, let's look into order summarized, and we just have this data here. So this is fine, and you can continue working on this. You can basically merge columns from 2 different data sets, and then you can get the merged column and you can rename it. So you can obviously do that. You can basically do a uncheck whenever you're working on these data sets. So what you can do is, if you would want to work on transforming, for example, let's go back here and say I want to do some transformation on it. So how did we do it? We just did a transform, and you can go back to transform. So you have this data here, and the data what you have, you might be interested in transforming this into something else, and then you don't want to maybe load this data. So you have this option where you are selecting orders, and then you have something called as enable load, which can be unchecked. So when you do a uncheck, what will happen is, whatever changes you perform, only those changes related data set will be loaded, and they will still be available, but this will not affect your it will not affect your original one. So for example, let's say copy, and let's go in here. I will do a paste. Let's say orders. Oh, I did a paste. I need to rename this. So let's do renaming. Let's say orders, and here I will say summarized, and I will say US. So I'm renaming it. Now let that get loaded. We can perform some transformations on it. So I have here, where's my country? So let's look for country. Yeah, and let's look for country. So here I will go for only United States. Okay, that's what I'm interested in. And then I can choose, well, I'm interested in just central US. So I can basically go for just the central US, and I can get rid of all of these. So now I should have only central US data, and this is fine. And this is the data might be we are focusing on right now for doing some visualization, might be looking at sales, might be looking at the product name. So you have the product name. Now remember, you don't see any filters here, right? Because the filters are coming from the resultant set and your transformation. So if you have any filters, you would be seeing in the top row. Now this is the data we have. Let's not restrict it to region. Region would then reduce my data, but that's good enough for us. I can just say no, I'm clearing off this filter. I'm still looking at United States, but I want to look at all the regions. Yeah, we would be interested in category, and that's anyways chosen as technology, which we had chosen when we were loading the data. We have copiers and machines, right? And we can basically keep this. Now this is fine. I can apply the changes. I can apply the changes based on this one. And what I can do is I can just say for now apply. So that's going to apply all the changes which you have done in orders or summary or the new one, right? And what I can do is now I can choose order, and I can say don't enable this in load. So it says disabling load will remove the table from the report, and any visuals that use its columns will be broken. We are not creating any visuals as of now. The table will be removed. So that's fine. And now I will say close and apply. So what happens is you are loading the data based on the changes. Okay, now you have your order summarized, you have returns, you have scientist, but you basically do not have orders anymore. So that was not loaded. So I only have this one, I only have this one, and you have returns, you have scientist, you don't have the orders column, right? Now that particular data set was not loaded at all because we did not choose that to be loaded, right? Now while I'm in this orders, which is, let's see here, and actually you can drag in, yeah. So you have order summary, and this has basically kind of data which I'm looking for. So I really don't need the orders table. So you can do it in steps, and you can aggregate this. You can have aggregated data. You can have all the data which is filtered, transformed, grouped by, and then basically just load it. And the original data set which you used, that's no more being loaded here. Now at any point of time, if I really want, I can go back to transform data, and remember, it is still here. It is still here. It's not gone, right? So you can basically select this, and you can say enable load, and you will have the data back, which you can continue working on, right? So these are some quick transformations which really help us in working on the data. Now, obviously, if you have data, you want to perform some left joins, right joins, You have inner joins, outer joins, so you can always do that. You can take two different data sets. Might be I'm interested in taking the orders summarized, which talks about standard class, consumer, shipment wise sales. And here, if I look at order summary, I have other details. But the thing is, we need to make sure that these have the values. Say, for example, the segment column here and the segment column here can really be used to join these two tables. So if I create a relationship or if I create a join, I can basically merge the data. So this is how you work on data. We will also see some more examples on might be modeling the data using some expressions to work on the data. So we already looked at creating a report, selecting particular fields, and then publishing the report onto your Power BI service. Now this is the report which we had created, which says state, order ID, sales, and then I also added this returned field, and that was basically by creating a relationship between order and returns, which we can also have a look in model. So this is the relationship which is created. If you just place your cursor here, it tells me that we have a relationship between order ID of returns and order ID of orders, and that basically allows me to join the data, bring it in my one report. Now this is basically your data sources you can look at, and if you click on your visualization, so that shows you your report. Now what we can also do is we can make it interesting. Now we would not want to scroll through the fields to see wherever or what was the order or what was the order ID which was returned. Now I can do a sorting, I can filter out. What I can also do is I can use this option which shows slicer here, and that basically allows me to work with this data. So we have this report here, and basically, as I said, you can click in here, it shows the data. Now what I can do is I would want to filter out information or slice the information using your returned, either being yes or having a field which has no value. How do we do that? So basically I can drag and drop the returned here as a field which comes from returns. Now that basically shows me only the value as yes, but I do know that there are some fields which are blank. Now how do I add filter to this? So I can click on this one and then I can click on slicer. Now once that does, so it basically pulls out all the different values. So you have either yes or you have the blank field for returned. So what we can do is we can select yes. You will see only the orders and their IDs and sales where the products were returned. So that gives me 108,118, and I can select blank. So that will basically get me all the orders or products which were not returned. Now this is a simple way wherein I can add a filter to or a slicer to my report to basically give viewers a choice of selecting different fields, and you can add any number of slicers. You can basically say I would want particular kind of information. So for example, if I go into orders and we know we have the state, now I do have the state information here, and basically I can, if I would be interested, I could filter this out in my report itself. I can sort it, I can look it in a different order. What I can also do is, how about bringing in state here and basically dragging it here. So that gives me the state option. It is giving me a visual, which is basically giving me a geographic location of all these points. So yes, that can be good. What I can also do is I can keep this, which basically shows me the state map. Might be it can be useful. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can look at specific information here, you can drag and drop here, so that's fine. What I can also do is I can again take the state and bring it here, and that basically can be, instead of my map, I can go for slicer. So that gives me all the values here, and which basically allows users to choose the fields or the states which you would be interested in looking at. So for example, if somebody is interested in looking at the data for Georgia, just select this one and you see the map automatically shows you where in the map that's the place, and it shows me all the sales for Georgia state. Now I can also basically select yes, and that shows me which were the orders which were basically returned. So that gives me a quick overview of state wise what is the geographical location, if the orders were returned, or might be I can just click on blank and it shows me the non-returned orders. I can again go here and uncheck the Georgia option, and that shows me all the states. Now once you have done this, this looks like a comprehensive report which can be useful for the viewers, for your management team, and so on. So we can just do a save, and that basically is saving my report. So I have this report. Now what if I publish this report? So I can just do a publish, and when I publish it says okay, workspace. So let's say select, and then it says replacing this data set may impact two reports. You already have a data set named by this one. View the impact, I would say replace, or I will say view impact. So that basically takes me to the Power BI service, because sometimes we may have some reports which we have already uploaded, and updating an existing report might basically affect my existing report. So it basically shows me the impact analysis. It shows me one workspace. There are two reports. They have not been added to dashboard, but these are the ones which will get modified. So let's, for example, as of now, go ahead here and let's look into my Power BI. So go back to your desktop and I'll say no, I don't want to replace. So click on cancel. So I do not want to publish it. What might be what I can do is I can try saving it as a different report. So let's say save as, and now I will basically say additional filters. Okay, let's save it. So now you see the name on the top changes to additional filters, and now it's saved to publish this. And now I can go ahead and publish it. Select your workspace, and basically it says this is the report being published with our additional filters, with a map which gives a geographical area showing us the information. And then basically what I can do is, once it is done, I can look into my Power BI service like we did earlier. You can do a filtering. We can basically query this data. We can share it with other users who might be interested in looking at this particular data. Now this says it is done. So it says get quick insights, and might be it's a good an option to look into what kind of insights it gives you. So click on that. See the beauty of Power BI, where it tries to search for any kind of insights which it can gather from the kind of report which you have built. Now once the insights are ready, it will let you know. What we can also do is we can come in here, click on view data set. So you see now it shows your additional filters, and here you have option where it should be showing your report. So let's say view, and view is fine. So, and if it doesn't show up, sometimes it might be taking time for refreshing. So you can always go here and then you can click on your report, and that should get populated. So this is the report. These are the filters which I have. Gives me an option of choosing all the states, and basically allows me to edit the report and look at all the information here. Meanwhile, we can see here it is still trying to gather some insights from the data. And now you see there are some insights here. So it says sales, which is coming up, and a subset of your data was analyzed and the following insights were found. So you're looking at sales by ship mode. So it says standard class, second class, first class, and same day. So there were different shipping modes in our data. And that's what it shows me, the sales, which one had the majority. It shows me the profit. So which city or state had more profit. So New York City has noticeable more profits here. Average by shipping cost, by subcategories. So there are these different subcategories which we can look at, such as copiers and machines have noticeably more shipping cost. Profit by product name, and you can basically look at the row ID and quantity. So this is where you're looking at a regression analysis. You're looking at row ID and quantity. So there is a correlation between row ID and quantity. So these are two different variables or fields which are related. You're looking row ID by category, row ID. So it says California has noticeably more row IDs, sales, your profit, count of region, and count of returns. So there is a correlation again between two different variables. Average of shipping cost. Now we would have taken a lot of time building all these visualizations, but Power BI has already helped you in gathering all these insights, and then you can basically select which one of these is what you're interested in. You can focus and look for more information based on all the fields. It has given you good amount of insights which will help anyone who is looking at this particular report. So that's your quick insights here, and we have this information. Now once you have this information, this is basically where you have your focus mode. So it says subset of your data was analyzed, following insights were found. You can basically say download, and here you have other options which allow you to work with your Power BI. So let's look at this one. So this is where we have our report, and we can continue exploring it more. One more interesting feature which Power BI has, other than having your insights ready to use, which is basically in your workspace, and you can basically use these insights. What we are looking at, various options here, and basically you have this option where it says spin the visual. If you are interested in a particular insight, you can always pin it, which you can always go back and look into. What you can also do is you can also click on edit report here. Now that's a report which has already been published to your Power BI service, not yet shared, but that can be shared or that can be subscribed. Now once you click on edit report, it has option of reading view, mobile layout. You have basically an option which says basically options for navigating through the data set. You can go for how visuals on the canvas interact with each other. You have all these options, and one of the good options is ask a question. So you can always click on ask a question, and that basically says some suggestions. Now you can open this and it says, okay, ask a question about your data. Try one of these to get started. What is the average sale? Sort orders by order date. Sort orders by product ID. How many ship modes are there? Compare quantity and discount. So do not worry that your report has only 4 fields. So it has state, order ID, sales, and returned with some filters. But what about you looking at how many ship modes are there? So it is already looking at your data. So if you click on this one here, and you can see what are the different fields what we have, and you have ship date and ship mode. So this is one of the fields which it is showing you to ask a question. Now what you can do is you can say how many ship modes are there. Let's click on that. Let's ask this question. It says 4 ship modes. And do you want to add this to report? Yes, you can. You can let it be as it is. So you can basically keep this question here. And here you have an option. The visual is showing number of ship modes. When you place your cursor here, if you see here, turn this Q&A result into a standard visual. And let's do that. And basically it is saying number of ship modes. Right? So now that's the power of your BI. Power BI, which has basically allowed you to ask a question and quickly add a visual to your report. Now, what we can do is we can basically save this, or you can say save as and give a different name. So might be I'll just say save because I would want to have this information and the report is saved. So in this way, you can basically not only create smart visuals, you can not only relate different data sources using data models or relationships, you can add maps, you can add filters, you can add quick questions. You can basically just go here and say, for example, you would want to ask a different question. Now we see the fields here. How about looking at the shipping cost, right? So here I can say, what is the highest shipping cost, and that shows me some suggestions. Let's select that, and that shows me the value, which is great. And I can keep it as it is. I can basically convert this to a visual. I may want to keep the question because might be this question was asked and you would want to see the result here. Might be you can move this somewhere here, and that gives me some kind of question which was asked, and we can do a save. And that's my report, which has been saved in my BI service. The data set is still there. You can basically go ahead and share this.
How to connect different data sources with Power BI. So in this session today, we will see how can you connect different type of data types, data sets like Excel, PDF, CSV, etc. to import in Power BI for your data visualization needs. So what's in it for us today? We will be learning how to connect to data, different data types, data files like Excel, PDF, then what are the different data importing modes, and then I will also show you practically different sets, how to import them in Power BI and use it for your visualization purpose. Now, what are the steps to connect to data? So now we will go directly into Power BI and try to import one by one few most commonly and popularly used data sets which are most commonly used in a day-to-day activity. Rest, of course, there are Power BI supports n number of data sources, but we will do something practical on the most popular ones. So let's open our Power BI. Now this is my Power BI, and first I want to show you that how can I import data directly from a web page and import the data. Now it is asking for a URL in order to import data. So what I have done is I have created a Google Excel sheet with simple data with rows and columns, and what I have done is I have shared this sheet as published to web. Okay, so you just need to say publish to the web, the link as web page, and say done. It's automatically published, and say link. So copy the link which you have published on the web, copy this link, and then go back to your Tableau, paste that link over here and click OK. Now Power BI will try to establish a connection with this Google Doc sheet because it's published on the web. You need to wait for a while it is reading. Okay, now it has read one of the HTML tables, so I'll select this one. Now you can see it is showing me a preview of the table which is there on my Google sheet, right? It has 11 rows, so it has all showed all the 11 rows. So now I can go and transform this data because I can see my headers are there starting from the second row. So there is an opportunity for me to transform the data. So I'll go and transform it so that it looks clean. Okay, so first is I need to remove the first row, which is the null row. Remove the top rows. Okay, and then I need to use the first row now as a header. So you just click this option, use first row as headers. That's it. So now if you see my row ID, order date, ship date, all my data is now ready. So I can say close and apply. Click apply changes. Now this is an example of web data import. You can go and preview your data. Right? Now, the biggest advantage of this data connection is that it's a live data. So for example, I insert another row. Let me change the order ID. I've changed some basic stuff, and it's auto saved. Control S. Now I'll go to my Tableau and I'll refresh. Now you can see as I refreshed my Power Query Editor, I clicked refresh all and I got my new row which is there in the live data. I got that fetched from my, okay, I got that row, the row ID number 12. So I have to say close and apply. Now you can see the new row, the row number 12 is now available in my new data set, in the data set, because it's a live connection. It's a live connection with the web-based Google Sheet. Okay, so this is one important way in which you can import data. Now let's try to import data from a text file. Now I have already prepared a text file called subcategories.txt. Now let me just open it in a notepad. Now it's a very plain simple file, tab separated file in which you have product subcategory ID, subcategory name and product category key. So basically to which product category this particular subproduct belongs to, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my get data option and I'm going to select text/CSV option and I'm going to select option mod product subcategories.txt. Okay, so now Power BI has identified that it's a tab delimited file, it has recognized the headers, etc. right, and I can now directly load this file. Okay, so now once the data is imported in Power BI, it is like irrelevant to me. It's a composite data import I am doing, right? So in my presentation, when I am talking about importing data, there are different importing modes, right? Data import can happen through different ways. Okay, one is direct query mode, in which I create a live connection to the database, which I'll also show you using MySQL and MS SQL Server. And also you can do a composite mode in which you can have data imported from Excel, plus you can have direct query modes. So you can have multiple modes to connect and create a composite data model, and that's what we are doing right now in our practical. So what we are doing over here is, one, we have imported data from the web. Second, we have imported data from a text table. Now after doing text, now our next task is to import from CSV. Let's try another one. So now I have imported product subcategory. Now I'll import a CSV file. So again I'll choose the option text/CSV, and now in this CSV file, let me open this CSV file and show you what is it. So this is a list of all my products, product key, product subcategory key, products, stock keeping unit, etc. A simple CSV file, and I'm going to import that. Okay, so now it has identified the delimiter is comma rather than a tab, and it has already recognized the headers correctly, so I'll load it. Okay, so now my products are there, product subcategories are there. For product categories now, what I have done is I have created a Excel mode now. So now Excel I'm using to import my product category. So now I have to click on the option of import data from Excel, and I'll say product categories. Select the sheet, load, and now so my products, product categories, product subcategories, though with different data storage types, but still now the data is imported into Power BI. It is a composite data model. Now another very important data type which you can import is the PDF also, right? So what I have done is I have created a PDF called customers. My customers data is lying in a PDF. So what I have done is I have created a PDF which has data for some columns are there, like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status, gender, email address, annual income, total children, etc., etc. So this is the data set which I have created in PDF. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select PDF now and import customers.pdf, and see it has recognized my table on page 1 which I'm going to load. Okay, you can rename this as PDF table. So this basically, these are the different type of data types we have imported: PDF, Excel, text, CSV, and web page. Now let's take a look at another interesting data set which we want to import is the MySQL Server data set. So what I have done is I've already installed MySQL Server on my local instance, and there's already a schema of SQL Live tutorial over there, and I have certain tables already prepared over there like department, employee, etc. So my goal is now to import this data or create a live connection with this data set. Now in order to import my SQL database connection in Power BI, you need to first download a connector, MySQL Power BI connector. So you need to go to this link and then click on download and install the MySQL connector. Based on the operating system you have, you click on download and install it. After you have done this, go back to Power BI and then give the IP address of the database. In my case, it's there in this local machine, and the schema which I want to import is SQL Live tutorial. So I'll give the name, click connect. Okay, now it's connected. So now it is asking me which particular tables you want to create a connection with. I'm choosing department and employee, and I'm just loading them. Okay, so now this is the exact data which is there in the employee and department in MySQL. Okay, so this is one example of how to create connectivity between Power BI and MySQL. Now I want to do the same thing using SQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server. So I have also installed Microsoft SQL Server on my machine, and I have used the SQL Express. So this is the name of my server, so which I'll copy the server name and go to get data, select SQL Server, and for now Database is optional. I can say direct query, click OK. Okay, now it is showing me what all tables I can import. So in my SQL Server tutorial, in my SQL Server, I have these three tables: customers, employee attrition, Olympic events. So I can use probably the customers one, which is now you can see this is the data, the customers data, which is lying in my SQL Server. Okay, so I can preview it and load it. So now you can preview the data in Power BI. That this is the data. So I can rename as customers from MS SQL, and this is from MySQL, and okay. So now this is not the only data sets you can import. Now if you take a look at the options which Power BI gave of what different type and variations of data it can it has compatibility to import from. Okay, so we can just take a look at the categorization on the left hand side first. There are file based like Excel, text, XML, JSON is also possible. You can evenly directly import an entire folder, and within the folder whatever data types of files are there, it will detect it. PDF, Parquet, or even SharePoint folder, which is itself a Microsoft technology. Then different kind of databases, SQL Server and MySQL we just saw, but it's not only limited to this. You can connect to Microsoft Access, SSAS, Oracle database, IBM DB2, Postgres, Sybase, Teradata, and then SAP databases, Amazon, Redshift, Impala, Vertica, Snowflake, and n number of databases which are there in the market today, Amazon, etc. Then it also allows you to connect with its own Power platforms, Power BI platforms, data marts, Power BI data flows, Dataverse, etc. Azure, there are different kind of storage mechanisms in Azure, and Azure itself is a Microsoft technology, so it has a compatibility with a lot of Azure based data storages like Azure SQL database, blob storage, Azure Databricks, right, Azure HD Insight, Spark. So if you have those kind of services running on your Azure cloud services, you can even import them over here. Now online services, like you have ERPs running or some data which is shared on the internet. If you want to import it, that is also possible through certain products. Dynamics 365, Microsoft Exchange Online, Salesforce, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, GitHub, LinkedIn Sales. If you want to do some analysis of some social networking, feeds, that also you can import. Then other miscellaneous are also there: web-based, Hive, R script, Python script. If there's something to import, get data from Google Sheets, like we saw one example in our video right now. So there are multiple options available. Now, once you have imported the data which is relevant to you, in our subsequent sessions we will see how to create relationships, but just giving you a glimpse that whatever data you are importing, Power BI auto detects certain relationships and it will create for you. but then you can go and manually also change. So this is the composite data model which is getting created in the backend while you are importing the data. You can easily go and manage these relationships, either keep them as is, you can delete and create new ones manually. So there is no limitation in that. So this is what we have witnessed. We have imported data from different files types, data types, and then we have tried to, once it is imported into Power BI, then there is no limitation of how you use it. You can create visualizations across different data sets and then create your standard reports. So this is the example of importing data from web, importing data from a database, from a PDF, and then once you have data, you can shape and combine data. You can basically do whatever transformation you want to do. You want to make joins, merge the data. So for example, if we go back to our Power BI, and if I go back to my transform data section, now as I have now different data sets available with me, I can do any kind of operation, transformation on the data, right? So like I showed you, I upgraded the header row because one of the imported data was not showing the header correctly, or this column, like this exact one column is extra, I can remove the column, right? All those transformations, whatever I do in the backend gets captured in the applied steps section, right? This is the customer data. You can create, you can merge it, you can append it, with other data sets, right? Let's, for example, I want to create a merge data set of my categories and subcategories. So I can say merge, select those two data sets and say merge queries as new, and I can select product categories and product subcategories, select product category key on both the sides, and then they do a left auto join. So whatever product categories are there, I'll get the subcategories associated with it, and I'll create a new table which will have, now I have the table which has the category and the subcategory in one table itself. So I can rename it now to as category subcategory table. It's a merge. Basically, it's a join between category and subcategory, and now I have a common table, right? And I can close and apply. So imagine I have created a new table which is created from one data set which is Excel based, and another data set which is text based. See this category subcategory table. So now I can use it the way I want in my visualization reports. So that's what the presentation says, right? That once you have the imported data, you can shape, you can combine, you can adjust, you can do whatever transformation you want to do and create your visualization.
Data modeling in Power BI. Now today we will discuss how to create relationships and different kind of data models within Power BI based on the structure of data you're importing. Okay, so what topics we are going to cover today? We are going to talk about different types of data modeling, and the most important part and aspect of data modeling is the cardinality. The cardinality which you basically decide after reviewing the nature of data, and after you've imported it, what kind of cardinality you have to basically highlight, right? And there are different type of cardinalities which you might have heard earlier also if you're from PL SQL background, like 1:1, 1:many, etc. We will talk about that. Now, what are the different types of data modeling? Now, dimensional data modeling is one of the most popular and most widely used modeling. In dimensional data modeling, you have master data, like for example customer data, date, store data, product data. So these are like, less frequently changing data sets. So there is an organization, right, and you have set of customers, their email ID, phone numbers, etc. that will change less frequently as compared to the sales transactions, because transactions are happening every day, every minute. So sales is a more fast changing data set in dimensional modeling, which is in the terminology of data is also called as a fact. And customer, store, product, which are like more of static data and less changeable data, is sometimes called a dimension. So this is a typical dimensional data model which is typically used sometimes, right? And then there is another model which is relational model. This is a typical model which we have been using in database design, like primary key, foreign key relationships. So for example, you have a customer who has purchased a product. So probably the customer might have the details of the product which he has purchased, and you will make a join between customer and product table. And even you can make a join between product or product type or customer or product type. So customer table will also have a key to the product type. So this is less conducive for reporting, but it is more of a transactional relational model. But of course, this is also feasible. But from the Power BI perspective, when we talk about reporting and visualization, this is the most extensively used dimensional data model. And this is what we are going to see in our example now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you certain data sets. First, we will prepare and create certain of our data sets, and then we will import in our sample Power BI file, and then slowly we will create the relationships. Now, one important thing which you need to understand, that in Power BI, if you go to Power BI, there is an option that Power BI auto detect new relationships after data is loaded and import relations from the data source on first load. So for example, if you are importing the data from a database where you have already defined the primary keys and the foreign key relationships, so that is the first option which Power BI will auto detect. And secondly, if suppose you are importing two different kind of data sets, one is Excel, one is CSV, and if Power BI detects a common column, key columns, it will auto detect a relationship which you can go and later change, modify, manage in your relationship menu, manage relationship menu in Power BI, which I'm going to show you. Okay, so if I open a Power BI, and this is where the option lies, go to File, go to Options and Setting, Options, Data Load, and these are the two options which are by default checked. You can uncheck it and manually prepare relationships. There is no limitation to that, but if you keep it checked, then Power BI will do its job to detect the relationships. Okay. Now coming to the next important factor, cardinality. Now before I start playing around with my data and start showing you certain relationships, it's very important to understand these four types of cardinalities. One is many to one, right? So basically many to one means that many orders contain data of one customer. So per order, one customer is there. So from customer to order or product or delivery address, it's a one-to-many relationship. And from the other side, from order to customer perspective, it's a many-to-one relationship. Okay. Second, other cardinality is 1:1. 1:1 relationship is only applicable when you are saying it's an extension of the current table. So for example, in one table you have employee details and you are extending the details of the employee in another table like employee address, employee ID. So that is like 1:1. There is no multiple records of a single employee. In the address table, only one employee ID exists, right? Now 1:many, as I said, is the reverse side of many:1. So in customer table, only one customer record exists per customer, and one customer can place many orders for multiple products and can also have multiple delivery addresses. So that way this is a typical one-to-many relationship. We will be seeing this example also in our sample data set. And last is the many-to-many relationship. Now many-to-many is a very typical example, so which I'm going to show you practically. And in our case we will see that, like for example, you have placed an order for a particular product, but there are multiple fulfillments which has happened. So suppose you made order for 10 products, but at the back end when the company is fulfilling, it is first fulfilling the first 2 products, then the rest 3. So basically the fulfillment is happening in batches. So one order ID might have multiple fulfillments for the same order ID. So there will be a many-to-many relationship, which I'll show you practically. So now with this background, let's start importing our data. Now the first important thing which we need to import is the master data. So first I'll import all my master dimensions which I'm going to use in my example. So first is the customers table, customers data. So this is the customer details like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Some redundant columns are also present, but we'll remove it. Now my customer data is loaded. Now today's session is all about this section of modeling. So we will keep our focus over here. Okay. Now some columns, probably some blank columns are there. I can select them and say delete from model. Yes. Okay. So now this is my customers data with the relevant columns and the key per customer, customer key. Now there's no relationship in this model right now, right? Because only single table is there and the associate data is only imported. Now let me also import my another important master table is the products. Select the product data, product key, product subcategory, product SKU, product name, model name, product description, color, size. So just see all the relevant information only specific to the product is available. So I'll import it. Okay. Now see, there's no relationship between product and customers directly, because until and unless a customer makes an order, places an order for a particular product, there is no join, right? So now between these two tables, the most important, now another table which will now make sense is the sales order table, sales table. Now I am assuming that Power BI have auto detected the relationship. Now you can see that because I've already ticked that checkbox. Now let's see what relations Power BI has auto detected. Let's first check the relation between customer and sales. I'll double click this join. Now what it has done is it has created a join of many to one between sales and customer. So what does that mean is that one customer can place many orders, right? And that it has detected by the quality of the data and the data sampling which Power BI has done. You can also reverse this relationship. Here I can select customers and I can select sales. Now it has become one to many. So that you can also do manually. So that is what I said. Whatever Power BI has detected, it is up to the discretion of Power BI internal configuration and algorithm, but you can go and change it. So this is now you can make, this is by default active. So we want to keep it active. One customer, many sales orders. Cross filter direction means that only from customers to sales is the filter applicable, not reverse. I'll come to this. with my another example, but first let's change the relationship. So 1:many means from one customer and many sales orders. Similarly, let's see what has happened at the product side of the relationship. Similarly, Power BI, many sales orders for one product. You can, for simplicity's sake, you can say products, sales, product key is the join. Now just focus one more thing. Please also see the column on which the join is the grayed column, grayed out column. Product key is also here and product key is also there, and it is what we wanted. So 1:many relationship from product to sales table and active. Now looks fine. This is something which is looking logical, and probably now we can proceed further to create a report. Now let me explain the cross filtering with an example. Now, for example, I want to check in a report that what is the count of products which a particular customer has ordered. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll select the product count of product name. Now if you see, and for each customer, in front of each customer name, the count is coming as 293, 293. It is getting repetitive because there is a one-way filter between customers and sales and products, right? So this join is single-sided. It means that from customer to product, you can't find a relationship because it's a single side cross filter, right? What does this, if I change it to both, it means that it is equal to a join between product and sales, and every product detail now is appended to the sales table. So if I want to make you visualize this, you need to go here. I'll first open my sales table. We can also open it here. Let's make click this OK. Now if I click OK, you can see the single arrow is changed to double arrow. It means it's a both side filter. So when you say a both side filter, it means that implicitly within Power BI, you can imagine that all the product columns now will get appended because of both ways filter you have applied. And if you go to your report now, see the change of the numbers now, 40, 20. So the total count of products across all my customers come out to be 293. Now the report looks correct. If I change the relationship from back to single between product and sales, then you can't make a join between customers and product. Basically, you can't derive the product count from the product table. See this. If you have to live with it, then you would have to go to the sales table, get the product key and get the value of count of product key, but that is not correct. Okay. So if you want a report in which you want the count of product name, and even if you want a count of distinct product name, so this will not come correctly. You would have to go and change the direction of the filter, which is from single to both. So this is a typical example there where you want to use a two-directional filter. Now let's proceed further and import other data set in order to show you another example. Now I want to show you an example of 1:1. So I have another table which is called customer details. So the key in this table is again customer key, but only email address, annual income, total children, education level, etc. Other details of the customer is there. So I'm loading the customer details. Now you see it has auto detected a 1:1 relationship. Now what is the meaning of 1:1? Means one customer key only has one entry in customer details. There is no multiple entry. So if you click this button, it's a 1:1, and the cross filter can be both or single, doesn't matter, because one customer will have only one value. You can make this as active. Okay, and if you go to the customer report table, you can now easily associate a email address with the first name. You will get 1:1 record. So now you can see that with 1:1 relationship, with the first name, I have associated the email ID, and for each email ID, there is a associated first name with that. So this is an example of 1:1 relationship. So in this example, what we have explained is that for each customer, there is an associated customer detail, right? So you have the first name, email address, education level, homeowner, occupation, and total children count. So in this report, what we have done is, if you click over here, so the first name and the email address. Okay, so there is a 1:1 relationship, and if you drag the customer key, report takes time to render, and even if you can, so this is the reporting output. You have the customer key, first name, associated email address, and the count of product names which the customer has ordered. Now this is an example of 1:1. Now I want to show you an example of many to many. Now for that, I'll import my fulfillment dataset. Okay, now in my fulfillment dataset, there is a column for order number. So basically what I'll do is I'll drag order number from here to here. Okay, so now what has Power BI detected? I'll do one thing. I'll select sales over here, fulfillment over here, and order number to order number. Okay, so it's a many to many relationship. So it means that per order I have created multiple batches to fulfill that particular order. Now many to many relationship is definitely a candidate for both ways cross filter detection direction, but you can check that. But definitely Power BI shows a warning that this relationship has cardinality to many, and this should only be used if it is expected that neither column contains unique values. Okay, so we know that fact. That's why we are accepting this relationship as many to many, because we know there are multiple order numbers over here in the sales table which are mapped to the multiple order numbers in the fulfillment table. We'll click OK. Now you want to keep the direction as both ways or one direction. That is up to you, the way you want to map the report. So I can double click over here, and you can even click. So now you can select from which way single filter you want, from fulfillment to sales or sales to fulfillment. I'll prefer sales to fulfillment and click OK. Okay, now we have all our different kind of relationships over here, which we have tried to shortlist. One to many, many to one, one to one, which is this example, and many to many. Now if I show you further relationships which you can keep on adding, like for example I have the example of territories. Now in which particular territory the sales was done. So I can map it over here. Okay, so now it's a typical 1:many relationship because territory is my master table where I have a static list of continent, country, region, and it is mapped to the territories which are in which my orders have been placed. So it's a typical 1:many. So that way, you can keep on adding data. Then you have details of returns. Now this is another transactional table which is about the orders which have been returned rather than being returned by the customers. So you have a product key, so automatically Power BI has detected a relationship between the product key and the product table, right? And even if you can join the territory key in which territory the return has happened, right? So mostly the most common relationship which you will observe is the 1:many, because as I told earlier, the most common relational model is the dimensional model. The static data, the slow changing dimensions, the SCDs are the master tables, and the most frequent changing are the fact tables. So if I talk about a typical dimensional model, the fulfillment table, sales table, and the territories table, the fulfillment table, sales table, and my returns table are the fact tables of my data model.
So what exactly you mean by data transformation in Power BI? So data transformation can be a little similar to data cleaning. So before any kind of data analytics, you might be receiving raw data from a website source, a SQL database, or an Excel file, or multiple sources, right? Once after you receive the data, whether it is batch mode data or streaming data, you are supposed to clean it, right? You might have to clean up the discrepancies like the blank rows or the blank cells or any irregularities in data, such as wrong data type, right? Such discrepancies from the data should be eliminated in the first stage of data analytics. So that's exactly where data cleaning and data transformation comes into the picture. So you have various tools for data cleaning and data transformation like Excel, SQL, but if you are a Power BI user, then good news for you. Power Query in Power BI can assist you in terms of data transformations. So in this tutorial, we will be discussing the most important day-to-day data transformations which a data analyst takes care of in the process of data analysis is what we are going to discuss today. So let's quickly switch to Power BI. But before that, let's have an overview of what kind of data we are exactly dealing with today. So we are dealing with Superstore dataset, and that's in Excel format. So this is our Superstore dataset, and we have 4 tabs here. The first one is Orders tab, where we have Customer ID, Order ID, Date, Ship Mode, and Customer name. And in the second tab, we have Stores dataset, which has the details about the customer, from where he or she is, the state, city, postal code, and which category or subcategory did they purchase, and order, sales, discount, profit, everything, right? And here we have some information about any of the orders which were returned and some people over here. So these are the 4 tabs that we are dealing with today. Now that we have an overview on the data that we're dealing with, let's quickly now switch to Power BI. So now we are on the Power BI window. You can just discuss changes. There you go. Let's quickly import the data from our downloads. This is the dataset that we want to deal with today. Now, it might take a little while to connect to that particular dataset and load the data onto Power BI. Just a couple of minutes, since the dataset is a little too heavy. It's about 10,000 rows. So let's wait. Shouldn't take long. There you go. The data got successfully loaded. So you have the option of loading what kind of data you want. You have 4 tabs as we just discussed. You can load the orders tab and you can load the stores tab. And in case if you want the returns tab, you can also load that. And if you want all of those, just load all of those, right? Now, I just want the 2 tabs, orders and stores. Now here I can just directly load to get started working on this. But in case I don't want any kind of discrepancies, in case if I have a doubt that this data might not be cleaned, I shall go with data transformation. So ideally you should go with data transformation. Check your data first before any kind of analytical processes. So let's go with that. Transform data. And shortly we should be having the Power Query window open on our desktop screens. So there you go. You can see the complete dataset has been successfully uploaded, both the stores and orders datasets. Now let's quickly check the data from our dataset. So here you can see we have orders date, right? But I can see 42682 and 42533. This is not in the form of date, correct? So this is the simple step that we discussed, changing the wrong data type. So you can just click on the lower arrow button over here, and or you can right click, and here you have an option to change the type, correct? So it is considering it as a whole number, which is wrong. So you can change it to date. Replace current. So now we are trying to change the order date from a data type a whole number to date data type. So there is some error. If you click on error, or if you just navigate onto it, Power BI should be able to show you what error was it. And just in case if it's not working, okay, we are unable to parse the value provided. So you can just remove that and try it in a different way. Change type to date and time zone. Date. I think this should be helpful. Or if it's not working here, let's quickly check what could be the error. Date time. And now let's try to refresh the data. It is taking a little while. We also have another information that to deal with. We have the first row as row headers. So we should be declaring Power BI that we also have a row header over here. It's taking a little while to refresh. Meanwhile, let's quickly check into the stores data, and here we have customer name. So let's try to apply second type of data transformation, which will be like, let's say, split column. We have the complete name of the customer. Let's try to split it into first name and second name. So by delimiter, and we can give multiple options over here. Leftmost delimiter, let's say a person has 3 parts of his name: first name, middle name, and second name, or the last name. So, but we just wanted to split into first and second name. So we would go with the first leftmost delimiter and split the data set. Press OK, and it should help us to split the data. First name and second name, and we can also name the columns separately as first name and second name instead of customer name. It's taking a little while than the ideal time, but it's completely alright, since considering the 10,000 rows of stores data and 10,000 rows of orders data, it is alright, not a problem. Now let's try to take a look at the orders data set if it has successfully changed it. No, it is still showing us an error. I don't know what's wrong here. It's maybe incomplete. quickly refresh all Stitch preview and check if it can help us. So there you go. After refreshing, the first order date is changed to date data type. So what we missed is when you change the type, you're supposed to add a step. So what exactly I mean by that? Now we are trying to change the second one as well. So just wait for a while and it will give us a choice if we want to add a new step or not. That's when we select the option yes, please add a new step. So what do I mean by steps? So applied steps, you can see something over here, right? So every alteration, every change, or every modification that you're doing, every transformation you're including onto your data will be recorded as a macro. So that can be implemented if you are loading a similar data set for the next batch. Let's say this is 2022 data, and if you're trying to analyze the 2023 data, and every column is similar, then you can just follow these applied steps and the same implementation will be automated. You don't have to spend time in doing the same process once again. There you go. So this time it has recorded this step and it automatically has taken a new step over here. Change type step 1, change type step 2. If you don't want the step to be added, you can just select the red X mark over here. It will remove it. And similarly, when you go back to the stores data set, here you have the first name and second name split successfully. And now let's say you want to have unique customer data, right? In that scenario, you can just even remove duplicates from this particular column. Just remove duplicates and you'll just have unique data. It's possible that one customer might have come here to buy the same product, buy the same product on different dates, or one customer might have done a repeated purchase. So it's possible, but again, if you just wanted to know if there is a way to eliminate duplicate entries, then you can do that. So for now, let's not delete the customer IDs here, because one customer might have visited the same store for multiple times and might have purchased a different product, or might have made the same order with multiple products, right? So there is a possibility for that. Let's not disturb the dataset. So I just wanted you to know if there is a way to eliminate the duplicates from the dataset. Yes, it is. Now let's also check another possibility of data transformation. So let's say you wanted to add a new column and identify or include some mathematical operations. For now, let's say I have sales, quantity, discount, and profit, but I don't know what's the rate, right? So here the sale is for $261 and quantity is 2, but I don't know what's the rate of one product. So I can include that. You can just select the last column, or where you want a new column, just go to the add new column here, and here you can just choose the custom column. Should be somewhere over here. Yeah, this is the custom column. And now if you click on the custom column, you can rename the custom column to rate of product, and here you can choose the mathematical operations to be applied on the columns. So sales column, insert, or double click, divided by quantity. Okay, now it should give you the rate of each product, individual product. It is taking some sizable time. It shouldn't take so long. So there you go, you have the rate of product. And now let's say you want to combine multiple data sets. For example, here I have stores data set, but my stores data set doesn't have any data related to orders, and orders does not have any data related to customers. Now I want to combine these two. Is there a way? Yes, you can do that. Now let's get back to stores, and here go to home option, and here you have something called merge queries. So now the stores data set has been selected in the first data set. Here, just select the drop down and select the second data type, which is orders. So here you can see stores with the current one, which is in the first place. Now, select based on which primary key you want to combine both. So I want to go with customer ID because both of my data sets do have customer IDs. So I'll go with customer ID, and both datasets will be combined. At the end, at the last column, Power BI will show me a new table, not a new column. It will give me a table combined with all the columns in one column. You just have to expand the column and select which columns from the second dataset you want to include in your overall dataset. So let's do that practically. So here you can see I just have tables. If I select the expand column option over here, you can see I have a lot of columns here. So just deselect everything. I do have row ID, I do have a customer ID. What I need is order ID, order date, shipment mode, and customer name. I do have it. So that's all I need. So just press on OK, and I should have them included in my new dataset altogether. It might take a little while. So there you go, we have the new orders ID, order date, ship date, and ship mode added to our dataset. Now just click on close and apply. And your dataset is all ready for data analysis. Supply changes, so it is taking a little time. So at the end, you just have to click on the apply changes and your data will be ready for analysis. So that's exactly how you can perform data transformation in Power BI desktop version. So there you go, the dataset got successfully loaded all over here, and you can just drag and drop them onto the visualizations part and you can work on your data. Yes, so now the Power BI visuals are on the screen. You can see we have file, home, and add data to your report, visualizations, filters, data, etc. Right, for now I think we don't have any data. We can quickly import the data onto this particular platform and start our analysis. But before we get started with that, everybody knows there are simple tricks to create all the type of visualizations, right? If I could expand my screen, here you can have all these visuals. And let's say if I just double click here and if I want any type of visual, it will just show me the visual, right? Let's say I want a bar graph for the sales happening in all the regions. So I'll just double click, I'll tap it down, give me a bar graph for sales, right? It will give you. And just in case we wanted the pie chart for the country wise, you can just give country wise sales pie chart, right? But now let me tell you a few things, correct? So if you are using a pie chart and if you are dealing with, let's say, a lot of companies, or countries, a lot of countries, like 20 countries or 25 countries, right? In that scenario, pie chart look a little cluttered, right? And let's say you wanted to find out the sales that are happening in the region wise and you asked Power BI to create a line graph for that. That would not give you the proper visual. That will not give you the proper visualization, to be honest, right? So as a beginner, if you are learning Power BI, the most fundamental thing is not just understanding how the tools in the Power BI work, what kind of visualizations you have. The most critical thing that you will need to know after understanding the basics is what type of chart is to be used for what kind of visualization, right? So that's exactly we are going to discuss today. What kind of data requires what kind of visualization. Let's say I'm working with date data type. Let's say I'm working with sales data type. Let's say there is a requirement where I need to present the data in form of table or a card. Then what are those scenarios? And if I want to use the pie chart or bar graph, then what kind of data types that I need to deal with? What are the situations where I need to use the bar graph and where I shouldn't, right? A few basic fundamentals that we will be dealing with today. So we have a wide variety of bar graphs in the first row and a wide variety of line graphs in the second row, which deal with the line graph, area graph, ribbons, etc. And in the third row, we have waterfall, funnel, scatter plot, pie chart, donut chart, tree map, and next we have map and filled map, and we have the gauge, cards, and everything, right? And here we also have a KPI, right? So we'll also go through a KPI type of chart. And if you want to learn about the KPIs exclusively, then we have the KPI tutorial in Power BI lined up in this particular series, so you can also go through that. And after that, we have some slicers, and we have tables, and we have matrix, right? So a wide variety of charts available, correct? So we will try to understand the major ones. The first row, bar graph, which are the scenarios where you need to use the bar graphs. Next row, we have the line, right? Line area. So all these come under one kind of set. They are similar to one another. So which is a scenario where you can use a line graph? Which is a scenario where you can use a waterfall or a funnel chart? Which is a scenario where you can use a scatter plot? Which is a scenario where you can use a pie chart, right? A wide variety of probabilities, a wide variety of permutations and combinations. So what are the exact needs? What are the exact visualizations that carry a value, that carry a meaning to the stakeholder? Which are those particular charts which explain the numbers in the right way possible? So that's the point of today's discussion. So to begin with, let's import the data first from the Excel document. So we will be using the Excel data over here. Just click OK. Now you have a wide variety of tables which are present in that particular workbook. We are dealing with the data tab. So just click on it, select and load. If there are any mistakes or if there are any discrepancies, Power BI will let you know, and it has the caliber to also fix those particular data rows, right? So there is 1 or 7 errors right now. You can choose to close, but the overall tutorial is about learning the type of visualization, right? So 7 rows out of 10,000 will not make a huge difference for us right now, because we are trying to just understand the basic understanding of what type of charts to use. So I'll just quickly close this, but in case if you want to fix, you can just click on this view errors, and the Power Query will open up in the background. You can just switch to the Power Query tab and fix the data rows where they really need to be fixed, right? So let me close it for now. And now in a short notice, you can see we have the data loaded here. Now we have 2 types, but if you let us imagine that you're on Tableau, and on Tableau you have 2 things, dimensions and measures, right? So measures is self-explanatory. Anything that deals with numbers is called as measure, and anything that deals with characters or names or anything such which is not a number is considered as a dimension, right? So here we have category, city, country, customer ID. So these are the ones which can be considered as dimensions, and where you have a summation logo or a mathematical symbol right in front of it can be considered as a measure, right? Now let's say we wanted to create the month-on-month sales report, correct? Which deals with the data type. So just data type, right? Just remember, whenever date is included in your parameters, either you're adding it to the rows or columns, just make sure that you are using the line chart, which is over here. So let's quickly rename our page to line charts or graphs, correct? Now we have named it. Now you can either choose to double click and add that, and then here you have x-axis and y-axis, or you can just drag the order date, expand this order date, and the hierarchy is over here. So if you want to go with the month on month, you can simply add this to x-axis, and you can have your sales data somewhere over here, drag this to y-axis. This is one way of creating it. But in case if you don't want to waste time in this particular huge process, you can just choose to simply double click on the canvas and write it over here, line chart sales month. Just click, and there you go, right? Brilliant. Now if you choose to spotlight, or you can just expand this, right? And if you choose the spotlight, you can see a vertical line showing you the numbers, correct? We start from January and all the way to December, right? And here you have the month-on-month sales. So remember, whenever the data type is included in one of your parameters, then the best way to represent, the best way to visualize the reports will be the line graph, right? With that, let's switch to the next one. Now, since we were supposed to discuss the bar graphs first, but it's okay, not a problem. So let's discuss the bar charts now. Let us know the details at first. So we have sales, profit, discount, numbers, etc., right? And we have region-wise, city-wise, category-wise, country-wise. So let us go with category. Now, let us go with category and try to build a bar graph. Just double click anywhere and category. Okay, bar graph. Okay, if not category, you can also choose to have subcategory. Okay, GRAPH. Just take care of your spellings. I think I missed an R over here. Bar graph, subcategory, enter sales. There you go. So you have your chart right here. If you just expand it, you can see we have a wide variety of subcategories, and Power BI was kind enough for us to, sort the data in form of highest ticket price or highest selling product in the first place and the lowest selling product in the last place. So this is how the bar graphs work. But just in case, if you can tell me, why couldn't we go with a, let's say, pie chart, right? Let us also check that. If I just click on this, what happens? You can see a lot of cluttered data, right? You have a lot of subcategories here, more than maybe 10, right? So in this scenario, the visuals are a little displeasing and you don't have the accurate value over here. Just undo it and you have the bar graph, which is a little clearer to look at, a little more decent to understand what's happening. You can just focus on the top 5 over here and you can understand what's going on, right? Now you can just rename them and you can choose to go with any kind of bar graph, vertical or horizontal, or in case if you have a few more, let's say we go with the category first, and under the category you have subcategory, then you can also go with that, and you have an overlapping type of graphs over here, stacked bar graphs, which can show you in that particular category which was the product which was highest selling, right? Now you can also add that, whereas the category, right, you can just choose that. Okay, so I think we can open a new tab, and okay, so we have the bar graph. Next we have waterfall. So let's open and let's name it as waterfall. So waterfall is something which period performance of that particular property or that particular entity. Let's say I wanted to find out the year on year or date wise performance of that particular subcategory. In those scenarios, I can go with waterfall. So just simply double click and ask Power BI to create a waterfall model, waterfall chart, enter space sale. There you go. So it's giving you the period over period sales report of subcategories, and the green line indicates that it is slowly growing in terms of sales, and the red one shows the decline in sales, which is not happening anywhere. And this is the total, the overall the overall subcategories. So it will give you a waterfall model, and the overall total of that particular segment is this much. And now we have dealt with subcategory waterfall model, and let's try to create a ribbon chart. So ribbon chart and the area chart, those are similar to one another, stacked area and ribbon chart. So ribbon chart will give you the performance of that particular product in the timely, if you want to see the performance of that particular product in measured in terms of time, let's say month on month, quarter on quarter, year on year, day by day. That can be done using the ribbon chart, similar to the line chart. But anyways, let's take a look. I'll name it as ribbon, and just double click the Power BI canvas, ribbon chart, or just ribbon, subcategory, enter sale. There you go. If you write order month, you can also track the monthly performance of those products, right? You can see a steady decline, you can see a steady upline, and so here you can see the months, and here you can see the different colors of months. The different colors represent the months. So here are the products, and based on the products, how's the monthly performance, right? Is it declining or is it increasing? Or find it out. You can basically find out that. And moving ahead, we will deal with scatter plot, right? So first we dealt with the bar graphs, next we dealt with the line graphs, and now we also dealt with waterfall, funnel, which is something similar. Next we have stacked chart, scatter plot chart, right? Now scatter plot is a little different. Let's say you're dealing with numbers, only numbers, nothing different. Usually what we do is we carry out a dimension and a measure, right? But in this scenario, you want to deal with only numbers. Let's say you are providing some discount on all your products and you wanted to know the profit against the discount offered. Here you are dealing with two numbers, profit and discount, right? So in those scenarios, what do? So that's when you find out by using the scatter plot. Just double click on the canvas, write it down as build me a scatter plot. Just check the spelling, SCATTER, scatter, discount, enter, and profit. Now it will create a scatter plot based on discount and against the profit. Now you can give some dimension, you can go with subcategory. There you go. Now you have the profit obtained against the discount offered based on different subcategories. Just expand it and you can see in which subcategory what kind of discount was offered and what kind of profits did you make. So 25% discount was being offered on accessories, and you made a profit. Still you made a profit of $33,000. And here you can see almost 200 discount was offered, and still I think that is 1+1 offer or maybe end of the season sale, but still they made a profit based on some parameters. And here you can see the least discount and highest profit. Okay, the least profit and the highest discount is in terms of tables, which is 33%, the maximum out of everything, and they still did not manage to earn some good profits out there. So this is how you create a scatter plot. Just quickly name it as scatter. And next we can deal with the pie chart. Now just double click on the canvas, pie chart, region, sale. So you have 4 to 5 regions here, and using a pie chart would make a good impact on this particular visual, as everything seems clear and you can easily make out which particular region made the highest sale by just looking at the size of these pieces, right? Now let's quickly name this as pie, and now let's move to the, you can just you can use the same data for creating a donut graph. You can use the same data used to create a tray map, and yeah, those are similar to one another. And let's quickly jump, and now let's create some maps, right? Now when do you need to use map type charts? Let's say your data set has some geographical data, something like city, something like country, something like continent, right? Or longitudes, latitudes, anything which gets in touch or gets in line with the geographical data, then you can proceed and build the map data types. I mean the maps, correct? So something which is related to the map data type, you can build a map. Now let me double click on the canvas and ask Power BI to create a map in country sales. There you go. You have, as simple as that, you have the country-wise sales on Power BI right here. You can also choose to have filled map, which will show you how much sale is happening. The darkest color will indicate the highest sale, and the lightest color will indicate the lowest sale. Now moving ahead, we have the cards and gauge. So cards and gauge are completely similar to each other. Just click on the Power BI, double click. You can write card, country. Okay, let's go with region because we don't want to go with, or you can we don't want to have multiple cards. We just want to have 3 to 4 cards on our dashboard. So we'll go with category sale. So I'll just have a card here, right? You can just keep it anywhere on the corner. In terms of real-time dashboard, you can just keep it anywhere. And let's name it as card. Now let's proceed and create a KPI. So multi-row card, you can also create a multi-row card. Let's say you have, let's go back to card and check it once. So if you create a multi-row card, we have 3 categories, and you can also add the subcategories of each category. So that's similar to a multi-row card, correct? Now let's go back to the last type, or we have KPIs and table. So KPIs and table are completely similar to each other. Let's try to go with the KPI. Now we have discount, profit, sale, and quantity, correct? So KPI is something which gives you the direct real-time number of what's happening with your real-time dashboard, correct? Now how many number of products are sold, what's the overall sale that we performed, what's the overall profit that we received, what's the overall discount that we offer. In terms of one single dashboard, you can create a KPI for that. Now let me create a KPI discount first. That's as easy as that. Now KPI for the profit, enter, there you go. Now double click. KPI for sale, enter, there you go. And lastly, KPI for quantity. There you go. Now that's how you create the different types of charts. So basically, if you integrate all these charts into one page or one dashboard or one canvas, that's what you call as a real-time interactive dashboard in Power BI. And again, coming back to the slicers, if you were using Excel, you might have to interconnect each and every single chart using the report connection option. But in Power BI, you don't have to create that particular report connection process. You can just click on the slices any of the chart, and you can click on any of the options. Let's say you wanted to find out country-wise sales. You can just click on the country provided, right? So here somewhere you had, you have Jan, Feb, and everything, right? So if you just click on Jan, every chart available on the Power BI dashboard will connect to it. Connect to the different dependent charts and give you a real-time information without having to create or report connections to each other, right? So basically, if you just add all these charts onto one particular canvas, that's when you get the real-time interactive dashboard in Power BI. And so I hope you have understood what kind of chart you need to use based on what kind of data you have. So we are on the Power BI window right now. So here we can see we have already loaded the data. We have the filters, visualizations, etc. And we have the canvas over here, right? So in the visuals section, if you closely observe, you have the KPI over here, right? So you can either select and drag it onto the canvas, or you can just simply double click and create a KPI. But before that, what exactly is a KPI? Right? It's the key performance indicator, right? It's a full form of KPI. So what exactly is key performance indicator? Let's say we have the sales dashboard over here, sales data set over here, right? Now we have region-wise sales, we have country-wise sales, we have region-wise profits, we have region-wise discounts, we have quantity, right? So it's like a visual, it's like a number, clear, literal, readable number right on top of your dashboard, right? So if you just want to have a quick glance of how many number of sales you made, how's the profit happening, how's the sale happening, how's the discount that you're getting, right? And how many number of quantity of certain product is being sold in a segment, right? So those are the key performance numbers which will be available right on top of your dashboard. So that's exactly what you call as a KPI. Now how do you create a KPI? So one way is you can just hold the KPI and drag it onto the canvas. So this is one way of creating the KPI. Let's remove this. Now, another simplistic way of creating a KPI is just double click anywhere on the dashboard or the canvas and you will have this. So just write what kind of KPI you want to create. So I want to create KPI for sales. Just create that and you have your KPI there. Now another one, KPI discount. Just click on that, you have the KPI for discount. Double click once again, KPI for profits. You have the KPI for profits. Now KPI for quantity. There you go. That's how you create KPIs in Power BI. Should you need to arrange the KPI sizes or color or background, you can also do that by just simply playing around the sections over here, right? The background or the outline section over here, you can just play with it. You can increase the size, decrease the size, add a background. You have a setting over here. You can do anything that you want, right?
Now we will discuss about calculated columns. Now so far what we have done as per our last session is that we did data modeling on the different data sets which we had imported in Power BI, like products, sales data, returns, fulfillment, customer details, and customer master data, calendar details, etc. So in the last session we prepared a data model and established the relationships between these different data sets, like 1:1, 1:many, many to 1, 1:1, etc. And we saw the examples. Now once our relational model is prepared, our data model is prepared, now our next activity is to create certain additional columns which we want to derive basis the data which we have imported. So for example, I'll start with my product data set. Now in my product data set, I want to introduce a column which basically categorizes that if any product which has a color red, black or gray, I am going to tag it as a colored product. Rest I'm going to say not a colored product, right? So all these are like example of byte type product SKUs. So for that, now in order to introduce a new column, you just need to do what? You need to select the table in the data grid, go to the table tools and say new column. Okay, so column will get appended to the rightmost part and you will start seeing a formula section typical to like you get in your Excel. Now I'm going to say that the name of my column is going to be byte type color. Okay, and I'm just creating a if condition. If product color is equal to black, okay, or if it is equal to red, or if it is equal to gray, then say yes, it's a colored product, else say no. Okay, so now you can see basis the product color red and black, they are saying byte type color yes, blue is no, multi is no, etc, etc. So this is a classic example of an if and else condition based conditional column. Okay, so you can create such columns. Now second column, custom column, which I want to create is I'm going to call as discount. Now basis the pricing of my products, I want to associate certain discounts which I am ready to give to my customers basis the product category, like what is the pricing of the category. Again I'm going to make use of if else, but in a nested way. So if I am saying if my product price is less than 100, then I will give 0% of 0% of discount, so 0 into product price, just to keep it consistent. Now I'm saying else, if less than 100 then 0, else I'll check again that if the price is less than 500, then I'm ready to give 1% discount on the product price. Else I'll move further. So like this, I have created a formula. So what I'm saying is, if product price is less than 100, give 0%. If it is less than 500, then give 1%. Less than 2000, then 1.5%. Less than 3000, then 2%. And otherwise, else less than 3000, if it 2%, else 3%, right? Now, after this column is created, now you can check, right? So this, see, the product price for this particular product, it is less than 100, so that's why there is no discount. It is between 100 to 200, then this has been given a 1% discount. So like this, all the discount column is now calculated. Now this column is available just like a regular column in my product table. Now after this, I'll go to my sales table. Now in sales table, I want to identify, create a column called as cost. There is no product cost column over here, so that will be derived. So let's create a column called as cost, and it is derived by order quantity into, now the cost of the product is in the product table, and I know I've already created a relationship between product and sales table. So I just need to select the product cost column. Now only keyword which I have to use in Power BI is the related keyword. So this will pick up the relation, and now for this particular sale order, the cost has already been derived. So this order number, this is the cost for which the product is the costing of the product for this particular order. Okay. Now I'm going to create another conditional column over here called as order status. I'm saying if any order whose order quantity is greater than 2, then for my organization it's an urgent order, else it is a normal order. Oh, sorry, I lost it. So this is my order status column, and I have my order quantity, urgent or normal. So any order which has order quantity 1 is normal. Any order which is having order quantity as greater than 2 is urgent. You can see this. So there's this whole Power BI tabs and sheets allow you to also review the data, what you're doing. So it's very convenient. Now I have my sales data. Now what I want to bring within the sales is my discount column. So here also I want to bring the discount which I have created. So I'll say discount. Discount will be order quantity into related product discount, right? So the discount calculated column which I had created under products, I'll bring over here. Now I am creating the order level discount. So if you see, for this particular order, there's a 25 for 25 rupee discount at the cost is 100,000 rupees. Okay. And what is the order price now? So I have taken the order cost, the discount. Now I have to create a column called as price, order price. So that will be again order quantity into related price, which is per product price, enter. Okay, so now I have the cost, the discount and the price, right, available with me. Now I want to calculate the total revenue, total profit and loss, right? Per order, how much? So first I'll calculate per order how much revenue I am generating. So now I have to generate a column called as revenue. Revenue is price minus discount so 1700 minus 25, 1700 minus 25, 2071 minus 42. And if I want to calculate the profit per order, then it is revenue minus cost. Okay, so now you can see, typical custom columns, calculated columns which we have created are all playing around with the numeric values, numeric data primarily, and trying to give inferences into per order cost, discount, per order price, revenue and profit. So typical calculation columns which I have prepared in front of you. Now let's take a look at other different variations of custom columns. I'll create certain columns for text-based custom columns, calculated columns, using text-based data. So I'm now moving towards my customer table, in which I have customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Now I want to create a new column in which I want to derive the age of each customer as of today, right? So I'll use another function, a date function called as date diff. Now date diff, so I want the difference between the birth date of the customer and as of today in years. Okay, so this customer as of today is 68-year-old, one is 74, 68, 57, etc. So this is one derivation of calculated column of age. Let's take another example. Now this is a text based column where I want to derive the full name of the customer. Now here I'll say first lowercase, in lowercase I'll concatenate the prefix, then ampersand, space, ampersand, first name, ampersand, space, ampersand, last name, and closing brackets, etc. Full name. Okay, so this is an example of full name in lower cases. Now another calculated column, conditional column at the customer level. I want to identify a flag which says who is my target customer basis the demographics shared over here. Target customer. So I'll say if the marital status is equal to M and total children annual income. So okay, so let me change the logic a bit. So marital status is M and age is less than 50. These customers are my target customers. Okay, so I would say yes, else no. See this. His marital status is married, Logan Diaz, and age is less than 50, else everyone. So if I try to filter, so these are my target customers. 69 out of 1178. So this is just a conditional column, but a logical condition, an example which I'm trying to highlight over here. Okay, now let's look at certain calendar date oriented columns, calculated columns. Very typical, like now I have a simple date column. Now I'll keep adding certain columns which which will help you understand how we can do some calculations on the dates. So like for example, I want a date which is 12 days after the current date, the date in the column. So just simple 12 days after, select the date and add 12. Now if you see the date format, you can go and change the format at the top, and if whatever you feel like this. Now see, 12 days after 1st Jan 2015 is 13 Jan 2005. You can go and change the format and other details. Let me also show you, if I go to my cost and other columns, I can go and change the format. This is like a currency, cost is currency. So I can go and change the currency type, and you can even show the dollar value or whatever currency type it is. So for numbers, you can do currency, or text or dates, you can select the format. So this is available at the column tools level. Now in customers, like we had our column of full name. So now what all things are available? Format as text, okay, data type text. So very minimal options are there. With date, you have options of the date format. Now next, I want a column which defines the expiry date. Okay, so 8 months prior to the expiry date which is coming up in 8 months. So I'll create a column called as 8 months expiry, and then there is a edate function. I'll use that. I'll use my date in the data set, comma, I'll say 8. So now this date column will append 8 months to my actual date, and again I can go and change the format. Correct. Now another important column, like I want to know the date name. So I'll use a function called as format, and I'll select my calendar date column, and I'll say give me the DDDD format of it. So it will give me the day name, the day name of on that particular date. Next, years in between. So I want the years in between the today's date and the date of my calendar. So equal to date diff, the calendar date, comma today, comma year, end. 7 years, 2015 to 2022. Then last date of the month. So if I want what is the last date of this particular calendar month, I will use a function EO month, which is there available in the Power BI. So I'll say last date of the month equal to EO month. Then just select the calendar CSV date, comma 0 in months, and enter. Change the format. Then similarly, start of the month. So I'll use a function called start of month. So for all January dates, end of the month is 31st Jan, and start of the month will remain 1st of Jan. Change the format. Next, I want to know what is the week number of that particular date. So now there is an inbuilt function called week number, week num, and just pass the date and you will get the week number. First week of the year, second week of the year, etc. Now another very good example is whether the week day is a weekday or a weekend, right? So what is it? It's a week type. Okay. So I'll put a if condition, and there is a function called weekday, and I'll pass the calendar. If it is less than 6, it means it's a weekday, else it's a weekend. So all Saturday and Sunday day names will come as weekends, or else everything else will come as weekday. So these are very different variations of different column types, calculated columns, which is a very important utility, and any Power BI project you will definitely be ending up creating n number of calculated columns to derive your numbers, to prepare your reports. But it's important to understand what all things we can do. Yes, there are n number of functions available in Power BI. But what I have tried to showcase over here is some important functions. But basis your utility, basis your problem statement, you can look up for a relevant function in the Power BI dictionary. Now, with this introduction to calculated column, this is the base for us to now get into our next session, where we will be talking about creating DAX measures and DAX functions. We will be using Power BI DAX functions, which is much more powerful than simple calculated columns, where you can do more complex calculations. You can calculate totals and then use them in the reports. So for that, we will look up into our next session.
Power BI, let's also learn about DAX expressions, and that's basically your data analysis expressions. So it's basically collection of functions, operators and constants which can be used in formulas or expressions to calculate or return one or more values. Now we can basically add a new column, so we can do that, or we can also create new measures. Now usually there is a shorter way of doing it. You can go into modeling, and here as of now nothing is highlighted because there is no data uploaded. We see just a new table. What I can do is I can go to home and I can, let's get our data, but this time I'll take the simpler data, although we can work on the same earlier data set which relates to IP addresses and all that, so that also can be done. And to learn, we can take up this particular data, which is global superstore, which we have used earlier. Now here I can select orders, I can select people, and I can also select returns. Now what we can do is, before loading, we can just do some quick transformation on this particular data. So that opens up my Power Query editor. So here, if you remember, we have worked on this. This is returns. So what I can do is I can basically go in here. I can say use first row as headers. Now that's one transformation which I would want to do. Let's go into people, and it basically has person and region. We will still do the same thing, use first row as headers, so that gives me the name of the person and the person belongs to which particular region. You have then your orders data set, and here things look fine. So we can select different countries, we can select different product categories, we can basically work on your different use cases here, like we have seen earlier, picking up a category as technology, picking up a subcategory, and we can also create models based on these three data sets. So this looks perfectly fine to me. So let's go ahead and just do a close and apply, and let's have our data quickly loaded. Now, as I have explained earlier, it is good to do transformation, enough data wrangling, so that your data is not huge when you're loading it, because then that will slow down your queries, slow down your visuals, slow down your reports, and so on. Now, this is the data we have. And say, for example, I would want to work on a visual. So we know how we can do that. So I can basically click on my orders. I can look at the aggregated columns such as discount, might be postal code, might be profit. And it depends if you have basically not change the data types. Now, if you see here, postal code and summation really does not go well. Probably this has been loaded as a data type which is integer. But profit and quantity looks good. Row ID sales look good. So we can work on DAX expressions. Now here, if you go into the modeling, it says, do you want to create a new measure? You can create a new column that will get added to your visual. And here, when you are looking into the table, you can click on this, and this also gives you an option of creating a new measure or a new column, new quick measure, and you can work on DAX. So when I said DAX, let's quickly look at what or how DAX looks like. Talk about DAX, the simplest way to understand is knowing the basic syntax. So usually you first have some kind of measure name. So for example, we can say average about something. We can say, okay, let's say average sales. So that becomes one of my measure which I'm interested in calculating. Now, how do I calculate that? So for that, I use an operator, so which shows here. So that's your operator which you are going to use. And then you use a DAX function. So DAX has, or Power BI has a lot of functions which we can use. So for example, I would use a function like average, which we can choose from the drop down as we start typing in. Now this one as a function then needs a referred data table. So basically, let's say I would be interested in orders. So I can select my table or my data set, as you say, and then you can choose a particular column. So from orders, I would want to do an average on, say, sales, and I can key in the column name here. And that basically is my simplest DAX expression. So we can have a complicated way of looking at it, or we can basically say, okay, I would want to find out average sales, and I would want to might be look into a particular city, or where I would say it is per city. So might be I could say average sales, and then I could say by city or by year, or I would want to look into a particular year if we have the order date. So we can say greater than a particular order date. So we would want how our sales have got affected after a particular date, and that depends on the situation. So I can do that, and here I can say greater than order date. Now for that, obviously we have to use the operator, and then I would want to calculate. So I can basically say calculate. Now this is what I would want to find out. So I can say calculate, and then in calculate, I can say, let's take the column which we are interested in. So we can pass in something like a measure here. So for example, I can just say average sales. This is what I want, but I will give a separator here to filter out the data. And then I am going to use my order date. For example, I can basically say, let's take orders, and in that I am taking order date, and then basically this order date has to be greater than or lesser than something. So here you are specifying your data set, your table, and the column. You are giving a filter here, and that's basically your DAX expression. So your DAX has different functions. So when we talk about these functions, like as I said, you are going for an average, or you're going to calculate something. So you have what we usually mean, or we use is your predefined formulas. Now that can perform calculations by using specific values called arguments, so which are in particular order and structure. So always remember that when you talk about DAX, this always refers a complete column or a table. Now there are different categories of functions which we can work on. So you have date and time, such as date difference or finding out now or finding out a later time. You can use something like time intelligence, which is dates between first date and last date. You can go for information functions, which contains custom data. You can have logical functions, mathematical functions, statistical functions, text functions. You have basically working on parent-child relationships. So there are different function categories which can be used. And as I said, we can go for creating a new column or a new measure, and we can use this DAX for our data analysis. Now let's see how we do that. So say for example, I have my order date. Now I would want to work on this. So let's select, say for example, go to your data set and you have a lot of data here. So you can basically go for all this data here, which shows me complete information of the different columns, and you can choose which columns you are interested in, which columns might be you would want to cut short. So for example, I have order ID, I have row ID, might be I don't want a row ID, so I can choose if I want to delete this, and you can say okay, I would want to delete this. Now these are some changes which you are applying, and now if you see, there is no row ID, what we see here as a field. You start with your order ID, you have your category, you have your order date, shipment, and here you have your segment. And for example, we have country, region, market, category, subcategory, product name, sales, and then you have your quantity, discount, profit, and all of this. Now what we can do is I can basically add something here. So this is the data which we have, and what we can do is we can continue working on this. So let's click on home, and here you have ways to transform the data. You have a new measure, you have quick measure, you have new column, and you can try out these. So for example, I can go into new column, and that basically says, okay, what is your column called? Now I can say, for example, as I was explaining, let's go for average sales. So let's call it average sales. Now that's what I'm interested in. Now I need to use an internal function. So let's type in AV, and that shows me, okay, so there is an inbuilt function called average. We can use this one. So you can just hit on enter, and now it says, okay, which is the data set you're interested in. Now based on the reports, based on the data sets I've used earlier, it shows me options of different tables what we have, or different data sets what we have. So let's choose orders. So this is what I'm interested in. You can go for double click, and that gets selected, and now it says, okay, you want average on sales, but which is the column which you would want to use? So we can go for category, we can go for country, we can go for customer ID. All of these are your different columns. So for example, I can go for something like country, and that basically gets selected. Now I can complete this by just closing the parenthesis, and that's basically my DAX function. So my DAX function is ready, and if you want, you can add details to it. So if you would want to continue your function, you can always do a shift enter, that takes you to the next line. If you do not want it, you can go back. You can add a comment by saying alt shift and letter A, and then you can say my first DAX function, and you can give in some information depending on what kind of function you are creating, and that basically allows you to create the function. So this is done. Now let's hit on enter, and basically it will say the function average cannot work with values of type string. And that's right. I mean, we basically chose the wrong country. I mean, you cannot have an average on country. So that's not right. I should use something where I have to take a numeric value. So for example, I will replace this. So I will say I want average sales, and here I can choose what should I take. So for example, let's go for sales, and that's what I would want. So it says order sales, and then hit on enter, and it basically has populated my new column, but then it is basically taking average sales, and it has taken average sales overall. Now we have just selected a column, we have not given any filter, so it just gives me average and it populates every row with this one. Now, this is fine that we have added a column. It has the same average value, and that basically gives me sales on average. So as I said, your DAX function always references a complete column or a complete table, and then basically it adds the value. Now let's see how we can use this. If you notice, the field or the column has got added here. Let's get into visualization, and what I can do is I can basically choose one of the type of visualizations. So for example, if I choose this and say for example I would be adding this average sales, and that is the data I would want to look into. So what we can do is we can just say, okay, I'm interested in this average sales. It shows me the function, and we can add it here. Now this is just giving me the average sales overall. Now that really doesn't make sense. Let's look at this one, or plot a graph. So it gives me what is the average sales, and it gives me some visualization. So we can create visualization like this based on our column. Now what we can also do is we can go back to our data, and we can go for different functions. So as I said, you can create a function that adds a column. Now let's go for something else. So I will say average sales, and I would be interested in say a particular product. Now we have average sales, and that is the measure which we can use. So for example, I would want to find out wherein the year, or let's look at the date field here. So for example, we have country as France. It is telling me city. It is giving me customer name. It gives me a segment. So let's choose a different field, and we can filter by that. So for example, I'll say average sales by, or whatever name you want to give, let's say segment. Now what I will do here is, instead of using this average, so I will go for something like calculate. Now I can go for calculate, I can go for concatenate. So let's go for calculate, and we know that we have a particular column. So let's go for this one, which is, let's open up a bracket here. So let's go here. Let's give our column name. So that could be your average sales. So let's look at what was the column name, and we have average sales with A and S as capital. So let's go for average, and then let's go for sales. Now this is what I want to do, but on what? So let's choose this, and here I'm going to now choose orders. So, and then we have to basically look at the column which has the segment value. So segment, now this is what I would want to use, and then we can try giving a value to this. So you have segment as corporate, So for example, let's go for, so it says calculate, give an expression which we have already given, that's your average sales. Or we can basically give the expression what we did earlier, and then you go for a filtering value. So I'm saying order segment, and let's go for something like corporate. Now that's going to be my segment. Let's close this one. So here's the example. What you do is you give your measure name. So that says average sales by segment. You can do a calculate. Now here you have to pass in a measure. So for example, I'm saying average, and I'm saying take an average for sales. That is, give me an average value of sales. But what I'm interested in is when the order segment is corporate. So I'm giving a filter here, and then it gives me average sales by segment. So that's the column value here, and it is basically filtering out based on the segment being corporate. So segment is our particular column here, which is showing up somewhere. Let me see, where is my segment column? So we have your product. Now I have, let's search for country, city, postal code, customer ID. And since we have chosen order sales, it is giving me this average value, and you can choose a different column, or you can say profit is greater than something else. So I would be only interested in those values, and you can continue adding things to your DAX expression. And this is how you can do here. So basically what I did was, we were using a measure which is average order sales. I said my segment has to be corporate, or basically you can just say segment has to exist. So you can say a Boolean value like equals true. Now I'm saying orders profit has to be greater than 100, and I'm only looking for my average sales by segment, where profit is greater than 100, segment is corporate, and now this has calculated the value. So you basically see here, so it tells me 286. If you look at the profit value, so it is greater than 100. What I can do is I can even add a filter here. So for example, I can say greater than, and let's give some value here. So for example, let's go for 100, and let's see if it has done the work. So you see all the average values where it is greater than 100, and then we have to also look at our other values. We can filter it. So segment has to be corporate, and let's apply the filter here. So I will uncheck, I'll say corporate. Now this is what I'm interested in. So it tells me the corporate is sector. Now you see the sales value, which is already showing up here, which we have average sales by segment, which is telling me that you have corporate segment, and it gives you where the profit values are greater than 100. Now we have this DAX here, we have applied, we have the filter, and what we can do is we can go to quickly visualization, and what I can do is I can choose this, I can add it here, and then that says me average sales by segment. However, we can go for different kind of visualization which can give us more meaning here and look at the data. So this is how you can simply use your DAX expressions. Now this is a simple quick session where you are looking at the DAX expression. So when you look at this symbol, it means it is a DAX expression. So you can obviously double click on this one, and that shows you what is your DAX expression. Now as I said, I have given two filters here. So always remember, once you have given a measure, you give your first filter, and then you can give any number of filters. You can just order it in a different line, that should be fine. Let's say average sales by segment. Okay, so let's say average sales by segment, okay, profit greater than 100. So I can give some kind of name which basically identifies my column, and that gives me the value. Now if you see here, we have applied these filters, and that's why we are only seeing the relevant data, which is profit, which is a particular segment. And you can create any number of DAX expressions like this using some inbuilt functions. So anytime if you would want to see if your DAX expression is working fine, what you can do is, for example, I can say test function. Okay, now I would want to create a function, and then I can basically choose the available functions. As I said, you have logical functions, you have statistical functions, you have mathematical functions, you have information functions. So you have all of these options here, and you can choose one of these. So for example, we were going for average. You have and or. For example, I can directly go for and, but that would not make sense in the beginning. You can go for absolute value of something. So for example, let's choose absolute, and now I want to work on orders. So I go for orders, and here I can say, okay, I'm looking at orders, but I would be looking at sales value. I would want the exact value, so I can choose this one, right? And here, now once I am creating a function, so I can be selecting a different column. So this is basically one column. Now you can add calculation you want to do, but this basically says unexpected expression because this is a new DAG for a new column. So what I can do is I can take this out from here. I can go ahead and create a new column and then, or a new measure. So I can do that, and it works perfectly fine. Now I can save this, and we can call it whatever report you would want to call. So let's say Superstore with new DAX, and you can share it, you can publish it, you can continue using it in your reports. So you can create any number of functions as such and then just save it. So for example, I have set of DAX functions, and I can upload it on a GitHub link. So here, for example, if I go in here and if I click on DAX, so that tells me the different kind of visualizations I have based on the standard data. So it depends on my file, which should be existing here. So I can go in here, and this should actually work, but the location has changed, and I just click on open report. I can do a browse report. I can go into Power BI content, and here let's look into this one and just say open. So that will not only load the report, it has different visuals, and different visuals with the standard data set which comes with Microsoft. And it basically has different kind of visuals, and each of those visuals again have different tax functions, so you can use these also. So what we have learned is working on a store data set, working on some threat hunting data sets, working on our own created tables, and these are some of the pages what you see here. So this is based on the data which comes in with AWS, and you can always look into one of these and you can search. If you see here, look at this icon, and it tells me, okay, this looks like a tag function, and let's double click on this one, and that shows me the function what you're doing. So you're creating a function called age. It uses date difference. It works on dim customer table on the birthday date, and you would want to basically find out the date difference between now and the birthday, and you would want the year. So this is the data what you have. You can obviously choose this, you can look at the result of this, and you can see the visuals. So these are some simple DAX expressions. You can create a lot of data expressions like this. Now this is here, you have date function, so I can choose which are the DAX functions which are existing here. I can just load them. So for example, this one is one of my other data sets, and then you can play around with the data here. So this is how you create your DAX expressions, and this was just a quick demo on going for some simple DAX expressions. You can create different kind of visuals, and you can then save those reports. You can publish it to Power BI service, and you can then gather insights based on this. So this is how you work with Power BI, wherein you can use DAX, you can use Power BI service to gather insights, you can use desktop to work on loading your data, transforming your data in different ways, and then basically analyzing it.
So these days you might be hearing a lot about Power BI. We do have a lot of BI tools in the market like Excel, Tableau, ClickView, a lot. But people are talking about Power BI the most. But why? So we will be knowing that in a while. So let's get started with building a dashboard first, and eventually in the process you will definitely understand it. So making a dashboard in Power BI is just like a breeze. So before we get started with Power BI, I would like to explain you a few fundamentals that you might want to take a look at before getting started. So data cleaning is a much needed process. So you can do data cleaning using Power Query, or you can just simply open your Excel and try to check the data types for blank cells, any inappropriate data, eliminating them, right? So simple, basic, fundamental data cleaning process. If you have some irrelevant data in your data set, just eliminate that row or try to fill that with the proper data that was supposed to be there. And if there are any blank rows or blank cells, eliminate those blank rows and blank cells so that your data is up to date and accurate. And apart from that, let's check out some data types. For example, the first one, which happens to be the row ID here. So this is the data set that we will be dealing with today. So this particular row ID has a general data type. So it can be either a number or a float. And when you come to the ship date over here, the order date over here, right? So those are date data types, and they might follow different formatting. Let's say they might follow date number, that is day number, and for month they might add the alphabetical name like JAN or FEB and the year, or a few others might format with date, time, and we will be having date and at the time, which will be describing the hours, minutes, and seconds, right? So there are a lot of variations where a data from date data type can be saved. So it's your fundamental responsibility to make sure that all the elements from a specific column are of one single data type, so that the entire data set is integrated. It's very good, and it should be intact. That's the whole point of it. And if you have any inconsistencies in your data set, that might result in abnormal predictions, abnormal dashboards or charts, whatever you make, there will not be those dashboards cannot be relied on. Your reports cannot be reliable. So that's the whole point of it. So just make sure that you go through the fundamental, very basic data cleaning things like eliminating blank rows, blank cells, maintaining a uniform data type for all your columns, based on the data. It's not like you have to maintain character data type for your dates. So you need to make sure that what kind of data type suits what kind of data, and you need to check that and make sure that all the elements in that particular column follow one standard data type. So I'll be going with date data type for order date and ship date, and ship mode will be character, serial, that is row number will be serial number or row number will be integer, and everything else will be character data type. And when it comes to the last 4 rows, sales, quantity, discount, and profit, so those will be the float data type. And when you check out the location, here we have country, north, so these will be segregated by your BI tool, either Tableau or Power BI, whichever you're using. So those will be segregating these particular location type data types, and it will show them as map, right? So this is the major thing which you need to make sure before starting with your building the dashboard. So that having said that, let's begin with the Power BI. Let me start the Power BI tool. Here it is, just click on it. It should take a while. So here we are. we are on the first page of the Power BI. So you can import the data from Excel, you can import the data from SQL Server, you can just copy paste your blank tables. So you can make use of some APIs and plugins and get connected to the data sources from web or any other sources, and you can also import the data from that particular source. So today we will be dealing with the Excel dataset. So we will be importing the Excel file. And before that, here you can see some options which are filters, data visualizations, and data. So we haven't loaded any data, so you can see the data over here. And if you are on Tableau, they will be available on the left side, and you will call them dimensions and measures. So you can apply the same analogy here. So you will be available with the dimensions and measures once we import the data. And here you have a wide variety of charts and graphs that you can just drag and drop and create. So once you have the data over here, you can just drag and drop onto the canvas over here, and then it will automatically generate some type of a data set or a chart. Let's say it will give you a tabular chart. You can just click that particular chart and come over here, hover over here, and you can select any one of the charts available here. Let's say you wanted the pie chart, you can do that. You can do a donut chart, you can do a tree map, right? So once you hover onto it, it will tell the name of that particular chart, and you can select that. Like, it's based on your choice, right? So this is about it basically. Now you can also do some drill throughs. That's again for a session in another time, another day. So that's a session for a different day. For now, let's try to create a dashboard in a routine way. Remember, I'm telling you, or I'm specifying in a routine way, because we're also about to learn why Power BI is being so popular currently in the BI industry, right? So there are some tips and tricks that will help you in the long term. So let me close the filters, close the visualizations, close the data. And now let's click on this particular option which says import data from Excel, right? Now we are in the Excel dataset. So this is the file where I basically store my Excel datasets that I'll be working on. So you can also have access to this. You can just let me know, and we will drop down the tribe link in the description box, and you'll have the accessibility to all these datasets. So remember, I spoke about data cleaning, right? So this Excel data, it is completely cleaned. Every data column has a uniform data type, and it follows that data type throughout. And if you check out this particular original data set, which is sales, European sales over here. So this is the original data set which follows different nomenclatures for data types. For example, if I come down to the date column, there are different types of data types. Some of the cells have only dates. They follow date, month and year. And some of these cells have date, month and year along with the time. So another glitch here. So a few of the cells were following the 24-hour timing nomenclature, and a few others were following 12 hours. That is specifically mentioning AM and PM, right? So this causes a lot of trouble when you're creating a report. Trust me, I've been there. So what I did is I cleaned the entire data set, removed the cells, the blank cells, removed the blank columns, removed the blank cells, removed the blank rows, and in any situation if there is discrepancy followed in data types, I've also cleared that, and I saved it as Excel data, right? So we will be using this particular data now, and if you need these data sets, I can provide you with that using the drive link, and you can have access. You can also try your data cleaning by following our tutorial, which is linked in the description box below for data cleaning, and you can do it, and you can start with your dashboards. Now let me just extract this particular data set. Just click on open, and you will be having it on the screen just in a moment. So when you check out the original data set, we have a lot of sheets here, right? So these were some pivot tables that we created for data analytics using Excel. So you can also check out that video. Now we will be doing the same data analytics and creating an entire interactive dashboard on Power BI with the same data set. So you can see Power BI is trying to load all the tables and all the sheets available in that particular file, but we just need one out of those. You can also click all of those, or you can just get one out of those. So for now, I just need one out of those. So here it is, and you can check the data. You can have a quick preview of how your data is looking, right? And then just click on load. And the best part is Power BI will also perform a data cleaning operation from its end and identifies if there are any rows or any cells that I must have to clean, and it will notify you if there are any errors, and it will also, it is also capable to, fix those errors for you. You can see I have 7 errors, right? So you can just view errors and clear them, or I can just close, so that in the background Power BI will take care of them for me. Now we have the data, right? So here you can see the data tab got opened, and here you can have a new drop down. If you click on that, you have all the data elements present in the data set, or in terms of Tableau, you have dimensions and measures. So basically, wherever you have a summation or any kind of mathematical operation present in front of the column name, that particular element or that particular column is considered to be the measure. So which is basically dealing with the numbers, and all the others which do not have any other mathematical symbol like equals, hashtag, or summation, those are the dimensions. Basically the character data type or the date data type, whichever the data type it is, but not numbers, right? So here we have it. So what you basically do is completely similar to Tableau, ClickView, or any other business intelligence tool. Basically just drag and drop, right? Now let's say I want to find out the region-wise sales. What can I do here is I can just drag it onto the canvas, and again I have sales over here. I can drag sales to the canvas. I can just hover it onto the existing box. You can see this particular box, right? You can just drop it inside the box, so that Power BI will understand that I'm trying to extract the region-wise sales, and it will perform the summation of all the sales region-wise, and it will give you a table. Let's say you're not satisfied with this particular tabular representation. You can just hold your table, and here you can open the visualizations and open the filters, right? And here you have visualizations over here. If you want to segregate that in form of a pie chart, you can do it, right? Now it will give you the sum of sales based by region. Now if you want to calculate the let's say order date, date wise sales, then I can also do that. You can just drag the sales over here and select that particular table, and whenever you are dealing with the date data type, right? When you are dealing with the date data type, then what you do is you try to use the line graph. It's the best way to represent your sales, how they are happening, right? And a few other things. Let's say I want to calculate the profit by city or country. Which country is facing the highest number of profits? We can also do that. Just drag and drop, you know how it is. And okay, it's giving a lot of countries, but still it's not a big problem for us. You can just drag and drop the sales, and here you can select any one out of these. Let's go with the bar graph, and here you have it, right? Now, so far so good, right? So far we are so good. Now if you worry about the interactivity, you don't have to. Basically, when you're using Excel or any other Tableau, let's say if you're using Excel, you might have to use slices, right? So if you're not aware of what am I talking about, you can just go check the data analytics of building the dashboard using Excel, where I have completely explained the same data set, and we have built an interactive dashboard there, so it will give you a better idea about it. So before that, let's circle back. So here you don't have to create a slicer, and you don't have to report the connections between each and every chart. It's automatically done in the background. For example, let's say if I wanted to calculate the sales of central region, if I just click on the central region, it will automatically change the display of the entire dashboard, and it will give me the central region sales, right? And if I just go back, it will give me the entire sales dashboard. Let's say if I want to calculate the west region, I have my best data, right? So that's the best part of Power BI. And now we are going to identify why this is one good reason why Power BI is popular, but there is another good reason why Power BI is so popular right now. So popular, so easy, and so effective that even a school-going kid can build a dashboard. Trust me, a school-going kid of grade 11, grade 12, or a candidate who is just graduating, or a fresher, or any person who doesn't have a computer knowledge but has some good knowledge about numbers and how businesses work, they can definitely create an interactive dashboard using Power BI, even if they are new to Power BI. So we are going to just see just that. Let's create a new page, or you can just go back to the same page. Okay, let's create a new page. Now, let's say I don't know how to create a chart. I don't know. Let's say my manager asked me to create a complete report of the sales happening. And I don't know Power BI, and I don't know anything about how to create a chart and how it's work, right? But I have certain idea, right? Let's say I have a certain idea. I want to find out the region-wise sales. I want to find out the country-wise sales. I want to find out the performance of sales, date on date, year on year, month on month, quarter on quarter, whatever it is. You just want to create, you just want to extract you want to build an insight on the date-wise sales, and you want to find out, profits based on certain regions or certain categories, right? Which category is the highest performing category, which is the majorly used shipment mode, right? There are limitless possibilities. You know what to build, but you don't know how to build, right? In such situations, Power BI is here for the rescue. Just right click on the canvas, just click anywhere, right? Now okay, it was not the right click, it was the double click. So just double click anywhere on the Power BI canvas, and there you can see something called ask a question about your data. Let me expand that for you. You can see ask a question, anything about your data. Now let's say I want to create the same region-wise sales, right? You can just type on the region-wise sales, and it's already giving you a bar graph. Now let's say you don't want the bar graph, you want a pie chart or a donut graph, right? Donut chart. So you can either select any one of those. I'll go with the pie chart for now. So you can just select on that, and here you have your pie chart, right? How simple is that? How easy is that, right? And now you can just place it anywhere on your dashboard, check the size, alignment, and you're good to go. Let's close these filters for now so that the canvas is a little more better visible. Now, let's say I want to find out ship more profits and the type of graph. I'll go with the bar graph. There you go. Sales that happened using a certain ship mode, and you have the data right here. And I'm choosing the bar graph. Now let's say I want to calculate the month-on-month sales, right? So double click anywhere on the canvas, sales, order date, and remember we want to represent okay, it's too intelligent. It already gave you a line graph, right? Just click that, select that, and just place it anywhere on your chart. And you can expand it. There you go. There you have it, right? And now let's try to find out a few more things. Let's try to find out which of these segments gave me a lot of profits, category-wise profits. Category profit, and let's try to build. We have a pie chart, so let's build a donut chart. There you go. Place it anywhere on the canvas, like wherever you need it. Now a few more things. State-wise. Okay, now let's make it a little more interesting. State, sale, map. You wanted a map, right? So just select on that and you will be having the map. Okay, some problem here. So I think let's go with country, sales, map. Okay, let's enter. Now let's select this particular chart. Okay, no interactivity on it right now. Select this, and here let's select map, and map and field map. Visuals are disabled. To enable them, go to File, Options, Settings, Options, Global Security Details. Okay, let's try this. File, Options and Settings, Options, Global Security. Use map and field map visuals. I think this should fix this. Okay, let's refresh. This should help us. There you go. You have your map. Let's place it anywhere in graph, in the dashboard. Now We have the region-wise sales or country-wise sales, and the shipment mode subcategory, and let me know what else we can build. Let's have the KPIs here. Now let's go to the sales, just drag and drop the sales anywhere on the table, and I want the data presented in visuals. I have the card. Now let's have profits, and that should be a card again. And let's have quantity, that should be a card again. That's our KPI. Profit, sales, quantity, discount is another one which you can add, and just add number card again. There you go. You can go to the insert option, insert text box, and there you can just write down sales dashboard, align the text to center, and that should be good. There you go. So far so good. And in case if you wanted to add a few more visual aesthetics to your dashboard, you can also do that. You can just click done. Yeah, I think you remember your PowerPoint, right? Just go to view and you can select any of the backgrounds you want, and there you go, you have it. If you're not happy with this, you can also have some images in the background. You can add some images which will make it look a little more interactive, right? So that's how you build an amazing interactive dashboard in Power BI, and that's the reason why the simplicity why Power BI is being so popular amongst the all other remaining BI tools. So now let's get started with the customer analytics dashboard using Power BI. So we will be using the Amazon sales dataset from 2023 and 2024 for this particular dashboard using Power BI. So let's quickly switch between the PowerPoint presentation and the dataset that we are going to use today. So this particular dataset is available on Kaggle, and it is actually the dataset between 2020 and 2021. So we carried out a little bit of data cleaning process, and we enhanced the dataset, like removing the blank spaces, removing the blank cells and the blank rows basically. So, and after that changing the data type of dates. So you might be wondering that there might be a few discrepancies in the way the data is formatted, because there are many ways. For example, if I just select this column and go back to data type, and if I go to the available dates, there are many formats. So you can see year, month and date, date, month and year, and there is an alphabetical representation of month, right? So there are many variations where you can represent the dates. So we are going to use one single format for the entire data set so that it can be easier for us to identify the week on week, month on month, quarter on quarter and yearly analysis. So that's the whole point of it. First point, just try to eliminate any kind of blank cells, rows or columns in your data set so that the accuracy of the data that you are using to perform analysis is intact and good, right? So apart from that, just check if you want to eliminate any of the decimal points. Just select this, and here you can see the option to eliminate leading decimal numbers, right? You can use this option over here. So there are about 286,393 rows in this particular data set, so it might take a little while to reflect my actions on this particular data set. And apart from that, if you could just hover over through this particular data set, you have a lot of things to deal with. You have regions, you have username, discount percentage, and you have first name, last name of the user, quantity ordered, price, value. So why are we basically going through this particular data set is when you understand, it is when you can quantify what's happening with the data set, that's when you can plan out what kind of analysis you want to perform, right? Let's say you did not get any kind of prerequisites from your manager, you just have the data set and you need to perform the exact analysis which could benefit your organization. So they also want some insights so that they can make out some decisions out of it, right? Some business decisions. So in that situation, you just have to go through the dataset once and do the data cleaning process, and then understand what exactly has been mentioned in this particular dataset and what kind of insights you can extract out of this dataset, and you can proceed with that. So basically we have quantity ordered, price, value and total. Apart from that, you have category, you have different payment methods, you have the year, you have the dates, and so when you have dates, you can also create some trend lines out of it. And apart from that, let's say you have zip codes, region, right? So you can find out region by sales and a few more things what you can basically do out of it, right? So having the data set understood, let's go back to Power BI. So this is our Power BI platform. So basically you can just select this particular Excel workbook option and import the data. I've done it basically. Here you have it. So we have the age, category, city, country, everything presented over here. Now let's quickly create the visualizations using this particular data set. So I would firstly go with a bar graph. Okay, let me choose this bar graph right over here, and let me create gender-wise sales. Let's have this gender here. So we should be having something called as a price or a sale. So we have price over here. You can quickly drag this and drop it on the x-axis. Okay, y-axis, and gender on the x-axis. So we don't want this filter over here. You can eliminate this. So now you have gender-wise sales, right? Now next, let's use a pie chart. Now you can find out the region-wise sales. Quickly add the region into the legends. Here you have the region-wise sales. So you have Midwest, Northeast, South and Southwest regions. So these are the sales numbers. Line graph, which can help us to do. Okay, so just click on the canvas and then double click for your graph and the sheet. Now let's use the order date and drop it onto x-axis and price onto y-axis. Now if you could use the drop down and use the date hierarchies, you can use the year on year, month on month. So let's go with month on month or quarter on. Okay, let's go with quarter on quarter. Now you can see how are the sales running quarter on quarter for this particular data set. So we have 2 years, that is 2020 and 2023 and 2024. The quarter on quarter comparison for year on year sales figures, right? Now let's click on the canvas once again, and now you can choose the over here. And so since we have 2 genders, and I think we also have a column for age, it should be somewhere in the list. So basically you can derive what age groups have made the maximum number of sales, right? Yeah, so here we have it. And the sales. So basically it will create a bucket, right? Age group from 18, age group from 19, 20, 21 and so on. Now just go through the orders, or you can go with the price. So just drag and drop it in values and you have it here, and you created a donut chart of it. And let's try to create a filled map now. You can understand which area or which region was the highest sales we received. So just go through the data set over here. So we have the country, just drag and drop the country, and then have the price or orders. You can use anything. Okay, let's go with the orders, quantity order, and add it in the values. So here we have it. So if you could expand, you can find out which region was the one which gave the highest number of orders. And there is another simple way to do it as well. If you just double click on the canvas, it will give you a prompt where you can write map country wise.
map state. So we have a state column here, sales or price. And it will automatically understand your query and create a map which will show you the highest number of sales from the regions or the region or state-wise sales. Brilliant. Now if we proceed into the final chart, okay, we have a waterfall chart. So now you can create a waterfall chart. So you just name it waterfall. So we have a category somewhere. Yeah, waterfall category wise, just enter price or sale, and we have a waterfall chart over here based on the categories. You can just drag or you can expand the canvas to have a clear picture. And yeah, so far we have dealt with, okay, we have a scatter plot. We can do a scatter plot for quantity of orders received against discount offered. So we should be having quantity ordered UTY against discounts, or I think we can go with order IDs. So it will give us a unique representation. There has been a small discrepancy. Order ID, or you can also go with customer ID against discount offered. So we have a huge data set, 2 lakh plus, so it might take a little while to respond to the requests. That's completely alright. Now what left out is the KPIs, so you can also create some KPIs. So just double tap and write a KPI for total sales, write a KPI total orders, 29,000 orders, KPI for total discount, KPI for discount percentage. Or we can use KPI for gender, which can tell us how many number of females or how many number of males did create an order. So we will be having a number here. Order ID. If you could just close these visualizations over here, we can expand the canvas, and you can also have, okay, we can also minimize this particular area, and we can also have another chart or bar graph for types of payments, payment types, payment method, right? So we will be generating a bar graph with highest number of payment methods used, that is cash on delivery, online payment, EMIs, etc. So it will take a little time to reflect on this particular screen. That's all right. Now if you can just go to view, and here you will be having various options for representing your dataset. Just click on the best way to represent your dataset. There you go. So basically that's how you create. Okay, let's try to rearrange our charts a little bit so that the KPIs and KRAs are clearly visible. There you go. So that's how you create a customer analytics dashboard using Power BI.
Power BI makes data visually appealing. It has easy drag and drop functionality with features that allow you to copy all formatting across similar visualizations. Power BI fetches data from factory sensors and social media sources to get access to real-time analytics. Let's see what Tableau really is. Tableau is a powerful business intelligence tool which manages the data flow and turns data into actionable information. It can create a wide range of different visualizations to interactively present the data and showcase insights. Tableau has the feature of drag and drop, which allows its users to create interactive visuals quickly. It can also build interactive dashboards with just a few clicks. So Power BI was originally designed by Ron George in the summer of 2010, and the initial release was available for public download on 11th of July 2011. The key components of Power BI are Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, Power BI Mobile Apps, Power BI Gateway, and Power BI Report Server. Tableau software was founded in 2003 in Mountain View, California, and the Tableau Desktop 1.0 was released in 2004. On 1st of August 2019, Salesforce acquired Tableau. Tableau products include Tableau Desktop, Tableau Server, Tableau Online, Tableau Visible, Tableau Public, and Tableau Reader. Now, let's see how expensive these tools are. Power BI is way less expensive than Tableau software. Power BI Professional version costs less than $10 per month per user. The yearly subscription comes around $100. Power BI Premium is licensed with dedicated cloud compute and storage resources and is priced at $4,995 per month. On the other hand, Tableau is more expensive, where the Pro version of Tableau comes at more than $35 per month per user. The yearly subscription costs around $1,000. Tableau Creator costs around $70 per month, while Tableau Viewer is priced at $12 per month. If you are a startup or a small business, you can opt for Power BI and then upgrade to Tableau if the need arises. Now coming to performance, Power BI is easy to use. It is faster and performs better when the volume of data is limited. Power BI tends to drag slow when handling bulk data. But Tableau can handle large volumes of data easily. It is faster and provides extensive features for visualizing the data. Tableau doesn't limit the number of data points in a visualization or enforce row or size limitations. So you can have a complete view of your data. Tableau's wide range of built-in analytic capabilities allows you to spend less time worrying about manually creating calculations, designing visualizations, and formatting dashboards. Now let's discuss the user interface of these tools. The user interface of Power BI is highly intuitive, and it can easily be integrated with other Microsoft products. Power BI interface is easy to learn and understand. It is user-friendly and allows you to operate better. Power BI Desktop provides 3 views which you can select on the left side of the canvas. The first view is of the report view, where you can create reports and visuals. The next is the data view. In this view, you can see the tables, measures, and other data used in the data model associated with your report, and transform the data for best use in the reports model. And third is the model view. In this view, you can see and manage the relationships among data in your data model. Tableau has an intelligent interface that enables you to create and customize the dashboards according to your requirements easily. It has an inviting workspace area that encourages you to experiment with data and get smart results. The workspace area has different cards and cells, toolbar, sidebar, data source page, status bar, and sheet tabs. With that, let us now talk about the different data sources that Power BI and Tableau can connect with. Another important feature of Power BI is that it supports various data sources but has limited access to other databases and servers compared to Tableau. Some of the examples are Microsoft Excel, text or CSV files, folders, Microsoft SQL Server, AccessDB, Oracle Database, IBM DB2, MySQL Database, PostgreSQL Database, etc. Tableau software has access to numerous data sources and servers such as Excel, text file, PDF, JSON, statistical file, Amazon Redshift, Cloudera Hadoop, Google Analytics, Dropbox, Google Sheets, Google Drive, and lots more. Now let's talk about the ease of use. Power BI enjoys a slight edge in terms of ease of use because it is based on a user interface that has its roots in Microsoft Office 365, which most end users are already familiar with. Tableau provides some essential advantages for exploring and visualizing data in detail. Tableau is also incorporating natural language capabilities into its software. This will help us in finding solutions to complex problems by understanding the data better. Next, Let us understand how Power BI and Tableau differ in terms of programming support. Power BI supports data analysis expressions or DAX and M language for data manipulation and data modeling. It can connect with R programming language using Microsoft Revolution Analytics, but it is available only for enterprises level users. Compared to Power BI, Tableau integrates much better with R language. Tableau Software Development Kit can be implemented using any of the 4 programming languages such as C, C++, Java and Python. By connecting to these programming languages, you can build even more powerful visualizations. Now coming to the most important category, which is data visualization. Power BI provides an easy to use drag and drop functionality. It provides features that make data visually appealing. Power BI offers a wide range of detailed and attractive visualizations to create reports and dashboards. Using Power BI service, you can ask questions about your data and it will give you meaningful insights. Tableau also allows its users to customize dashboards specifically for a device. It delivers interactive visuals that support insights on the fly. It can translate queries to visualizations and makes you ask questions, spot trends, and identify opportunities. No coding knowledge is required to work on Tableau, as Tableau provides inbuilt table calculations to build reports and dashboards. Now talking about machine learning and how they are different from each other. Power BI enjoys the advantages of Microsoft Business Analytics that includes platforms such as Azure Machine Learning, SQL Server-based analysis services, data streaming in real time, and many Azure database offers. It helps to understand the data and analyze the trends and patterns in the data. You can also forecast the data to make future predictions. Tableau supports the features of Python machine learning. This enables it to perform machine learning operations over the dataset. Finally, let's talk about customer support. Microsoft Power BI is relatively younger in the market than Tableau and hence it has a smaller community. While Tableau has over 160,000 active users participating in over 500 global user groups and over 150,000 active customers participating in the Tableau online community. Next, on the screen, you can see the Google Trends for both the tools over the last 5 years from 2015 onwards. As you can see, Tableau is a clear front runner and is more popular these days with high search volume. Now talking about the Gartner Magic Quadrant for Analytics and Business Intelligence Platforms. So for 13 consecutive years, Gartner has recognized Microsoft as a Magic Quadrant leader in analytics and business intelligence platforms. And it has recognized Tableau as a leader in business intelligence after Microsoft. You can see there are other popular tools such as Qlik, ThoughtSpot, cSense, Oracle, SAS, SAP, and Salesforce. Now I will tell you how Simplilearn can assist you in learning Power BI and Tableau and help you become an expert in business intelligence. So let me take you to our website. I'll open a new tab. Let me search for simplilearn.com. I'll now search for Power BI in the search bar. So let me type Power BI here. I'll click the first link, which is the Power BI certification training course. So this course will help you learn about Microsoft Power BI desktop layouts. You will learn how to build business intelligence reports, dashboards, Power BI data analysis expressions, commands and functions. So this is the course content. You learn about desktop layout, features, the views, connecting to common data sources. You learn about the query editor and its functionality. Then you will learn how to create relationships in your data model. You learn about calculated columns and measures, built-in aggregations. You will also learn about data visualizations practices, reports and dashboard layout, creating a sales analysis report and lots more. Let me go back and now I'll search for Tableau. I'll click on the first link. So this is the course for Tableau certification training. So it's around 56 hours of in-depth blended learning. There are 4 real-time industry projects. You'll get lifetime access to self-paced learning videos, 2 simulation exams. On the right, you can see the skills that will be covered as part of this course. We'll learn Tableau statistics, building interactive dashboards. There's arithmetic, logical and LOD calculations, which is level of detail. Learn about heat map, waterfall, Pareto, clustering, forecasting. And here you can see the entire course content. After learning this course, you can go ahead and take the Tableau certification.
Welcome to Simplilearn. In this video, we are focusing on ChatGPT and its groundbreaking role in data analytics. In a world where data is the new gold, understanding and analyzing this wealth of information is crucial. But as the volume of data grows exponentially, traditional analysis methods are being pushed to their limits. Enter ChatGPT, a revolutionary AI developed by OpenAI that's transforming how we approach data analytics. But what makes ChatGPT stand out in the crowded field of data analytics tools? How can it not only streamline complex processes, but also uncover insights that were previously hidden in plain sight? Stay tuned as we unravel the capabilities of ChatGPT, share real-world applications, and show you how it's being used by analysts and businesses alike to make smarter, data-driven decisions. And whether you are a data scientist, a business professional, or just a tech enthusiast, curious about the future of AI in data analytics, this video is for you. So let's dive in and discover how ChatGPT is not just revolutionizing data analytics, but also how we understand and interact with the vast universe of data. And don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell to stay updated on all our future explorations into the fascinating world of technology. Now let's get started and unlock the potential of ChatGPT for data analytics together. So guys, an Excel data analyst always looks for ways to improve their efficiency and gain deeper insights from the data. That's where ChatGPT comes in handy. So ChatGPT is an AI-powered language model that can assist you in various tasks, including Excel-based data analysis. And for that data analysis, let's dive into some demos to see how it works. So guys, as you can see, this is the ChatGPT 4, and you could see this has the support of DALE, browsing and analysis, and usage limits may apply. Like we have the version that has some usage limits. And for the data, I have downloaded the data from the Kaggle. I will provide you the link in the description. If you want to download the same data, you can. And I have that in my downloads. So this is the data that we'll be using. So the first thing we'll be doing is data cleaning and preparation. So firstly, let's explore data cleaning and preparation. Before diving into analysis, it's essential to ensure our data is clean and ready for processing. So for that, we will write a prompt in ChatGPT and ask him to clean the data. ChatGPT has the feature to insert the files, provide the Excel file to the ChatGPT, and we'll ask him that can you help me identify and remove duplicates in this Excel spreadsheet. So let's ask him, can you help me identify and remove duplicates? Duplicates from this Excel spreadsheet from the provided Excel spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and he is telling us that he can definitely help us with that, and he is analyzing that. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided us the response. So let's first go to our spreadsheet. So this is the spreadsheet. Order number, quantity ordered, price of each quantity, and order lines. So you could see that first ChatGPT has encountered an error, and that is with the character encoding mismatch. And then he has loaded the spreadsheet successfully with the second attempt, and you could see that he has provided like the smaller or the briefer version of the spreadsheet, That is, the dataset consists of sales data with columns such as order number, quantity order, price each, order line, sales, order date, status. So he's asking us, could you specify how you would like to identify duplicates? For example, should we consider a row a duplicate if all its values match another row exactly, or are there specifically columns we should focus on to determine duplicates? So we should, or here we will be focusing on the column section. So here we want to identify column section. So is asking which columns they should identify duplicates. So we want the duplicates in order number. So the ChatGPT has started analyzing the spreadsheet. So you could see that ChatGPT has produced the response that they have identified a total of 2,807 rows in the spreadsheet that have duplicates based on the order number column. So this indicates that multiple rows share the same order number, suggesting there might be different items or transactions within the same order. So would you like to proceed by removing these duplicates while keeping either the first or last occurrence of each order number, or do you have another approach in mind for handling these duplicates? So before identifying the duplicates, what we'll do is we'll first get rid of the extra spaces. So we'll ask ChatGPT that first find the extra spaces in the spreadsheet and help us remove them. So you could see that it has started analyzing it. So he is asking us that would you like to proceed with any further cleaning or data manipulation? Yes, we want to proceed further with data cleaning only. And now we will treat all the blank cells if there are any. Now treat all the blank cells if there are any. So the spreadsheet contains blank cells in the following columns with the respective counts of blank entries. That is, address line 2 has 2521 blank cells, then the state. So depending on your preference or the requirements of your data analysis, we can treat these blank cells in several ways, such as filling them with a placeholder value that is not provided using a specific value that makes sense for data. That is, example, a default state or territory, but potentially leaving them as if blanks carry meaningful information in the context of your data. So what we will do, we will provide a placeholder. Provide a placeholder instead, that is not provided or not applicable. Okay. So you would see that ChatGPT has responded that it has replaced the blank cells in the columns, that is address line 2, state, postal code and territory, with the placeholder not provided. So you could see there's a verification sample showing the updates. So this is how you could clean the data. And now with ChatGPT, you can quickly identify and eliminate duplicates in your Excel spreadsheet using built-in functions and formulas, saving your time and effort. So that would be done by the ChatGPT, and you can download the Excel file from the ChatGPT only. After that, you can just ask him that provide me the output or the resulted spreadsheet. So if we talk about now data analysis and visualization, let's delve into that. So Excel offers powerful tools for analyzing and visualizing data, and ChatGPT can help you make the most of them. So for this also we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT, and we'll write, for example, we'll write, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So let's see, like this prompt, what output does ChatGPT show to us. So let's ask him, please create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by region. So you could see that ChatGPT has started analyzing the data and the spreadsheet, and you could see that the pivot table below shows the sales performance by region or the territory. So this table indicates that the EMEA region has the highest sales performance, followed by regions where the territory was not provided, then APAC, and finally Japan. So now let's create a chart to visually represent this sales performance by region. You could see that it has provided a chart, that is a bar chart illustrating the sales performance by territory. So you could see the guys that it has provided us the analysis, and ChatGPT can guide you through the process of creating pivot tables, charts, and other visualizations in Excel, enabling you to gain valuable insights from your data with ease. So let's move to advanced analysis and automation. So lastly, we will explore advanced analysis and automation. So Excel capabilities extend beyond basic functions, and ChatGPT can help you leverage its full potential. And for this also, we'll write a prompt to the ChatGPT that can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data present in the spreadsheet. So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So let's ask him, can you assist me in building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data? So let's see what ChatGPT respond to us. So you could see that building a forecasting model to predict future sales based on historical data involves several steps. So for this, you have to prepare the data, select a model, train the model, evaluate the model, and make predictions. So let's start by preparing the data. We'll aggregate sales by order date to create a time series of total daily sales. Then we'll choose a model based on data's characteristics. So we will grant the permission to ChatGPT to proceed with the steps. So he has started analyzing the data. So you could see that the data has been prepared into a time series of total daily sales. And before choosing a forecasting model, it's helpful to visualize the sales time series to understand its characteristics such as trend and seasonality. So ChatGPT has plotted a daily sales data, and then he has given the visual trends and the possible seasonal patterns. And the next steps would include testing for stationarity, model selection and parameter tuning, model training, and then forecasting. So you could follow all these steps with the help of ChatGPT and could create a forecasting model. If you want, we can move to the next step. So you could provide a prompt to the ChatGPT that move to or proceed with next step. So step by step, ChatGPT will provide you a forecasting model, or it will help you create a forecasting model. As you can see, it has started analyzing it. So the augmented Dickey-Fuller, that is ADF test, gives up a p-value of approximately 0.0033. Since this p-value is less than the common significance level of 0.05, we can reject the null hypothesis that the time series has a unit root, meaning the time series is stationary. So you could see that he is asking us, shall we proceed with the SARIMA model parameter selection? Yes, here is the model parameter selection. So you could select any based on the trends and the bar graphs plotted by the ChatGPT. So you could see guys that the ChatGPT has analyzed the spreadsheet and provided the response that the grid search for the optimal SARIMA parameters based on the lower ACLI information criterion suggests the best fit model uses the parameter 011 and for ARIMA and 01112, that is for the seasonal component. So you could see that it has provided the model and the parameters. Now it's asking us, shall we move on to forecasting future sales with this model? Yes, proceed with that. So you could see that with ChatGPT's assistance, you can build complex forecasting models in Excel, allowing you to make informed decisions and plan for the future effectively. So ChatGPT is a valuable tool for Excel users and data analysis. offering assistance in data cleaning, analysis, visualization, and automation. And by integrating ChatGPT in your Excel workflows, you can enhance your productivity and uncover new insights from your data. So you can try ChatGPT for Excel data analytics today and take your Excel skills to the new level. And you could see that there's an error in the analyzing, and he has encountered an error while trying to plot the forecast with its confidence intervals. So this type of error can occur due to data type issues, particularly when handling data indices and forecast. And despite this hiccup, the forecasting process using the cinema model was completed and we were able to generate forecast for the next 12 months. Unfortunately, due to the plotting issue, we couldn't visually display it. So we'll ask him, can you try once again? So you could see that this time ChatGPT has provided us the forecast for the next 12 months. That is, the forecast have been successfully plotted along with the historical daily data. So here we have our forecast model, and with the ChatGPT's assistance, we can move with other analysis also.
Everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today we will learn about data transformation in Power BI. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. So what exactly you mean by data transformation in Power BI? So data transformation can be a little similar to data cleaning. So before any kind of data analytics, you might be receiving raw data from a website source, a SQL database, or an Excel file, or multiple sources, right? Once after you receive the data, whether it is batch mode data or streaming data, you are supposed to clean it, right? You might have to clean up the discrepancies like the blank rows or the blank cells or any irregularities in data, such as wrong data type, right? Such discrepancies from the data should be eliminated in the first stage of data analytics. So that's exactly where data cleaning and data transformation comes into the picture. So you have various tools for data cleaning and data transformation like Excel, SQL, but if you are a Power BI user, then good news for you. Power Query in Power BI can assist you in terms of data transformations. So in this tutorial, we will be discussing the fundamental, the most important day-to-day data transformations which a data analyst takes care of in the process of data analysis is what we are going to discuss today. So let's quickly switch to Power BI. But before that, let's have an overview of what kind of data we are exactly dealing with today. So we are dealing with Superstore dataset, and that's in Excel format. So this is our Superstore dataset, and we have 4 tabs here. The first one is Orders tab, where we have Customer ID, Order ID, Date, Ship mode, and Customer name. And in the second tab, we have Stores dataset, which has the details about the customer, from where he or she is, the state, city, postal code, and which category or subcategory did they purchase, and order, sales, discount, profit, everything, right? And here we have some information about any of the orders which were returned and some people over here. So these are the 4 tabs that we are dealing with today. Now that we have an overview on the data that we're dealing with, let's quickly now switch to Power BI. So now we're on the Power BI window. You can just discuss changes. There you go. Let's quickly import the data from our downloads. This is the dataset that we want to deal with today. Now, it might take a little while to connect to that particular dataset and load the data onto Power BI. Just a couple of minutes, since the dataset is a little too heavy. It's about 10,000 rows. So let's wait. Shouldn't take long. There you go. The data got successfully loaded. So you have the option of loading what kind of data you want. You have 4 tabs as we just discussed. You can load the Orders tab and you can load the Stores tab. And in case if you want the Returns tab, you can also load that. And if you want all of those, just load all of those, right? Now, I just want the 2 tabs, Orders and Stores. Now here I can just directly load to get started working on this. But in case I don't want any kind of discrepancies, in case if I have a doubt that this data might not be cleaned, I shall go with data transformation. So ideally you should go with data transformation. Check your data first before any kind of analytical processes. So let's go with that. Transform data. And shortly we should be having the Power Query window open on our desktop screens. So there you go. You can see the complete dataset has been successfully uploaded, both the stores and orders datasets. Now let's quickly check the data from our dataset. So here you can see we have orders date, right? But I can see 42682 and 42533. This is not in the form of date, correct? So this is the simple step that we discussed, changing the wrong data type. So you can just click on the lower arrow button over here, and or you can right click, and here you have an option to change the type, correct? So it is considering it as a whole number, which is wrong. So you can change it to date. Replace current. So now we are trying to change the order date from a data type of whole number to date data type. So there is some error. If you click on error, or if you just navigate around to it, Power BI should be able to show you what error was it. And just in case if it's not working, okay, we are unable to parse the value provided. So you can just remove that and try it in a different way. Change type to date and time zone. Date. I think this should be helpful. Or if it's not working here, let's quickly check what could be the error. Date time. And now let's try to refresh the data. It is taking a little while. We also have another information that to deal with. We have the first row as row headers. So we should be declaring Power BI that we also have a row header over here. It's taking a little while to refresh. Meanwhile, let's quickly check into the stores data, and here we have customer name. So let's try to apply second type of data transformation, which will be like, let's say, split column. We have the complete name of the customer. Let's try to split it into first name and second name. So by delimiter, and we can give multiple options over here. Leftmost delimiter, let's say a person has three parts of his name: first name, middle name, and second name, or the last name. So, but we just wanted to split it into first and second name. So we would go with the first leftmost delimiter and split the data set. Press OK, and it should help us to split the data, first name and second name, and we can also name the columns separately as first name and second name instead of customer name. It's taking a little while than the ideal time, but it's completely alright, since considering the 10,000 rows of stores data and 10,000 rows of orders data, it is alright, not a problem. Now let's try to take a look at the orders data set if it has successfully changed it. No, it is still showing us an error. I don't know what's wrong here. It's maybe incomplete. Let's quickly refresh all instead of preview and check if it can help us. So there you go. After refreshing, the first order date is changed to date data type. So what we missed is when you change the type, you're supposed to add a step. So what exactly I mean by that? Now we are trying to change the second one as well. So just wait for a while and it will give us a choice if we want to add a new step or not. That's when we select the option yes, please add a new step. So what do I mean by steps? So applied steps, you can see something over here, right? So every alteration, every change, or every modification that you're doing, every transformation you're including onto your data will be recorded as a macro. So that can be implemented if you are loading a similar data set for the next batch. Let's say this is 2022 data, and if you're trying to analyze the 2023 data and every column is similar, then you can just follow these applied steps and the same implementation will be automated. You don't have to spend time in doing the same process once again. There you go. So this time it has recorded this step and it automatically has taken a new step over here. Change type step 1, change type step 2. If you don't want the step to be added, you can just select the red X mark over here. It will remove it. And similarly, when you go back to the stores data set, here you have the first name and second name split successfully. And now let's say you want to have unique customer data, right? In that scenario, you can just even remove duplicates from this particular column. Just remove duplicates and you'll just have unique data. It's possible that one customer might have come here to buy the same product, buy the same product from different dates, or one customer might have done a repeated purchase. So it's possible, but again, if you just wanted to know if there is a way to eliminate duplicate entries, then you can do that. So for now, let's not delete the customer IDs here, because one customer might have visited the same store for multiple times and might have purchased a different product, or might have made the same order with multiple products, right? So there is a possibility for that. Let's not disturb the data set. So I just wanted you to know if there is a way to eliminate the duplicates from the data set. Yes, it is. Now let's also check another possibility of data transformation. So let's say you wanted to add a new column and identify or include some mathematical operations. For now, let's say I have sales, quantity, discount, and profit, but I don't know what's the rate, right? So here the sale is for $261 and quantity is 2, but I don't know what's the rate of one product. So I can include that. You can just select the last column, or where you want a new column, just go to the add new column here, and here you can just choose the custom column. Should be somewhere over here. Yeah, this is the custom column. And now if you click on the custom column, you can rename the custom column to rate of product, and here you can choose the mathematical operations to be applied on the columns. So sales column, insert, or double click, divided by quantity. Okay, now it should give you the rate of each product, individual product. It is taking some sizable time. It shouldn't take so long. So there you go, you have the rate of product. And now let's say you want to combine multiple data sets. For example, here I have stores data set, but my stores data set doesn't have any data related to orders, and orders does not have any data related to customers. Now I want to combine these two. Is there a way? Yes, you can do that. Now let's get back to stores, and here go to home option, and here you have something called merge queries. So now the stores data set has been selected in the first data set. Here just select the drop down and select the second data type, which is orders. So here you can see stores with the current one, which is in the first place. Now select based on which primary key you want to combine both. So I want to go with customer ID because both of my data sets do have customer IDs. So I'll go with customer ID, and both data sets will be combined. At the end, at the last column, Power BI will show me a new table, not a new column. It will give me a table combined with all the columns in one column. You just have to expand the column and select which columns from the second data set you want to include in your overall data set. So let's do that practically. So here you can see I just have tables. If I select the expand column option over here, you can see I have a lot of columns here. So just deselect everything. I do have row ID, I do have a customer ID. What I need is order ID, order date, shipment mode, and customer name. I do have it. So that's all I need. So just press on OK and I should have them included in my new dataset altogether. It might take a little while. So there you go, we have the new orders ID, order date, ship date and ship mode added to our dataset. Now just click on close and apply. And your dataset is all ready for data analysis. Apply changes, so it is taking a little time. So at the end, you just have to click on the apply changes and your data will be ready for analysis. So that's exactly how you can perform data transformation in Power BI desktop version. So there you go, the dataset got successfully loaded all over here, and you can just drag and drop them onto the visualizations part and you can work on your data. Today we will learn data analytics with AI. That's it. If these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Let's get started with the main topic of today's session, which is data analytics with AI. So before proceeding with data analytics with AI, let's understand what exactly is data analytics. So data analytics is not just a step where you just give your data to AI and it will be done, right? So it's a stage by stage process. Let's understand all the stages one after the other. Firstly, you might have different sources. So before we go ahead with the sources, let's understand the situation. You might be dealing with your client. You might be working with the company as a data analyst. So before you begin with the data analysis, you might have to have a conversation with your client or the company. You might have to go through something called as requirement gathering, right? So requirement gathering will let you know from where exactly you're getting the data. Is it in the form of a PDF? Is it in the form of an Excel spreadsheet? Or is it going to be cloud or anything like that, right? So you'll be understanding what the source exactly is. And followed by that, you will understand what is the request of your client, what he's looking for, what he wants you to give him, right? The insights of the data, which part of the business he wants you to focus on, and which part of the business he wants to improve, right? And followed by that, you will come up with a time span. Within that time span, you need to use that data, build some insights, and give it to the client or your business owner so that he comes up with a business decision, right? So that's the first requirement gathering step. Once you have the source, you come up with the next step of the data analytics, which is cleaning the data and transforming the data. So it's really obvious for any beginner or an expert who is a data analyst. It is cleaning and transformation what makes or what adds value to your data. Once you clean your data and transform it. So what exactly you mean by clean and transform? So let's say you might have some blank entries, or might be some wrong data type, or there might be some places where you might have to split the data. For example, if there is a customer and customer ID mixed up together, let's say customer ID 1345 hyphen the name of the customer, right? You wanted to split the customer ID and split the customer name. Then comes the data split option. Apart from that, if you want to categorize the data into buckets, let's say you might have a column for customer age. There might be customers starting from 10 and all the way end up to 80, right? In those scenarios, you might want to split the data into buckets. Let's say 10 to 20 are teenagers and above 20 to 30 are youth and above 30 to under 50 or under 60, let's say like 59 are adults, and after that maybe senior citizens, right? Then you have a smaller window so that you can capture which category of the age group is bringing you the most of the revenue, right? So these are the
parts of cleaning the data and transforming the data. And once you're comfortable with it, then you can choose a platform where you want to analyze your data, which can be Tableau, which can be Power BI, ClickView, or Excel, or any of the tools that you might want to prefer. In our scenario, we want to go with AI, right? So AI can be anything. You can go with the Microsoft's Copilot. You can go with the OpenAI's ChatGPT. You can go with Google's Gemini, or any of the AIs which can perform data analytics. There are some AI tools out there which are dedicated for AI data analytics, right? And once you're done with it, and the final stage is analyzing the outcomes and reporting that to your business owner or client. So I hope I made myself clear with the stages of data analytics and reporting. Now let's look at an example to explain this a little better. So I have the dataset in Excel for now. This is our source, the first part of data analytics. Let's expand the columns. So there you go. I said something about data type. So here you can see we have some different data type which we don't want, which is in general. So we will change this data type to short date to make a little more meaning out of it. And after that, here we have customer ID, right? So what we will do is use data split here. Go to text to columns, delimited. Next. So we have other. So here's the preview. So you will be receiving it in this form. And if you want to format the data as you like, you can go ahead. So I'll leave it as general for now and finalize the data type after the split is finished. So what you can do is add a column, new column here, so that you can get an empty column here to split the data. Go to text to columns once again. Select delimited. Select next. And we have the input other. Next and finish. There you go. You have customer ID and you have customer name, the respective customer name here itself. So proceeding ahead, we have quantity, the quantity of product ordered, and we have traffics, leads, orders, and revenue, right? Cost to company and delivery status. So in case if you wanted to kind of calculate profit, what you can do is add a new column, profit, and here you can do a mathematical calculation equals to revenue minus cost to company, and you can extend this particular column all the way to the end so that you have the profit numbers. And here you can also change the data type to currency and go to home, and here the data type from general to currency, and there you go. And if you want it in rupees, you can go with rupees, or if you want it in dollar, you can also have dollars, right? So that's how you do it. I would like to go with dollars, so more, and here go to currency, and in currency symbol I'll go with the dollar. Then okay, there you go. You can quickly save it. If you want to add some borders to the data, you can also do that. There you go. So far so good. So we are now good data. Now comes the next step, which is loading the data and analyzing it, right? So currently we choose the platform as Excel. So you can do this on Excel, Power BI, and ChatGPT as well. So let's go with the first one, which is Excel's AI. So here you can see analyze data, or also people call it the co-pilot of Excel, right? Now you can just click all the data and click on analyze. Basically what you can do is insert and go to the pivot table option And here you can insert a pivot table, and after that you can find out the requirements what you want, the sales from the central region, south region, and which category of the products have been sold the highest, and what's the highest grossing product, what are the number of leads, and you can estimate the performance of traffic on a month-on-month basis, right? You can do that all, but if you want to reduce the time, basically I would like to tell you, go to that particular part first. Understand manual process, and after that, go to the analyze data option, which is the automated or AI generated report, right? It will now read your data and it will give you some insights from the data given. Right here you can see the cost to company by order status, and here you can see you can set up a pivot table for that, and here you can see you can insert some graphs and charts here, bar graph, and here you have another one. Now you can see that it has all 24 results, all the insights. Now if I can ask, give me a pie chart of sales and category. Here you go. Here you have so basically what Copilot did is it created a pivot table of sales and category, and out of that pivot table it extracted the pie chart and generated one for you. In this way you can create multiple options. Let's say I want to create a line graph month on month. Enter. Now here it again created a pivot table, and here it generated a line graph on month basis and how many number of traffic or how many number of visitors your website had. Right? In this way you can create a long list of all the required charts and graphs for your website and or the client, and create a dashboard out of it, which is completely interactive. Now this was the Excel's AI. Now if we go to another one, which is Power BI, so here you can see a completely prepared dashboard in Power BI, and we can create this once again, or you can at least understand how it was done, right? Now let's get the data from Excel workbook. So my workbook or my data set is somewhere here, sales data. I would like to go with orders data. Only one file is enough for 2024, and your data will be shortly loaded. Select spreadsheet 1 and load the data. Since we already transformed it, there is no need for transforming it once again. So the data is being loaded successfully. It's going to take some time. 2000 rows loaded. Sheet 1. So we are going to work with sheet 1. Now you can select the visualization you want. Like I want to create a line graph here. Repeat. Like I want to create a line graph here. Select. And for this particular line graph, you will have fields, x-axis and y-axis. Now what I'll do is I'll drag and drop date to x-axis field and traffic to y-axis field. Now here in x-axis, I would eliminate year, I would eliminate quarter, I would eliminate date. I just want month on month, right? Here you have a clear month-on-month traffic line graph. Right now, let's quickly delete it. We don't want this now. And remove it. Now, what if I tell you there is an option where you can just double click and or right click, and you will get an option. Here you can query, right? You can just write down the query, line graph, type of graph you require, traffic, write the spellings correctly, month on month. And enter, you will get the graph you are looking for. There you go. Right? So apart from this, let's put the month-on-month graph here. Apart from this, let's double click once again and category-wise sales.
category sale, pie chart. There you go. And now region wise, double click once again. Region wise sales, bar graph. Select the first one, and there you go. I think there is a small mistake in the selection, spelling. Select the first one once again, and there you go. You will have a bar graph in region-wise basis. Or we can also go with similarly, we can also go with a map chart for states and revenue. Select the first option, and you will have all the American states and their revenue details here. Right? So in such way, you can use the artificial intelligence of Power BI and create a completely interactive graph just like this one. So if I select the standard shipment mode, what are the sales reports? And if I select the entire shipment modes, what are the reports? And if I select the home category, what are the sales reports and which part of the nation and and what are the sales and order per month, traffic and everything details here, right? In one go. It is completely interactive. Now, let's move on to the next part of our session for today. So we will be using ChatGPT for our data analytics. So here you go. Now, let's load the data. Before that, let's write a prompt. Some data on sales. Or sales reporter. Visualization. And now load the data. Upload from computer. And we have the sales data here. The orders data. Select the orders data file and open. The data will be loaded shortly. And since it's loaded, you can just push the command or prompt. It'll first review the contents and understand what exactly is present in your content and the data type, along with the data type, right? It has 2000 entries, 17 columns. Here's the brief overview of all the columns. So it's asking you, would you like an overall summary or a specific aspect? So let's go with the specific aspect instead of overall summary. I want region-wise sales as a bar graph. Okay, we didn't have a column as bar sales. It's in turn taking revenue. Yes, there you go. Sales revenue by region as a bar graph. Now, pie chart for category revenue. Okay, so there is some limit for analysis. Okay, that's not a problem. We can change the account and try to do it once again, or I should have chosen the overall summary, right? But if you go to the ChatGPT Plus edition, you can get that. Let's try the Plus edition once. So we are on the Plus edition now. So it generated some visualizations, which is completely downloadable here. You can go with that as well. So the prompt is still running. Let's wait for a couple of more minutes and see what exactly ChatGPT is up to. So here we have a profit by category, which was our second request, which did not get successfully authorized because we didn't have a +1. So now we can see revenue versus cost to company in top 10 products. So which are the top 10 products which are giving the maximum revenue? And here is a detailed report. And if you would like to continue with a few more reports like we did before in Power BI and Excel,
like traffic versus month on month is a line graph. Let's try that. There you go. So we have a line graph of traffic on a month-on-month basis. So that's how you can conduct some data analytics using different AIs on different platforms. So there are many number of platforms: Tableau, Power BI, ClickView, Excel, SQL, ChatGPT, Gemini, and a few more dedicated artificial intelligence tools which are for AI data analytics. And that brings us to the next part of data analytics with AI. So how does data analytics and AI work? So first, basically, once you load the data, AI will start preparing and processing your data, right? So the transformations, what you do, are also can be possible in AI as well. If you request AI to do the transformations, it can do itself. But I would recommend you perform the transformations because you know where the exact requirements are. Once your data is completely transformed, you can load it and get the reports. The next part of it is pattern recognition. As you have already seen, ChatGPT recognizes each and every aspect of the data, from the data type to the minute details like currency and everything. It understands the data first, and then it will request you. It will ask you if you want a complete summary or if you are looking for a particular aspect, right? Machine learning algorithms can identify patterns, trends, and relationships that may not be apparent to human analysts. And there is a possibility that ChatGPT can even identify a few more insights that you never expected to have, right? And moving on to the next part, predictive analytics. AI can also perform some predictive analytics and give you the forecast of what exactly is going to happen in the upcoming future in your business. That may or may not happen. If you find something is about to go down, you can prevent it by taking some predictive steps or measurable steps which can avoid that loss, right? And automated insights and reports. You can also request ChatGPT, right? In Excel, there is something called as Power Query. It acts like a macro or Excel VBA where it stores each and every transformation step you apply. In a similar way, each and every transformation or step that you apply to modify or try to add value to your data and teach that to your AI so that it can also understand that particular automated transformation steps and report to you on a month-on-month basis, right? So this will stop your month-on-month activity of cleaning your data, transforming your data, loading your data, analyzing, extracting some insights, and then creating a strategy. So all these steps will be eliminated because ChatGPT or any other AI will take care of it, and you can focus on implementing some business strategies. And we have decision making. So AI can also help you with some critical business strategies and also help you in decision making. AI algorithms can optimize complex processes and decision making by evaluating multiple variables and multiple scenarios. Now, last but not least, continuous learning. So AI is capable to adapt and learn new things in your business, like how it processes, how it functions, and what's the data source, and most of the aspects in which are involved in business and data analytics. AI systems have the ability to continuously learn and adapt based on the new data, and today we will learn how to build a star schema using the data modeling process in Power BI. Power BI data modeling is crucial for effectively analyzing and visualizing complex datasets. When data resides in multiple tables or sources, it can create challenges such as inconsistent relationships, redundant data, and slower query performance. Data modeling resolves this by uniting disparate datasets into coherent structure, enabling efficient data retrieval and streamlined analysis. A well-designed model often employs the star schema, which is a relational database structure that organizes data into a central fact table surrounded by dimension tables. The fact table contains numerical metrics like sales or profits, while dimension tables hold descriptive attributes like product categories or customer names. The star schema simplifies querying and enhances performance by minimizing redundancy and maintaining clear relationships between all the datasets. This structure is particularly advantageous for reporting and business intelligence, as it ensures faster processing and more intuitive navigation for users. By implementing a robust data model, Power BI users can overcome fragmented data and unlock actionable insights with ease. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now we will understand what exactly is a star schema in Power BI. So in other terms, people also prefer to call this as a snowflake schema in Power BI because the shape of the schema represents a star shape or a snowflake shape. So basically, there will be one fact table which stores the major part of the data set, and there will be some sub tables or the subordinate tables which store the relevant data to that particular fact table. So the fact table maintains many to one relationship with these dimension tables, right? So basically, it will be interconnected with each and every table in the particular schema, and you can extract information in the way you like. This might be a little confusing theoretically, but let me navigate you through this session through a practical demonstration. Let's actually create a dataset using generative AI, and moving ahead, we will extract or we will pull the same data onto the Power BI platform, and then let's look at the star schema practically. Now, let's go to the ChatGPT or any of the generative AI platforms to create the dataset that we are looking at. So this will be my prompt for creating a star schema. So we will be trying to generate 5 different data tables with 2000 rows each. So we will be creating one fact table, which is the sales data. Followed by that, we have 4 dimension tables, which are customer data, product data, orders data, and shipping data. So this is the prompt that we will be using today. Now, let's select the entire prompt, copy that, and get back to ChatGPT. And here, you'll just paste that prompt and then hit the go. I've already created one such data table. It would take a little time to generate the dataset. While a ChatGPT is working on creating it, let's look at the data that I already have in my inventory. This is the data that we have in inventory. So as for the inventory, the sales data, which happens to be our fact table, has order ID, price, discount, cost to company. Let me expand this. Profit and rate, right? And then the fact table is then connected to the dimension tables, which is about the customer information, customer data, customer name, state, city, etc. And the product details to which category or which product is being bought by the customer. And then we have the orders data and shipping data, right? So shipping data includes the type of shipment mode chosen by the customer and also the order date and the ship date. Let's save this. Now, let's have a look at the generative AI prompt that we just wrote. So there you go. So ChatGPT has successfully created us the dataset. And here the link is. You can just click on this link and you'll get the downloaded dataset, which looks something similar to this one, right? Now, how exactly star schema or snowflake schema works? Now, let's say I have this order details here, the sales data here. I have order 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's say I wanted to track this particular order with ORD 0005. So I want to find out the customer who bought that. Now I can get connected with customer data having the order key, order number as the key in between, which is common in between both the tables. And based on that, I can extract the customer details, the customer name, the customer city, the customer state, country, and region. And now let's say I wanted also to extract the product details of what the customer 005 has been buying or on the order number 005 is at, right? Now, if I trace down the order details further, I can identify the product ID, product name, and product category along with the subcategory of the product name, which happens to be tables, right? And now if I drill down a little more bit, then I have these many number of traffic, leads, and orders received to buy 13 quantities of that particular item called table. And they preferred, kind of same day delivery. So this is how the star schema works. All tables are interlinked to each other. Now, let's quickly switch to the Power BI platform and try to extract or pull the same data set onto the Power BI platform, and then let's wait for Power BI to generate us a schema. There you go. Now we are on the Power BI platform, and now the data that we are working with is in the form of Excel. So let's prefer the Excel workbook as our source. Now this is the data, the demo data that we just created. You can just open it and the data will be pulled for you onto the platform. It might take a little while. Let's wait. So here we have the data ready, and we have 5 tables according to the discussion. 1 fact table and remaining else are the dimension table. So the customer data, orders data, product data, shipping data are the dimension tables, and the fact table is sales data. And then you can just load or transform. As far as I'm concerned, my data is clean and I don't have to proceed with the transformation. But just in case if you want to perform some data cleaning, then you can go ahead with transformation of data. And if you have to look at an exclusive tutorial on data transformation using Power Query, then we have linked it in the description box below and you can have a clean reference to it. So far, so good. I'll continue with loading the data since I'm confident with my data set. Just load it, and it might take a couple of moments. The data is slowly loading. Let's give it some time. There you go. The data has been successfully loaded, and here you have the view of your data set. So here we have leads, order ID, quantity, etc., product details, and the sales details, all of them that you needed. And if you proceed with this particular table view, you can see the tabular version of the data set. And here lies the most important part of today's discussion, the model view. And if you go here, the Power BI platform has already created the relationships between your data sets. And if you just rearrange a couple of those schemas, you can literally make a star pattern out of it. And also, if you look at this particular position here, you can see that we can establish some new relationships, or you can try to edit some existing relationships with the manage relationships option. Now you just have to drag and drop a few of these tables over here so that you can exactly maintain a star type of pattern. There you go. So that's how you can generally create a star type schema, or also known as the snowflake type of schema in Power BI. Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today we will learn how to use Microsoft Power Query. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now without further delay, let's get started with the topic, which is how to use Microsoft Power Query. So imagine you have a lot of data. It can be an Excel file, it can be a PDF, SQL database, cloud, or anything. If it is data, it's your data, right? So you have a lot of data. Now you have the source of the data. After that, I'm absolutely sure that the data is not clean enough to perform some analysis. So you go through another step where you have to clean your data from unwanted rows and columns, which doesn't make sense or might have some invalid data, right? So you need to make sure that your data is completely accurate and has some standards for your analysis, right? So that's the next step, which is clean and transform. After the clean and transform step, you have the next step, which is load that particular data to your platform. It could be Excel, it could be some data visualization tool like Tableau, Power BI, etc., right? And after that, you generate some meaningful information of that. You create some pivot tables, pivot charts, and line graphs, etc., right? So which makes some sense out of that data. You'll understand what exactly is happening with your business, how many leads or how many traffic orders, what's right, and which is the best performing product, which is the worst performing product, and you need to take some decisions on your business which can make some impact on your overall profit or revenue, right? So imagine if you want to do this for a year. If you get 1 year's data and you do it in a day or two, it's fine. And if it's on a monthly basis, you get month on month data and you want to do it, okay, it could not be worse. You can spend 1 or 2 days and it's fine. But what if it's week on week? You start to think, right? What if it's a daily task? It's a mundane task, right? You have to do all these steps step by step repetitively, and it doesn't make you interested anymore in that particular type of job. And the major point of this is you end up spending more time on cleaning the data, transforming, loading it, and the worst part, you don't get proper time, specific time which you want to actually dedicate to plan out something and bring up strategies to improve your business, right? So what if you could automate this, right? What if there is someone who could perform all these steps for you in the way you want, and you can actually have some time to produce some pivot tables, pivot charts, and then understand what exactly is happening with your business and find out some critical points where you can improvise and bring up some good revenue. What if there was someone who can perform all these steps for you, clean your data, transform it the way you want, load it to your platform, and help you create your pivot charts and pivot tables, and actually save you a lot of time where you can spend all that time understanding your critical points where you need attention, you can fix them and plan some strategies out to bring out some good revenue, right? That exact someone who can do all these steps for you and automate your data cleaning, data transformation, and loading tasks for you is exactly the Microsoft Power Query. So you can use Microsoft Power Query either in Microsoft Excel or Microsoft Power BI, right? Now let's kind of generate some data. So this data will be generated using ChatGPT, and we will not generate data which is not small, like for a week-on-week analysis or a day-by-day analysis. We will create data for years. So we will take 5 consecutive years starting from 2020 to 2024, and we will have some data generated using ChatGPT, and we will automate that data and try to get some analysis done, right? Let's jump on to ChatGPT. So before we go to ChatGPT, I have a prompt written here. So this particular prompt will guide or explain ChatGPT what exactly you want, right? So you're giving some, like the Excel data right over here, we have order date, order ID, ship mode, and customer name, customer ID, everything, right? So we have the sales, quantity, discount, profit, etc. So in the same format or a similar format, if not the same format, we are explaining ChatGPT that we need these columns, the order ID, order date, delivery date, etc. And we want all these files in a downloadable Excel file links, right? So you can also specify this column should have certain things, and this column can have certain things, right? So we will copy this prompt and head back to ChatGPT, and you can just paste the prompt and hit enter. There you go. Now your request has been analyzed, and shortly you should be receiving some downloadable Excel files or some recommendations from ChatGPT. I've already performed this process and we have already downloaded some data. So there you go. You have the data from 2020 to 2024. You can just click on this to download the file. So I've already done this job, and I've downloaded the files. So those files are exactly in my downloads here. So if you go to downloads, here we have orders data for 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. So this orders data has just one file, which is orders 2020. So we will perform the data cleaning. So first we will specify the source of the data. Then we will perform the data cleaning and transformation process. Then we load this particular Excel 2020 data into Excel. And then we load this Excel data into the visualization tool. We'll use Excel for this. And then generate some pivot tables and pivot charts. We will only do this for one file, which is 2020, right? Now, what's the surprising part is this particular file will also get data continuously for the next year 2021, for the next year 2022, for the next year 2023, and the current year 2024, right? When we just copy paste or cut, copy paste these files into this particular folder, the same transformation steps, the same data cleaning steps, and the same data loading steps, and also including the analysis, will be done for you in the Excel pivot table, right? The process has been just automated, right? So you can see that happening. For that, let's open a new Excel file. So I have the Excel folder right over here. So a new blank Excel workbook will be opened. And if you go to data, here you have get data. As we said, it can be a file, it can be an Excel file, XML, JSON, PDF, it can be from cloud, it can be from a SQL database, any other source. If it's data, you can work from it. So we will give a file here, right? So just okay. So we will give a file here. So select file and go to the last option, which reads as from folder, right? So go to downloads and select that Orders data. Yeah, go to downloads and select that Orders data. Remember, this particular folder should have only one file according to us, which is 2020 data, the first year's data, right? Select the folder and open. And this should include the data of only one file, which is Orders 2020, right? So if you have multiple files, you can either combine, transform, and load. If you have just one file, you can just go with the transformation option over here, or you can load if you are comfortable with what you have. So I feel there are some minor changes which I would like to make to my data, so I would go with the transform option. Now the Power Query window will shortly open. Now with the Power Query window opened, you can select the Orders 2022 Excel folder and it will be loaded. Now let's try to click on the content button over here, which should load our data. Now you can go with the first file. So here's the preview as we expected. We have the order ID, order date, delivery date, etc. Let's press on OK. So the data has been successfully loaded, right? Now we have the first column as source name, which we will not be needing anymore. And you can just remove that. Order ID is fine. Order date is fine. Is it? No, right? So you can just select both the columns and change the data type, right? So here you have the option of change the data type, where you will change the data type from a whole number to date, so that you get a date, right? So you have that. The first transformation step, changing data type, has been recorded here. So this is like Excel VBX or macro, which will save all the steps and will apply to all the upcoming files, right? You have to change the type of delivery date as well. So we will be finding the how many days it took to deliver, or if the delivery got delayed, right? So we can test that. And here, if you see, yes, we requested customer ID and customer name. So we got customer ID along with the name. So we don't want that. We want that in two separate columns. We can do that. So you can just select the entire column, go to the split column option over here, select by delimiter. So I think it all automatically recognized that for us. But there is one loophole. We have a space delimiter space option. So just press OK and they should be helping us with the customer ID. So let's rename the customer ID to just customer ID and this to customer name space name, right? And that's done. Here we have product, which is fine. Quantity is fine. Traffic is fine. Leads is fine. Orders, and here comes the money part. So we have revenue, cost to company. So we don't know the profit yet, right? So to calculate the profit, what you need to do is subtract revenue from cost to the company, and automatically you will get your profit. So in some instances, you might get a negative value. Don't worry about that, because that can be a discount offer or some 50% off, 75% off that you regularly sell out your products which are selling in less numbers, so that you can just, move out the products from the stock. So that can be done. And order status. So we have order status as delivered, in transit, not delivered yet, or order cancelled, right? So we might have to rule out some status here, right? So we are calculating profit here. So we don't want the profit for cancelled orders or not delivered. Okay, maybe not delivered orders. This might be considered as the cost to company and revenue, because it takes some delay to refund the amount to the customers. So we can just add a filter to this particular column, and we will unselect not delivered products and order cancelled products. So not delivered happens when the vendor is not available to deliver the product to the delivery agencies. So in that case, the order gets automatically cancelled, and the order will be the money will be refunded to the customer. So we will rule out these. Now the data is clean. Now, as we thought to calculate the profit, select these two columns, first revenue, then cost to company, because we are subtracting cost to company from revenue, right? So we will go to add to column and standard, and here we have some options. So we will subtract that. So we will get the profit here. So now you can name it as profit. Done. So we just move that column to the money part of this particular data set. So profit, cost to company, and revenue are the money parts. So we will change data type from just values to currency, right? So then that should be converted into the dollars format. Now the first one, we don't need this source name, so you can just rule out this. You can just remove this column, and there you go. Now you have a clean data. You have the order ID, order date, delivery date. Yeah, we forgot the another part of this particular data set transformation, where we wanted to find out the number of days it took to deliver the product. Okay, I think we changed order ID, so we don't want this. So the first, okay, let's change this to the whole number as it was. Okay, so order ID, fine. Now we wanted to find out the number of days it took to deliver the product. So we will select the delivery date first, and then the order date second. Go to add column, and we will select subtract in days, and we should have that. Now let's change the subtraction name to days to deliver. And you can move this column, right? Select the whole column and hold it, drag it, and you can move this column along with the dates part of this data set, where we have the ordered date and delivered date, right over here. And you will find how many days it took to deliver a certain product. Now let's recheck once. Order ID, order date, delivery date, days to deliver, customer ID, customer name, what product did he or she order, and what quantity, and the traffic which we received to the website, the number of leads we got out of those traffic numbers, the number of orders we got out of those leads, and what's the revenue we got out of those orders, and what was the cost of the company, and what is the profit that we made out of that order, right? And we also have the order status. Remember, we only considered two types, right? We considered in transit and delivered statuses only. We ruled out cancelled orders and not delivered orders, so that we have accurate results of our profit made and revenue made out of this, right? Now I'm completely satisfied with my transformation and the cleaning of my dataset. Now let's go to home, and here we have the option of close and load. So we will go with that, and this particular dataset should be loaded to the data visualization, where we have selected Excel, right? So we have the orders data for 2020, correct? Okay, let's not add date here, because after all, we will have some more data for 2021, 2, 3, and 4, right? So let it be the way it is. And if you just check the filter here, we have only 1 year. And if you just check the filter here, you will have only 1 year. And if you just check the filter here, you will have only 1 year, 2020. And if you go to the delivery date, which, let's say if you have an order placed on December 31st and it got delivered on January 5th or something, so you'll have a little bit of a part of 2021 data, which is completely all right, not to be worried about. So the main important thing is order date. So we want the order dates of 2020. So that is loaded here, right? Now you can just select the whole data set over here, and you can add or insert some pivot tables here, right, from the selected range. And let's go with the default option, which creates a new sheet and everything in a new location. Right here you have it. Now let's say you wanted to make out some insights from this data set. Let's delete the other sheet which we don't want, and let's name it as pivot. Now the products will be loaded to the columns, and profit will be loaded to values. So you have a data set over here, sum of profit from beds, chairs, cupboards, sofa, teapot. So here you have the pivot table which has sum of profit, bed, chair, cupboard, sofa, teapot, and grand total. Sum of profits made from these, and these. Now select this entire data and go to the third option here. Go to the pivot chart, and here automatically here you can see that it is suggesting or recommending us to go for the bar chart, which is a lot more better. Just select OK, and you have your pivot chart over here, right? And see the grand total here, 224811.4.15. Now this is only for 1 year of data. Now what we will do is go back to the downloads folder, select the remaining years, which is 2021, 2, 3, and 4, add that to the file location. So let's quickly go to our folder here and go to downloads, select the folders. I'm going to cut them from here, go to Orders Data and paste them here, right? Now our job is done. If we go back to the data here, go to Home and Data. Okay, so now that we have added the data to our folder, go to the Orders Data and here select the data segment and just select Refresh All. So everything is refreshed. Now let's check the order date filter, and we will have all the 5 years from 2020 to 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's press OK for that. And if you go to the pivot table, you can also see the changes here. Just press Refresh All, and there you go. You have the updated data right over here. Now that saved a lot of time for you, and now that time can be utilized to plan a strategy and focus on the lower parts of your business and improvise them and bring a big change to the revenue. And with that, we have come to an end of this session on how to use Microsoft Power Query. Today we will learn about the Power BI interview questions and answers. So Power BI is one of the most trending BI tool in the business industry today, and most of the data analysts are supposed to have a comfortable understanding of Power BI tool. So if you are about to attend an interview for a data analyst or a Power BI developer, a small set of Power BI interview questions and answers are found to be the most frequently asked questions. So those important questions will be dealt in this particular session today. Before we get started, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Firstly, the first question is, what are the different types of filters in Power BI reports? So if you are an experienced candidate or a beginner, these type of interview questions are the ones which you're definitely going to face. So coming to the answer, what are the types of filters you'll be facing in Power BI reports? So there are 3 main filters available in Power BI, which are visual level filters, page level filters, and report level filters, which are almost self-explanatory. So if you want to be someone who stands out of the group, just mention a couple of more like slicers, which can also act some type of filters there, right? So visual filters, page filters, and report level filters are the 3 main types. And if you want to add onto it, you can also add in some slicers. Right now, let's proceed to the next question. Explain DAGs in Power BI. So what exactly is the meaning of DAGs? And to improvise your question or to improvise your answer, or if you want to outperform, you can also explain with some of the explanations or implementation of DAGs in your nearest examples. Like if you're a beginner or if you're a fresher, if you're working on a portfolio, then you can give the example of your DAGs implementation on that portfolio. Or if you're an experienced candidate, just explain your latest implementation of DAGs
in your previous projects? So the answer for this question is DAX is basically the full form for data analysis expressions and is a formula language used in Power BI, Power Pivot, and SQL. DAX includes functions, operations, and constants that can be used as a formula expression to calculate and return one or more values. So DAX, just understand it in this way, right? So if you are about to perform an analysis, or if you're about to extract some insights, for example, you own a superstore, right? And you wanted, okay, let's assume that you own a superstore and you have 5 regions: north, south, east, west, and central, and you are providing products from a few categories, let's say IT, mobile phones, desktops, everything. And now you wanted to identify one zone which is giving you highest sales in mobile phones, and you wanted to identify one zone which is giving you least sales in mobile phones. In such scenarios, you can just write up a formula equals to mobile phones product and products minus products which are less than a number, specific number. You actually wanted to identify products less than 100 mobile phones, right? You just want to know if there is any region which is selling less than 100 mobile phones. Then you can extract that. So the expression what you're writing there is nothing but a DAX expression. So apart from this example, you can also put up some complex examples if you're an experienced candidate, or if you're a fresher, then you can come up with some DAX expressions that you build on your portfolio projects. Moving ahead, we'll discuss the third question. How does Power BI integrate with other tools and services? So there might be a situation where you might have to get connected to different sources of data, right? So let's say you wanted to import Excel data as well as some service like a cloud service. You want to extract data from a cloud service as well. So how can you do that? And if you want to do that, can you do it, right? So that's the question. So basically this is a kind of question which comes up from 2 different zones. Can you integrate or can you connect to 2 different sources of data? Or in case if you can connect, how to connect, right? So it's like, is it possible to connect? There's also a question to beginners to test your knowledge on the fundamental knowledge in Power BI. They want to know if you can connect data from 2 different zones. It's not like 2 Excel sheets. They want to know from 2 different platforms altogether. Let's say I have data in Azure. Let's say I have data in SQL. So can I connect them both? Yes, you can do that. So the answer for this question is Power BI offers extensive integration capabilities with various Microsoft products like Azure, Excel, SQL, and some third-party services as well, like a website, any application, or a database, SQL databases, Excel spreadsheets, and other cloud services like GCP, AWS, etc. So that's possible. So you just have to, let's go for a demonstration on this, not a complete demonstration. Let's cancel this. So here, if you just, it's just like a overview how to connect. So here, if you see, we have Excel workbook, semantic models, data flows, data was, SQL Server, web, OData, feed, blank query, and if your source is falling different from these available ones, you can just click on more and select any one of these options right here, correct? So with that, let's get back to the next question. What are the differences between Power BI Desktop and Power BI Service? So the terms are self-explanatory. If you're an experienced candidate, then you can define the answer right away. But if you're a beginner, especially if you're a fresher, then you must be a little cautious here. So if you are building your portfolio, if you are learning the fundamentals of Power BI, then you are doing it using Power BI Desktop, right? But if you are a professional or an experienced candidate, then you are developing the interactive dashboards, you are developing the interactive charts and graphs and everything, and you are providing that visual, only the dashboard to your end user, who's your client. So in that scenario, your client will be given the Power BI service module, right? So they will be having a service access only just to watch the visuals. So the answer for this question is Power BI Desktop is a free application, so it's not completely free. So there are situations where you might have to deal with some huge data, or you have to deal with some parameters like security, everything. In those scenarios, you might have to go with the licensed version. So for a learning purpose, it is a free application installed on a local system that lets you connect to transform, visualize, modularize your data, and few more implications that you can do. And on the other hand, Power BI service is a cloud-based service that allows you to share, as discussed, only to share and collaborate on and distribute your Power BI reports and dashboards with others within your organization. So client is partially a part of your organization because he has some business to do with your organization. So basically, understand it in this way, Power BI Desktop is something which allows you to build. It will give you the blocks, you build the visualization, and then you give a screenshot or you give a picture of that particular build to the end user. He can have a visual on it, how it is performing. He doesn't have to worry about how it is working in the background. He doesn't have to worry about how big or how large is your data set, how it is extracting, what API is it using, he doesn't care about it. All he cares about is the visual, how is his business doing. So in that scenario, if you just want to give a picture, that's when you use the Power BI service. Now, let's go with the next question. How do you handle security in Power BI? So this is a question given to the experienced candidates. So you can think about it about the access, row-wise access. Let's say you are the leadership team, and next is the manager, next is the individual contributor, correct? So here the full access, the full visuals of your business, how your business is going on, how are the leads, how are the revenue, how is the RPL, how is the traffic, everything is visible to the leadership or the manager, correct? But when it comes to the IC or individual contributor who is just working on traffic, he will have access only to traffic, not the leads, not the revenue generated, not the RPL and everything, because he has nothing to do with it, and that is something which you can't reveal to an IC for data security purposes. So you can also consider this in the way of inheritance, right? So you can divide it based on the level of the employee, right? So level wise, you can provide the access to your employee, to your manager. If you're a developer, let's say, so based on the employee level, based on the manager level, based on the leadership team, you can give separate access to separate candidate. So the answer for this question is Power BI provides row-level security RLS, which allows you to control access. So you're basically controlling the access to the data for different users within your organization. You can define rules on the dataset that filter the data based on the user rule. Additionally, Power BI integrates with Microsoft Azure Active Directory to provide authentication and authorization. Now, the sixth question. What is a content pack in Power BI? Content packs are a type of package that includes a related set of dashboard, report, and data elements they use to share insights, reports, and datasets with colleagues and organization within a broader audience. Power BI also offers organizational content packs, which allows users to quickly connect and analyze data from popular business applications. So basically, content pack, you can imagine content pack as a set of charts, graphs, or a complete dashboard or dataset elements. So when you integrate all those inside a bubble, that particular bubble can be considered as a content pack. Now moving ahead, we have the seventh question. Describe a scenario where you improvised performance of a Power BI report. So let's say this is, so basically before we answer this question is for an experienced candidate, not for an intermediate or not for a beginner level, right? So if you are someone who has 3 to 4 years of experience, that is when this kind of questions are suited. So explain a scenario where you improved the performance of a Power BI report. So there are certain scenarios where, let's say you're working with business data, Amazon sales data. So you have Amazon sales data or any other data for a beginner purpose. Okay, let's say some XYZ company. So you're working with XYZ company and you have sales data from a past couple of years. And your client asked you, last year this particular dashboard was working fine, but down the line when we entered the new quarter or new annual year, I can see there is some discrepancy or I can see there is some delay for the Power BI dashboard to load. Now there can be multiple reasons for this. The first reason could be the hardware setup, or maybe the data is increasing day by day, so the hardware is not supporting. So that could be one reason. And provided if there are some visuals which are already created, visualizations or graphs or dashboards, and we are not mostly using them, so those can be one of the reasons. So in these scenarios, you can just give some explanations which you already faced in your current organization. For example, like you can say the client is not willing to scale up the hardware, like the hardware which stores the data or something like that, is not ready to scale up the hardware, but he wants to use the same hardware, but he wants you to increase the speed. In this scenario, you can eliminate the data which is not currently in use. Let's say you're using 2020, 21, 22, 23 and 24 data. Now all you focus on is the year-on-year growth. So you just need 2022, 2023 and 2024, not 21 and 20, right? You can erase that data from your existing hardware or servers. This will ease up the load on Power BI and automatically there should be an increase in speed. Another one, if you have already created some visualizations which you're not currently using, let's say you already created 2 to 3 dashboards and you rely on one dashboard alone, not the rest of those two, you can delete those visualizations. So something like that which can help you. But to consider this question as an assignment, I would like the viewers who are an experienced data analyst to answer the question in your way possible so that the viewers can benefit from multiple answers. So you can write down few scenarios where you face this problem and how you solved it. It can be a one-line answer, it can be a points which you can mention, right? A set of points which you can mention that helped you to improve the performance of your Power BI end report. So the answer for this question which I have is, in one scenario, I improved the performance by optimizing data model, reducing the number of unnecessary columns and rows in data sets, and utilizing summary tables to decrease the data volume that needed to be processed. I also replaced complex calculations in the report with simpler ones, which were possible, and used direct query mode for real-time data requirements to speed up a report loading times. So this can be a good answer. You can also add up some answers from your end as well to benefit the viewers. Now let's go with question number 8. Explain the difference between measure and a calculated field. So this can be an important question for freshers especially, right? So me personally, I've asked this question to the candidates many times. So the answer could be a little tricky, right? So most oftenly the question can be asked as what's the difference between measure and a calculated column, or measure and a calculated field, or measure and dimension, right? So the answer should be like this. Just pay attention to what the answer, interviewer is asking you and answer wisely. If he's asking you the difference between measure and dimension, it's clear, self-explanatory. So something like measure is something which can be measured. The number is a measure. Let's say the salary is a measure. The average of marks obtained is a measure. Marks obtained in a specific subject is a measure. Rate of interest is a measure. Traffic is a measure, right? So when it comes to dimensions, something like a character data type, maybe, and name of the store, and let's say we had various regions in the previous question, north, south, east, west, central. This particular data which cannot be measured is called as a dimension. Now for this question here, what's the difference between measure and a calculated column? So calculated column is something which you generate out of a calculated field, right? Whenever you try to, let's say you have the quantity and you have the price. but you don't know rate of each product, correct? In such scenarios, you can write up a calculated field and build a new column called rate of product. That particular column is a calculated column, which is newly generated after writing a calculated field. So the answer for this question is calculated column creates a new column based on existing data using formula. It adds to your new, it's added to your existing table as a new column, as we discussed. Measure creates a dynamic calculation that summarizes your data. Measures are used in visualizations to analyze trends or answer specific questions. Now with this, let's move on to the next question. Describe the process of publishing a Power BI report to service. Now this can be an answer for both, this can be a question for both freshers as well as experienced. So now you can give it a try. You can give me the answer for this. You can write down your answers in the comment section below. And everybody has their own way of answering this question. But as simple as that, let's keep it normal. Now in Power BI Desktop, go to Publish and choose Power BI Service. Select the workspace to publish and configure settings like sharing access. Click Publish to upload your report to Power BI Cloud Service. So this is the answer given by most of the experienced candidates. But when it comes to freshers, it's okay if you answer in this way. Create multiple charts, create multiple graphs, understand the requirement of the end user, build the required charts and graphs, integrate all those charts and graphs to the dashboard. It's also a good way to tell it, but if you're an experienced candidate or if you're a beginner, just try to include these points as well. Just go take a step ahead and go a step further and answer. Include these points in your answer. Go to Publish, select Power BI Service, select Workspace, right? So these will enhance your answer and make you stand out from the other crowd. Now, let's continue with the 10th question. How would you handle missing data in Power BI? So this can be answered for both, this can be asked for both beginners as well as experienced candidates. So it's obvious if you're a data analyst, it's obvious that your data will not have completely filled rows and completely filled columns, right? There is a possibility that you might have blank rows. There is a possibility that you might have blank cells. There is a possibility that you might have irrelevant data. There is a possibility where it can be a typing mistake and you might insert special symbols in place of numbers and special operators in place of alphabets. Everything is possible. So in such scenarios, how could you handle, right? So there are multiple approaches. So let's say if you are going through some column which you feel is not mandatory to create your report, you can ignore those cells and you can just delete it. And in case of there is a discrepancy in your existing data and you find that is important, then you can always have a way to go back to the source who provided you the report or who provided you the data, ask to complete them, ask to give them the right number. Or in few scenarios, you can also, if you don't want to eliminate any kind of rows and columns, you can also have an option of taking an aggregate value in it. Maybe the minimum value, maybe the maximum value, may be an average value in that particular missing cell. So there are multiple possibilities, and if you feel like adding those answers, you can also feel free to add them so that everyone is benefited. So my kind of answer is there are several ways to handle missing data. Filtering, where you can exclude, simply that's the first one. You can just ignore those and exclude those missing values. Replace missing values with some aggregate values. Custom logic, create a DAX formula to address missing values based on specific scenarios. Now let's move ahead with the next question. How do you connect multiple data sources to a Power BI report? So the answer is Power BI allows connecting various data sources. You can directly import, directly use live connections, or create composite model to improve and combine data from different sources. So this is not just the Power BI dashboard. You're here. It's not just the Power BI desktop. You're not just importing data. It's related to the real-time dashboard report. So if you have a report and you ought to connect some external source, some real-time streaming data, you can do that using some live connections and APIs. Now let's move with the next question. What are data flows in Power BI? So the answer for this question is data flows in Power BI are cloud-based preparation and management tools that allows users to ingest, transform, integrate, and enrich big data from various sources. They are designed to simplify data preparation and enable scalable data integration and storage across multiple Power BI projects. Now, the 13th question. How can you handle data updates in Power BI? So, this is also one of the simplest but also the trickiest question. Let's say you already connect. Let's say we are dealing with Excel data, and your client provided you the Excel data, and you already created a dashboard out of it. And out of your knowledge, you don't know, right? You might not know what happened after they shared you the data, and the client gets to know there is some discrepancy here, there is some irrelevant data, or there is some missing value in the data provided to you, and they add it and you missed it, correct? In those scenarios, how can you handle data updates, right? You can either refresh. So there are multiple answers for that. So let's go with the answer. So data updates in Power BI can be handled through scheduled refreshes or real-time streaming datasets. Scheduled refreshes. So let's say you provide some 6-day or 1 week or 1 day based on requirement. You provide a scheduled refresh, and it will act upon it, and it will refresh its source every single time. It basically refreshes the dashboard you created. It will extract the data from the source, and it will create a new report out of it. So scheduled refreshes can be configured in Power BI service, allowing data to be updated at specified intervals. Real-time streaming datasets can be used for dashboard tiles that require continuous updates. Now, the 14th question on our list. Can you explain the concept of a slicer in Power BI, right? So those who already are comfortable with the Excel, they might know the answer for this. So it's completely similar, right? So let's discuss the answer. A slicer is a Power BI visualization used to filter the data. Basically, it's nothing different from filter, right? It's just an option like a drop down that you create in Excel using the data validation. That's the same in Power BI as well as Excel. You just have a slicer option where you can provide your selection and it will give you an end report. So basically it's a filter. So it provides a way for users to filter the data that is displayed in other visualization on a report page. Slicers offer a more interactive and intuitive way to make selections and see the data that changes dynamically as selections are made. Let's say you have class 10, class 9, class 8, and you wanted to just check the results of class 8. You just select the option of class 8 on the slicer and you have the report. So that's how it basically works. Now, the last question for today's session. What is direct query in Power BI? So the answer for this question is direct query is a connection type in Power BI that allows you to directly connect to a supported data source, enabling real-time reporting capabilities without importing or copying data into Power BI while it offers up-to-date data. It also limits certain functionalities and might impact performance based on the query load on the source system. So with that, we have finished the top 15 Power BI interview questions and answers that are frequently asked in a data analyst interview provided for both freshers as well as experienced. Should you feel that we missed out on any of the important questions that you might have already faced in your previous interviews, please feel free to let us know in the comment section below, and so we can have them answered, or you can also provide us the answers so that it can benefit both of us and also the viewers. Now, having said that, we have come to the conclusion of this session.
That's a wrap on our full course on Power BI. If you have any questions or want to share your experience, leave them in the comment section below. Your feedback helps the community grow. Thank you for watching.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts. Choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.